kingdom has not heard of Iris for some time now, so it won't be difficult to convince them of a death that occurred 2 years ago. But the people will want a reason as to why they were not informed sooner. That is where Mila comes in.
Miss Rowe looks anything but pleased to be a part of this plan, but she says nothing as her father continues.
You, Your Majesty, would tell the kingdom that you had mourned their late queen for a few months after her passing. Once the appropriate grieving period had ended, you took a wife in order to continue securing your line. As there are no elite royals for you to marry, a private union to the daughter of a trusted advisor was the obvious choice.
The king listens, intrigued by his proposal. He admires the cunning plan. Oliver, after taking a deep breath, adds,
You did not tell the kingdom of this marriage sooner because your new wife, Mila, was already with child. In order to ensure her safety, your union remained a secret until long after the birth of your spare.
Edric slides a skeptical gaze to the stiffening woman. You already have a child?
She does,
the advisor answers on her behalf.
He is still a babe, barely a year old, and could easily be passed off as your own.
The king considers this for a long, suffocating moment. This is a bold suggestion, Oliver.
As your advisor, it is my duty to aid you.
He places a stern hand on his daughter's arm.
And this is the best solution to your predicament.
Edric turns to Mila, his voice dull. Who is the father?
No one of any concern,
she answers curtly. There is a long pause. The king would laugh if he hadn't forgotten how to. And what makes you think I want your bastard? Oliver swallows. His breath shallow. Mila narrows those gray eyes. The king swings open the door with a stipulation sliding from his tongue. If I am to call another child mine, it can be nothing less than powerful.
He is,
Mila blurts. Ever the protective mother.
No one in Ilia is like him.
This equally intrigues and amuses the king. We will see about that. Mila hands her son to the silencer, hating how empty her arms feel without him in them. The baby doesn't fuss or fidget. Rather, he simply accepts the fate forced upon him. Black hair clings to his small skull, curling around his ears to copy that of his mother. He looks up at the foreign man holding him, and those gray eyes don't stray from the silencer. Well? Edric's impatience echoes through the room. Damien's gaze lifts to his king, looking less solemn than usual and more impressed than ever.
The boy is extremely powerful. I've never felt anything like it.
The king grins. Marrying Mila Rowe will earn him power. Earn him a son he can mold into a weapon. This is all it takes for the king to claim the child as his own. All the power, all the glory. I accept your proposal, Edric says to his advisor, eyes still pinned on the strength squirming in his silencer's arms. He will be mine.
Chapter 34. Kai. Dice clatter across the table. Laughter echoes after my roll, followed by large hands that scoop away my shillings.
Better luck next time, Highness,
the burly sailor bellows. This heartfelt sympathy is followed by another from across the table.
Damn, Azzer, you're making this too easy.
I lean back in my chair, shaking my head at the four men. Seems my mind is elsewhere this round.
Just like the 5 before.
This shout from the burly man continually stealing my money has the rest of them laughing. All right. I stand on my feet and sway with the rocking ship. I think I've lost enough shillings for one night.
No, don't go yet.
The man's gold tooth winks at me between his words.
I'm saving up to buy me my own barrel of rum. Hey!
They all but yell this in unison as I head up the stairs for the main deck. Evening, gentlemen. I yell over my shoulder, making them laugh harder with my choice of words. Lifting open the grate, I climb onto the deck and into the night. I take a deep breath of muggy air and head for the poorly patched railing. The sea is eerily still beneath me, the waves a mere rolling reflection of the moon hanging above. It's been unbearably hot the past few days, though the unbearable part is likely due to my lack of her. I run a hand through my ruffled hair, still angered by our argument days ago. The hours have dragged on without her to brighten them, leaving me with nothing to do but gamble away my shillings and drink enough rum to convince myself it tastes good. I've seen glimpses of her. Shared looks she refuses to hold. I can sense her presence on the other side of my wall. Feel the empty space in my bed that once occupied her warmth. It's absurd, really. The fight. The truth. Because that is the root of it all. Truth. Something I am not strong enough to hear. I lean over the rail to peer into the sparkling water below. It is selfish of me to be angry with her, I know. But it is easier that way. As though I'm looking for a reason to lose her that isn't my brother. Soft footsteps suddenly echo behind me. I don't need to turn to know who they belong to. She must have wanted me to hear her coming. Hi. I spin slowly towards the uncharacteristically timid sound. I figured you were too stubborn to come talk to me first. Peyton crosses her arms. And I figured you were smart enough to beg for my forgiveness first. But she lifts her hands into the air between us. Here we are. I sigh. I've missed you, Gray. It's only been a few days of not speaking, she retorts, moonlight dancing on the ends of her silver hair. No, I shake my head, watching her hesitantly step closer. It was the beginning of the rest of our lives. Kai, please don't. I was wrong to be angry with you about the truth. I say quickly. It was something I needed to be reminded of anyway. I step back then, a physical representation of the boundary I'm attempting to set. This hurts her. I can see it in the way her face crumples against the lantern light, as though she wasn't the one to remind me of our separate fates. She's spinning that ring on her thumb, and I hate that I'm the cause of such discomfort. I need you to know that. Hair rises on the back of my neck. I stiffen, lifting a hand that cuts off her words. I can only imagine the annoyed look on her face because my eyes are already on the sea beyond her. My head tilts slightly, cocking towards that strange pool in the pit of my stomach. Kai? Payden's voice sounds muffled against my back as I strain to focus on this intoxicating feeling. I've felt power my whole life, learned the way it moved beneath my skin and ignited in my veins. Even the inkling of it is a slight hum in my blood, a tickle at my fingertips. But that is not this. This is no elite. Not entirely. Kai? What is it? She's standing beside me now, reaching a tentative hand towards the body I've abandoned in pursuit of this feeling within my very soul. Eyes fluttering shut, I reach towards that foreign power, tug at the lethal connection in the pit of my stomach, and it comes racing towards me. "Everyone, get down!" The warning has only just escaped my lips when the ship lurches violently. I lunge for Peyton, managing to throw an arm across her waist while the others grapple for the railing. My hand hooks around the torn wood as the hull bucks beneath us. Sailors topple across the deck, yelling as they slide towards the opposite dipping rail. The ship rolls until my feet have nearly lifted from the floor. I strain to hold us there, grunting as my fingers slip on the slick rail. Shaken from her initial shock, Peyton begins tearing at the wood with her nails, desperate to hold her weight as we dangle above death. I'm panting, arms burning while screams and shouts ring through the night air. A series of splashes have me wincing for the crewmen who have found themselves overboard. Tori's booming voice cuts through the chaos, shouting orders to whoever still clings to the deck. The ship rocks once again, this time falling back towards its intended position atop the waves. With a colossal crash, the starboard side slams down into the waves. Water careens over the rails, pelting us with salt and biting coldness. Our knees buckle with the force and send the slippery deck flying towards us. Peyton coughs, pushing a mop of wet hair from her eyes. Every bit of lantern light is swallowed by the wave, leaving only the moon to illuminate this chaos. She looks over at me, soaked to the bone, just as I am. "What?" she pants. "What's that?" The sailors all around us seem to be shouting the same question, all drenched and dazed. But when my eyes lift and land on the captain's, I don't need to see the terror within his gaze. I know it mirrors my own. He can hear it. I can feel it. And we may not live long enough to say we had. My voice is an odd murmur. It's found us. Wood splinters beside my head. I throw myself over Peyton, shielding her from the showering of jagged pieces. A looming darkness falls over us as the ship bucks with a sudden impact. Ears ringing, I barely hear Peyton scream beneath me, barely register my own when I look up towards the source of this devastation. Teeth. Hundreds of them, glinting in the moonlight, rows upon rows of jagged death. The long, piercing fangs are currently skewering from the wooden railing we were just hanging from. I gawk at the creature, only scrambling away from its maw when Peyton pulls at my arm. Its scaly green skin is worn and scarred, dripping with the sea. A noise emanates from deep in the monster's throat as it tries to pull those milky teeth from grainy wood. The low growl is accompanied by an odd clicking sound that sends chills down my spine. "What the hell?" Peyton whispers, her terror a foreign sound. I push her back, covering her body with my own. "Stay behind me!" My shout is nearly lost in the dozens of others as men spill onto the upper deck, ready to hurl their power at the monster. I watch in horror as a man runs towards the railing, spear in hand. With a grunt, he throws it at the creature's head, only for it to glance off the hard skin like a pathetic toothpick. This only seems to anger the monster. It hisses, vibrating the deck as a circlet of fleshy skin and scales lifts around its head. Rippling like a gruesome petal, shredded and slimy, it encircles the creature's pointed face. From this angle, I can see part of its long body that disappears into the sea. It resembles an enormous sort of eel, with that snake-like form and fleshy fin along its spine. And yet, everything about this animal is unnatural. It is nearly the width of 2 masts, and we have yet to find out the length of this beast. The sheer size and strength alone are a testament to the plague's alteration. This creature could easily be a century old. A blazer steps forward from the terrified throng to hurl a ball of fire at the monster's face. But it never lands. With a roar that rattles the ship, the beast rips away from the railing. Once again, we are showered with bits of wood before a wave of water follows. "It's gone," Peyton sputters, water dripping from her lashes. That formidable power lurches in the pit of my stomach, so like the elites, and yet not at all. No, I give her a shake of my head that dusts droplets of water at her feet. It's only just begun. Gusts are urging the wind to propel us across the water while tellies hold spears at the ready with their mines, uselessly armoring the ship. I turn to Peyton once again, grabbing her by the shoulders. "I need you in your room." "Are you coming with me?" she asked pointedly. "No, I'm staying out here and then so will I," she insists. "I won't sit and wait to learn of your fate, Kai." I cup her face, urging her to understand. "Please, Pei, don't fight me." A screeching roar echoes all around us, drowning out every other sound. I'm suddenly being pushed to the ground, Peyton's body rolling over mine. We tumble across the deck, narrowly escaping the beast's slamming body. I hear the ominous sound of cracking wood before turning to see the damage. Its long body lies across the deck, the impact of its arch sending a spider web of cracks throughout the wood. The monster slides farther, exposing the alarming length of its body. Sailors jump out of the way, some lost to snapping teeth or a forceful shove of the scaled body. Elites hurl their power at it, though they seem to do little damage. Fire, telepathy, strength, and weapons do nothing in the wake of such might. I join in, despite the futility, throwing fire or attempting to pull the massive creature away with my mind. But for the first time, I'm witnessing elites rendered completely powerless. I am rendered completely powerless. Slithering across the deck, the beast breaks through the opposite railing to plunge back into the water. I tug Peyton against me, trying to keep my unsteady footing atop the violently rocking ship. "We can't fight it!" I yell at the dazed crewman. It's Tori I hear boom back. "All hands on deck! Every gust at the ready!" "We can't outrun it," Peyton pants. "We can't do anything." Another lurch of the ship and a massive spiny tail crashes over the deck. The wood beneath our feet cracks again and boards fall into the depths of the ship. Grabbing Peyton's hand, I run between the growing gaps while the swishing tail knocks men into the sea. Screams amplify when the monster's face appears on the other side of the ship, its body squeezing the vessel from beneath the sea's surface. On one end, teeth the length of my forearm await, snapping at what is left of the wooden railing, and on the other, a rampaging tail decorated in jagged fins. I shove Peyton against the pair of doors leading to our rooms at the same time one of those pointed spikes skewers a sailor. He screams, helplessly draped over the monster's tail to display the bloody barb lodged in his chest. Moonlight streams down on the gory scene, shiny against the pool of blood blooming beneath his torn clothing. Peyton's gasp is quickly covered by her shaky hands when the man is tossed into the ocean with a flick of the beast's tail. I don't waste another moment before ripping open the door beside her. "In! Please!" I shout the word into the night, willing her to hear the desperate plea within it. "I can't leave you!" she yells back, bending to pick up a forgotten spear. "I won't!" I'm about to argue further when the ground is suddenly stolen from beneath my feet. I hear Peyton scream when my body hits the deck. Then again when the bony tail connects with my spine. Pain explodes down my body. I'm suddenly being dragged across the wood, wrapped in slimy scales as my trailing body knocks sailors from their feet. Panting, I bite my tongue against the pain and slip a dagger from my boot. Grabbing hold of the massive tail hugging my leg, I plunge my blade into one of the beast's many scars. A screech tears from its throat before the tail lifts sharply, me in tow. I cling to it, fingers slipping on the slick scales. Then I'm yelling as it flings me into the open air. The starry sky blurs around me. I'm falling. Payton screams my name. Falling. The churning sea suddenly appears beneath me. Falling. Falling. Desperately, I claw at a nearby telly's power, urging it into my palms and bending it to my mind's will. My stomach drops as I plummet towards the water. Throwing a strand of power towards one of the many ropes wrapped around the mast, I summon it to me. Obeying, it shoots towards my outstretched arm. Payton's silver hair glints over the ship's railing, and that is the last I see before my body collides with the sea. Biting waters swallow me whole, numbing every limb with its frigid fangs. I tumble in the sea, mind sluggish. Salt bombards my senses, filling my mouth and nose. I kick furiously towards what I hope is the surface, though I can see nothing but darkness. My lungs burn. I fumble for the telly's power, reach for that rope. I'm dizzy, floating in a dark abyss. I strain for salvation, beg for life, beg to live with her. The rope plunges into the water. I grab hold of it, pulling my body upward with weak arms. Moonlight streams above, beckoning me. And when my head breaks through the surface, I'm spewing water. I cling to the wet rope, choking down air before lifting myself from the sea. A hysterical sigh of relief sounds from above me, and I look up through the sea-soaked hair to find Payton leaning over the railing above, tears streaming down her cheeks. For her, I pull myself up that rope. My arms burn as do my lungs, but I push the pain aside. With raw palms, I set my feet against the ship's belly and scale it. By the time my arms hook over the railing, Payton is practically pulling me over the edge. I let her, unable to muster the strength. My arms are draped over her shoulders, and she grunts beneath my weight. Pain shoots down my body with every tug, and when my boots hit the deck, I crumple to my knees. Payton's body eases my fall, her arms wrapped tightly around me even after we hit the deck. We stare at each other for a long moment, content to ignore the beast raging behind us. I fear it would take much more than that to pull my gaze from her. With a choked sob, she presses her face into my neck, wiping tears across my skin. "I thought I lost you," she whispers, half laughing. I lift a numb hand to her soaking hair, running fingers I can't feel through it. With chattering teeth, I manage. "You can't get rid of me that easily, Gray." She cups my face, head shaking and smile trembling. "Damn fate and duty, and every other word meant to keep us apart." Tears slip from those blue eyes I would happily drown in. "I want to hide with you beneath the willow tree. You are the secret I will spend the rest of my life keeping." Her voice quivers beneath the weight of such a promise. Us. That alone is enough to have tears springing into my eyes. So I nod. Her face in my hands, my heart in hers. The countless screams echoing all around finally manage to capture our attention. Before either of us can spew a comforting lie, the ship is tipping again. We slide across the wood when the creature lifts its head further onto the deck. Serrated teeth lash out for the captain, and he narrowly avoids being swallowed whole. The boat is crumbling beneath the weight of this creature, straining to keep us all afloat. "We need to do something," Payton murmurs. "Whatever you're thinking, don't," I order. She looks over at me then, and I remember just how much I missed her doing something as simple as acknowledging my existence. A small smile pulls at her lips. She's breathtaking in this light, as though her hair is a collection of the moon's rays. You forget, Kai. Her fingers wrap tightly around the spear. This is my trial. And then she's running.
Chapter 35. Payden. The spear grows slick in my hand. My boots pound against the slippery deck, drowning out the sound of Kai's shout behind me. But I've watched this beast, learned its strengths, discovered its weakness. And this is not the first monster I have faced. So when it turns its luminous green eyes on me, bearing numerous rows of jagged teeth, I do not back down. I do not fail, or falter, or feel remorse. Every beast can be defeated. A creature, a trial, a king. I lift the heavy spear, cocking back my arm. Hot breath washes over me when the monster roars. Scaly skin flares around its face as it slithers closer, jaws snapping and teeth glinting. And I roar right back. The creature screeches louder, blowing my hair back and watering my eyes. Still, I stand before it. My chest heaves, heart hammers. And then I let the spear fly from my hand to meet the beast racing right for me. The monster's jaw widens, readying to sink those lethal fangs into my flesh. I look death in the eye as my spear sinks into it. The beast roars in pain, body bucking as blood pours from its once glowing iris. Screeching, it rattles the ship, shaking its head in an attempt to dislodge the piercing weapon. I stumble when the boat pitches, falling to my knees beneath the creature. Even when staring up into the embodiment of terror, I realize that this is still half the beast I've faced in the past. With one final roar of anguish, it arcs over the ship, over my crumpled body, and dives into the waves. I feel numb. I'm shaking as water sprays onto the deck, misting me with salty droplets. What remains of the crew stand stunned and bloody, all staring at the stirring sea where the creature disappeared. Kai is beside me in an instant, hands frigid atop my skin. His palms have slid around my neck to tangle numb fingers in my soaking hair. "What were you thinking?" he scolds, wide eyes searching mine. "Do I need to order you to your room next time?" I smile weakly. "That won't work when I'm queen." His lips are stained blue with cold, and yet they still twitch into a smile. "I can be very persuasive." "Well, I'll be damned! The Silver Savior does it again!" I turn towards the captain's bellowing voice, his timing impeccable as ever. The limping crew gathers around him, some dripping with water, others blood. Tori holds an arm tightly to his injured chest and pushes the pain from his voice. "We've conquered the beast!" A weak chant begins to rise from their collective throats, one I thought I would never hear again. "Silver Savior! Silver Savior! Silver Savior!" And I might have liked the sound of it. I've never been so relieved to set foot in Ilya, mostly because I'm looking forward to standing on something solid without the worry of it caving in beneath my feet. The ship is in ruin, and it has been for the last 2 days. Only by the strength of elites has it managed to reach Ilya's dock. With nearly half the crew lost to the sea and the beast dwelling within it, surviving this final stretch of the shallows was no simple task. Tellies worked in shifts to hold the most vital pieces of the ship together with their minds, while gusts blew a constant stream of air into the torn sails. Any excess weight was thrown overboard in an attempt to keep us afloat, leaving only bread and water to fill our stomachs. I lean against one of the only remaining chunks of railing, readying to spring out of the way if the boards beneath my feet give way, which they have done on several terrifying occasions. The hull groans in agony against the waves, as though begging for a swift sinking into the sea. Even the reckoning pleads for rest. I keep my gaze on the approaching dock, even as Kai comes to stand beside me. My voice is quiet. "Do you think he's down there?" Kai's gray gaze falls to the cluster of bodies awaiting us on the rickety moor, their faces blurry from this distance. "Kit?" I nod coolly, a shake of his head. "I hope not. It's dangerous for him to be so exposed without me, but his sigh is weary. He probably is. Thoughts spill from my mouth. I don't think he wants to be looked after. He should be grateful that someone cares enough to do so, Kai retorts stiffly. Not all of us had that luxury. I turn towards him, taking in the stony expression he now wears. Why did your father treat you two so differently? The question seems to surprise him. We had very different roles in life. I know, but I grapple for the right words and try again. He could have tutored Kit with the same callousness and hate that he trained you with. I mean, that is why your brother still cares for the king you hated. My eyes wander back to the approaching dock. You knew different versions of the same man. That is exactly why Kit never fully understood my disdain for father, Kai adds quietly. Why he lived to please him, while I lived to spite him. I smile slightly. Is that why you chose to spend so much time with me during the trials? To spite him? He seems to weigh his words carefully. Among many other reasons. I roll my eyes before he adds. Although, I always thought it was odd how boldly Kit befriended you. Father hated that I was associated with you, so for Kit to go against the king's wishes because of you... He shakes his head. It was unexpected. And now he's marrying the ordinary your father hated, I murmur. The same one that killed him. Kai takes a deep breath. Kit has always feared failing our father, but I think he also fears turning into the one I hated. Along with that letter Kit found, your fight with the king may have helped him see reason. He shrugs slightly. The king came after you out of hatred for what you are not. I glance over at him. And you believe me about that? After that battle at the bowl, the sight who witnessed your fight met with Kit and me privately. He looks over at me, grief in his gaze. We watched some of what happened. With the rain, we couldn't make out what was being said, and Kit couldn't bear to watch more than a minute of it. It is then that I see his grief is not for the king I killed, but for me and everything I endured by his hand. I blink, bewildered by this new information. Why didn't you tell me? You still killed the king, Kai answers evenly. Kit was still angry. So was the kingdom. At the end of the day, you were still a murderer. His eyes flick over me. And I wanted to hear your side of the story, because we still didn't know what really happened. I've now buried that vicious fight in the darkest depths of my mind. It sits among the bloody pool in which my father lies, right next to an image of two short curly bangs and the unseeing hazel eyes beneath. Unanswered questions swirl near that dark corner, drifting in and out of my thoughts. One belongs to the true identity of my parents, while another lies within that battle against the king. His motives and confessions equally confusing. Adina's presence in that final trial never fails to keep me up at night, mocking me in my dreams with ways I might have saved her. I swallow. He all but told me that the ordinary's disease was a lie, you know. There's a long pause, filled only with the sound of a slapping sea. And you didn't tell me? Would you have believed me? I counter. He says nothing. I had no proof but my own word, and that meant little after what I'd done, so I wanted you to discover the truth yourself. I glanced down at the sparkling ring on my finger. But I still am a murderer. And you're still far better than most. I shake my head. The stifled darkness within me says otherwise. I'm quiet until a soft question surprises my lips. So what do you fear? He looks over at me, subtly intrigued. You told me what Kit fears. Now I want to know what could possibly frighten Ilya's mighty enforcer. He chuckles darkly. I'm afraid of plenty. I raise a brow. Is it me you're scared of, Prince? His answer is quick and earnest. I'm scared of what could happen to you. What I could do to you. A muscle twitches in his jaw. I fear every swipe of my sword and every command from my mouth. It haunts me. Emotion clogs my throat, forcing me to swallow back a sudden wave of grief. My heart aches for this boy who never got to be one. It's not fair, I manage. This life you're forced to live. His eyes are a storm that sweeps over my face. It might just all be worth it if it means I can protect you. I shake my head at him as the ship lurches against the dock. Kai steps away at the reminder of who we are supposed to be to each other in this city. Glancing down at the dozens of awaiting faces, he asks, "Why ask? About Kit and our father?" I tip my head towards the dock, eyes pinned on a pair I know to be green. I guess I'm just trying to understand him better. Kit's blonde hair ruffles in the wind beneath the crown he wears, both glinting gold within the circle of Imperials surrounding their king. He looks oddly dulled, weary. His hands are folded over the fine green tunic he wears, and his eyes are on mine. For a moment, I feel as though I'm back in the bowl, meeting his gaze from afar as I stand within a game meant to prove myself. Pay? The sound of that nickname tears my eyes from the dock below, and I fix them on the enforcer beside me. I asked if you were ready to get the hell off this thing. My smile is tight. Yes, very. I follow him towards the wooden ramp, feeling it creak beneath my weight as I descend onto the dock. A wall of Imperials on the rocky shore separates the gawking aliens from us, though I can feel the countless pairs of eyes raking over me. I bristle beneath the many gazes examining every inch of the girl they likely hope to never see again. The captain follows closely behind as we make our way over to the king. Kit smiles tightly at me, and it's a relief not to be scrutinized by him as well. Perhaps he is happy to see me return in one piece. Perhaps distance, and the likelihood of my imminent death, really does make the heart grow fonder. When the Imperials part to let us greet him, it's Tori who speaks first. Your Majesty! Kai! A flurry of limbs pushes through the throng of Imperials to bound towards the enforcer. Kai barely has enough time to spread his arms before Jax crashes into them. The boy clings to his brother, face buried in his shoulder. Jax sniffles. You're alive! Of course, Jay, Kai murmurs. I had to make it back home to you. My gaze is torn from their heartfelt reunion when Tori clears his throat. As I was saying, Your Majesty, it was an honor to sail under Ilya's colors once again. As you can see, he gestures to the battered boat behind. We encountered the beast that lurks within the shallows, but under my command, we now live to tell the tale. Kit nods his appreciation. Thank you, Captain Tori. Your bravery and service to our kingdom will be greatly rewarded. Kai clears his throat, arms still slung around Jax. I believe praise is due to the one who saved us from that beast. He lifts a hand towards me, and the gesture alone has every eye back on my disheveled figure. Heat stains my cheeks as I throw a warning glance Kai's way. This doesn't go unnoticed by the king. His tired eyes flick to me. Is that so? I take a breath and paste a warm grin on my face. I may have helped deliver the final blow, which wasn't very benevolent, I clear my throat, towards the creature. Kai dips his head, hiding a smile. Jax follows after his older brother, though far less discreetly with a choking cough. And Kit just stares at me. I can't read his look, and I typically pride myself on being able to do just that. Something like realization lights those green eyes. Or perhaps it's awe I see traced within the lines around his slight grin. But before I can decipher this expression, he's reaching a hand towards me. His knuckles brush mine before I let him interlace our fingers. This is for the people piled on that rocky shore, their prying gazes pinned on us. It seems you'll make a fine queen. The diamond on my finger grows heavy. It's as though you were born for this.
Chapter 36. Kai. Candlelight flickers down the length of the table, dousing every plate of food in a honey-like glow. The court sits snugly together to crowd around the feast. They talk idly, drowning in their finery while nibbling at their meal. Dragging a hand through my hair, I catch myself wishing this banquet was a ball, if only so I could slip away unnoticed within the swirling bodies. Instead, I sit stiffly to Kit's right, on display and at his disposal. He seems distracted, green eyes glazed over. I can't help but notice the slight gauntness of his face or rasping of his voice. He looks worn enough to warrant concern I can't currently give before his court. It seems the king did not rest, as he promised. Peyton shimmers across from me, picking politely at the food on her plate. For a moment, it feels as though we are seated back in time at that dinner before the purging trials, the one where I all but forced her to eat, the night she became my weakness. It's familiar, this scene. Simple. Except that it's not. And the king beside her is not my father. I've spent most of the evening watching Kit lean over, conversing quietly with his betrothed. Peyton smiles each time, the action tugging at that scar trailing down her throat. The elegant high neck of the dress she wears conceals the far more vicious one below, though my gaze continually falls to where I know the carving to be. This should not upset me. Their closeness with each other. They are engaged, after all. And speaking civilly is the tamest of actions. But I cannot seem to shake the gnawing envy in my gut. The jealousy that flares with every look shared and word exchanged. It's tiresome, this turmoil between love for my brother and love for his betrothed. You seem to have quite the appetite, just not for your food. With a heavy exhale, my eyes flick towards the source of that accusing tone. Beside me, Andy raises a brow, her nose ring flashing like the challenge in her eyes. I give her a tired look. Just spit it out, Andy. Using only the corner of her mouth, she fires back. Stop staring at what you can't have. I lift a piece of turkey to my mouth. I wasn't. You were. This voice belongs to the girl beside my cousin, her sheet of black hair swaying as she leans over the table to meet my stare. I don't know the crawler well, but I recognize her as Andy's friend from the bowl. Though, with a quick glance beneath the table at their interlaced fingers, it seems safe to assume that their relationship has progressed further. See? Andy says smugly. Jasmine is my witness. Yes, I take a quick sip of champagne. Thank you for your astute observations. Andy tucks a strand of wine-red hair behind her ear. Kai, we talked about this. The shrill clinking of glass saves me from my cousin's wrath. I turn towards Kit, watching him stand at the head of the table. Scanning the room, he offers a small smile to his court. To Peyton Gray, your future queen, who successfully showed not only her bravery, but also her benevolence. He peers down the table distantly. Onward to her brutality, and long live the Silver Savior. When I lift my glass, the entire court is quick to follow. Long live the Silver Savior, they mutter in unison, most begrudgingly. Champagne bubbles against my tongue, warming my throat. My eyes are back on Peyton, though her own are pinned on something far down the lengthy table. I watch her gaze grow suddenly cold, lethal in a way I know firsthand she can be. Following that look, I scan the many faces decorating the throne room. And then my eyes stutter over her. The lilac hair falling over Blair's shoulders seems to oddly complement Linny's fiery red waves to the left. She sits comfortably in the seat beside her father, arms crossed and lips teasing the imperial. They look familiar, at ease with each other in a way that is likely making Peyton's head spin. I glance back across the table at her, watching as a sheet of icy anger creeps over her expression. She looks ready to avenge Adina, right here and now. Staring at this version of the Silver Savior, I fear for those who make her feel nothing. No remorse, no compassion, no worry for her stained soul. I raise a hand, hoping to stop her from doing something reckless when she stands suddenly. Her chair squeals against the marble floor and turns every head in her direction. Panic pushes me to the edge of my seat, awaiting her next move. But it is the false smile she plasters on her face that has me truly worried. Lifting a glass, she clears her throat in preparation for a toast. My fingers curl around the table's edge. Peyton's bright smile and cold gaze fall back on Blair. "To the ordinaries," she says cheerily, "and every unjust death, may they be avenged." Then she tips her head at Blair and lifts the glass to her lips. I glance down the table to find a lilac head of hair bowing right back. "To the ordinaries." I barely register the grumbled words that only half the court bother repeating, and it is only when Peyton takes her seat that I'm able to draw a deep breath. Uncurling my hand from the table, I wait for another wave of dull chatter to sweep over the room. When all eyes have fallen from Peyton and every mouth has moved on to another topic, I lean forward to murmur, "Well, that was suspiciously civil." Those blue eyes flick up to meet mine. I wouldn't call a threat civil. "For you," I amend plainly, "that is." Taking an interest in our hushed conversation, Kit chimes in with a discreet, "Once again, you know why I can't let you hurt her, Peyton." Gripping her fork, she rolls a piece of potato around her plate innocently. "And you know why I can't let her live." "Pay." Kit's gaze snaps to me at the familiarity in the word. Oh, shit. I carry on quickly before any of us can ponder what I've just said. "You can banish her when you're queen, if you like. But don't do anything rash before you wear that crown." "I don't need to hide behind a crown," she grits out. "Yes, you do," Kit murmurs, evenly. He brings a napkin to his mouth before coughing into it. I narrow my eyes at the hoarse sounds he cuts off quickly. "Ruling is all about hiding. The truth, motive, yourself, all of it. And the earlier you learn that, the easier it'll be for you in this castle." Peyton blinks at him, and I can't help but do the same. There is that piece of father he possesses. Swallowing, she places her palms firmly on the table. "It seems we could all blow off some steam." Then a sudden wicked tug of her lips. "Now, where is this wine cellar you always used to sneak off to?" Wine dribbles down the fingers I have tightly curled around the bottle's neck. Peyton's dress is an emerald pool atop the floor of the cellar. Flickering in a beam of candlelight, she tips her head against the cool stone wall and laughs loud enough to have my face splitting into a smile. Turning her bewildered gaze on me, she manages, "You did not." "He did," Kit blurts on my behalf. "I'm the one who broke his fall." Pay's mouth falls open as I attempt to defend myself. "I was 5, all right? I could barely use my power, let alone know which ones even exist." "So he climbs up onto the roof of the stables," Kit explains, a drunken smile turning his lips. "Now, Kai-Pai here was convinced there was an elite who could fly." Peyton snorts, quickly muffling the sound with a palm to the mouth. "So he decides to jump from the roof and test the theory." Kit finishes with a laugh aimed at me. "Why? Peyton huffs towards me. Would you think that was a good idea? I take a swig of wine before answering. In my defense, I could barely sense powers at that age, so I thought a flying elite might be possible. Now, that didn't mean there was one nearby, but... Kit slaps a hand against the stone floor, laughter morphing him into the boy I grew up with. Giddiness bubbles from Pei in a way I rarely get to witness, evidence of the wine loosening her tongue and lifting my spirits. I grin brightly and wonder just how much of it is due to being with my brother in the cellar again. So you crashed right into me, Kit declares, slapping a hand on my shoulder, and broke my leg. Well, your body broke one of my ribs, I counter. Besides, it was your idea to test my theory. That doesn't mean you should do it. I catch Peyton's eye, aware of what it is she sees. We are so very free, laughing together like old times, and living like life never got in the way. Cheeks flushed and duties forgotten, we sit here as brothers who bear no titles. I like you two like this, she says softly. I bring the bottle to my lips, swallowing the dark wine. Like what? Drunk bastards off our asses? Kit laughs, clinking his flagon against mine. I'll drink to that. Peyton shakes her head at us. No, well, maybe. But I just like the two of you being so carefree. Together. That has Kit looking suddenly serious, despite the ruffled hair and unbuttoned shirt. His gaze is earnest as it slides to mine. Just like old times. Just like old times, I echo. I miss you, brother. Kit sighs. I miss us. I'm right here, Kitty. My smile is soft. I haven't gone anywhere. Haven't you? The words are a startling snap. And then the king is laughing, smothering that accusatory tone with a smile. It's an odd flickering of emotions I doubt he intended to show us. But when he turns to Peyton, bottle lifted sloppily into the air, his tired eyes are bright. To old times.
Chapter 37. Peyton. I stare blankly at the dozens of fabric squares surrounding me atop the bed. These all look the same, I blurt in Ellie's direction. They are all white. She pulls the thick curtains together, blocking out the starry night beyond. Well, wedding dresses typically are. My mouth goes dry at the reminder of what one of these little squares will soon become. I shake my head, admitting defeat. Here, you just pick for me. Peyton, Ellie's tone is surprisingly scolding, enough so to have me smiling with pride. This is your big day. I refuse to pick out the fabric of your wedding dress. I run a finger across the strip of samples, feeling each texture and pattern alongside the growing pit in my stomach. What if I don't even live to wear it, I mean, there is still the final trial and you'll be just fine, Ellie reassures gently. Why, because I have no problem being brutal? The words come out in a rush, like an uprooted fear typically does. She walks over to me, sitting on the edge of the bed only after I pat the quilt insistently. There is no shame in that when justified, Ellie states. It's not knowing an end to your brutality that's the problem. My eyes fall to the surrounding fabrics and each finger gliding over them. It feels wrong to touch something so blindingly pure with such bloody hands. My soul is stained with death and drenched in the regret of it. I never asked for this brutality, this darkness. It was asked of me. Clearing my constricting throat, I lift one of the squares into the lamplight. How about this one? Ellie leans in, her brown eyes tracing the faint pattern of twining vines etched in white thread. "It's beautiful." With a sad smile, she adds, "Adina would have loved it." "She would have been jealous of the needlework," I agree with a light laugh. "She always did hate doing that herself." Ellie watches me rub my thumb over the fabric a few dozen times before saying, "I'll let the seamstress know what you picked." I nod and numbly collect the fabric into a pile that Ellie tucks beneath her arm. "Tomorrow," she insists sweetly, "we will pick the flowers for the ceremony." Groaning, I tip my head back against the wall. If I pick now, will I be free of these decisions? "I suppose, but perfect," I say cheerily. "Roses." Ellie gives me a knowing look. "Is that just the first flower that came to mind?" "Maybe, but it seems fitting," I defend. "I admire the rose and its thorns. Even the prettiest things can bite." Slowly, Ellie nods in agreement. "Then roses it is." I watch her bustle around the room once again, ensuring everything is in order for the night. "And they will certainly be easy to find. There is a private rose garden here on the grounds. Pretty pink ones, I believe." I bat her away when she tries to fluff the pillow behind my back. "Now," she straightens my boots beside the wardrobe, "I will see you in the morning, miss." I shake my head at her, even as a smile turns my lips. "Good night, Ellie." Tipping her head timidly, she offers a quiet, "Good night, Peyton." I watch her slip out the door before spreading my tired limbs out on the bed. Even after I did little more than waste away the day and take full advantage of sleeping on solid ground again, my eyelids still manage to droop. The dagger beneath my pillow is a comfort I clutch as I drift into sleep. I dream of Adina, as I always do. It is unpleasant, as it always is. The memory of her death resurfaces, swirling in and out of focus. A collage of every way in which I should have saved her plays behind my heavy eyelids. This nightmare is as torturous as everyone before, and I claw uselessly at my subconscious to free me from it. When I finally wake, it is to a sweaty brow and still darkened sky. Though, most alarmingly of all, is the plan I've determined. With my mind set and heart aching, I stand to my feet. I don't bother changing my large shirt and the thin pants beneath, though I quickly add Adina's torn vest to the ensemble. It is only right to visit our home with her hugging me closely. I step out into the shadowed hallway, looking like the resident of loot I once was, ready to rob an unsuspecting prince. It's fitting that I look like my old self, feel like the girl just trying to survive one sunrise at a time. Before I was the Silver Savior, the King Killer, the Queen-to-be, I was Peyton Gray. And she is going home. Soft light slips between the cracked cobblestones and crawls up the sooty walls. I breathe in the familiar stench of loot, nearly choking on the thick air. My senses are bombarded with the past and every memory that accompanies it. Dawn dares to creep over the horizon, painting the alley in a warm glow. While walking that graveled path from the bowl arena, I watch the night slowly flee from a rising sun. Those quiet hours were spent reliving the last time I stumbled down that road, bloody and broken. I pass the tree whose roots are decorated with that bundle of forget-me-nots, past the rocks and plants that were once stained with my blood. Everywhere I looked, my past stared back. It follows me still, here on loot. I walk the same uneven cobblestones, dodge the same sneering Imperials, though I have never been so aware of the stubborn stench that ceaselessly wafts from the slums, not since staying in the castle. This realization stings slightly, a reminder of everything I no longer am. So much of myself lives within these streets, both the broken and the resilient. Adina lives here, on every warm breeze and colorful banner. Her name is written across the stones I step on, and I let her soft presence lead me back home. Merchants roll their carts right across my path, cutting me off with an unbothered yawn. Some start the day early in the hopes of claiming the most populated parts of loot. I scan the rickety stalls as I pass, finding the shortage of resources on display. Food was something I rarely paid for, let alone observed for long before shoving it into my mouth. Still, I saw it dwindle over the years, slowly enough that only the merchants knew for a long while. I was so busy surviving the streets of loot that I didn't know the extent of what was happening on them. Homeless huddle against crumbling buildings, no bed to sleep in or money to live with. A stack of sticky buns glisten on a merchant's cart, each one an outlandish 5 shillings. I realize now that I've actually never paid for one, and thus have no idea how expensive living has become. More than ever, I see Ilya for what it is: shambles. But that is going to change. I tug the fraying vest around me and quicken my pace. A small crowd spills out onto the alley, snatching what food they can afford. I weave between the bodies, and it feels like falling back into a familiar rhythm. The tranquility of blending in is a beauty that even the castle cannot offer me. I have not felt peace like this since I left Edina for the purging trials. The thought falls away when the fort comes into view. My heart stutters in reminder of its missing piece. I stumbled towards the alley's end, my eyes pinned on the barricade. A ray of sunlight brushes the worn rug and reaches for me to rejoin it. The fort looms closer, and my pulse quickens. Squinting through the shadows, I falter at the unfamiliarity before me. This is not the home I left. No, this fort now bears a colorful banner above it. The fabric squares have been sewn onto the yarn, painstaking proof that this was Edina's doing. I can't seem to breathe. Behind the barrier, our belongings have been rearranged. The usual pile of cloth is sorted neatly beside a new blanket and pillow I never got the chance to share with her. Even in the dull light, her vibrance exudes from the space, and I tremble in the presence of it. My knees hit the cobblestone, and I welcome the shock of pain. It's as if I'd expected her to be sitting there, waiting for me to return from a day of thieving, as if she could phase through our fort and come bounding towards me in search of a sticky bun. As if I didn't hold Edina's dying body in my lap, or see her blood gushing between my fingers with every glance at my incapable hands. A tear slips down my cheek, splattering the ground with a drop of my anguish. She was waiting for me to come home. Muffled footsteps sound behind me. But she never made it home. My stare remains distant, even as a deep voice rings out behind me. "This alley is taken. You'll have to find another place to..." I turn to let my teary gaze fall on this stranger. His brown eyes widen with a recognition I don't share. Strands of black hair fall around strong cheekbones, while the rest is pulled back with a loose strap. I blink at the lonely silver streak threading among such darkness, as though a lock of my own hair lives on his head. "It's you," he breathes. The scar slicing his lip curls with the words. I tense. "And who are you?" "After all this time, you're finally back to visit her," he mutters. Understanding dawns, so blindingly clear I have to blink. "You're the boy. The one Edina was seeing during the trials." He sinks to the cobblestone beside me, and in the morning light, I can just make out the dark splotches under his eyes. It's more than a lack of sleep around his gaze. It is a smattering of bruises. "She talked about you all the time. And then she died for simply knowing you." His words are a blunt knife to my chest. "I know." I choke on the emotion in my throat. "It should have been me, not her." Those brown eyes bore into mine. "She was coming to see you, long before being summoned as your seamstress. We had it all planned." "I don't understand." My back hits the grimy wall. "How did you two..." "Hera was my cousin," the man says dully. "When I discovered how close you and Edina were, I knew she would help me get into the castle, just to see you." "Then Hera died in the first trial." I recall numbly at the memory of Braxton driving a blade through her invisible chest. "And Dina in the last." I feel the moment my heart shatters, feel the shards of it pierce my lungs until I'm gasping for air. Dina. She was my A, but she was his Dina. I'm so sorry, I choke out. I'm so sorry about Hera, about... A tear slips down my cheek. About Dina? I couldn't save her. Why didn't I save her? Something shifts behind his dark stare. Perhaps it's pity, or another entirely demeaning emotion. But I watch it begin to smother that stony expression, erode the anger etched into the corners of his eyes. I doubt this is the monster he expected to face. Instead, a crumpled, crying girl is falling apart before him. This is all my fault! I turn my blurry gaze back to the fort, every bright color a mockery without her here. She redecorated for me, to surprise me when I got back from the trials. Tears are falling in front of this stranger, but I can't seem to find the will to care. But it was her who never made it back. And it's all my fault. This is all my fault. I couldn't save her either. The stranger sounds choked. It takes that thought for me to realize how much more he is than that. This man is one of the last pieces of Adina. I couldn't do anything but watch her die. You were there for her when I couldn't be, I say firmly. And that was enough. He shakes his head of dark hair at the cobblestones beneath us. I spent weeks being so angry with you, with the girl who killed her. Me too, I almost laugh, even as tears refuse to shy from my gaze. You can't blame me or Blair more than I already have. The silence that stretches between us only reminds me of Adina. She is not here to fill it. The man shifts, slipping from the shadow that once draped over him. I let my gaze fall from his face for the first time, as if the dull light has tempted me to investigate further. My stare scours over his broad shoulders, then the fabric hanging over them. The black vest is cut close to his body with pockets and pockets and... I know those pockets. My chin dips. I stare down at my own torn pockets. She made you a vest. The stranger now stares at the olive fabric wrapped around me, his dark eyes glassy. She did. All the air has left my lungs. Hurt curls around my body, choking until it's crushing my will, my hope, my heart. I grieve Adina all over again, because I was not the only one she lost. 2 great loves were left behind, and both hug what remains of her close to their heart. Tears fall, but I don't care that my vulnerability is on display. I kneel at the foot of our fort and cry for the girl who once brightened it. The stranger swipes at his cheek, but is quick to aim the sharp planes of his face at the ground. What is your name? I finally manage to whisper. It takes him a long moment to find an answer. Mac. I nod quickly, the action shaking tears from my eyelashes. Can I... My voice cracks. Can I give you a hug, Mac? He doesn't do it for me. I can tell by the tensing of his shoulders. No, he does it for his Dina, my A. We fall into each other, bodies shaking with grief and anger. In his embrace, I understand how someone so rigid and stoic could only be molded by the gentlest of hands. He was drawn in by Adina's warmth, forever imprinted on by her now broken sewing fingers. We hold each other, strangers connected by a mutual love. And when Mac finally pulls away, his eyes rimmed with red, a streak of sunshine falls heavily over our kneeling bodies. The beam of light coats us thoroughly enough to dry the tears staining my cheeks. The scar cutting through Mac's lip curves with a sad smile. What? I ask weakly. This man does not look like the type to smile easily, though that may have only been the case before Adina gave him a reason to. He shuts his eyes to bask in the warm light. Just admiring the sun.
Chapter 38. Kai. The sun wakes before I've even gone to sleep. It peers down at me from behind the string of orange clouds smothering the horizon. It wasn't until soft light scared away the shadows and a warm breeze grazed my sweaty skin that I realized my night was spent in the training ring. I swing a sword at my side, repeating the same movements I have since stepping into this circle of packed dirt. The dull edge of my blade meets the chipped practice dummy opposite me with a thud. With a series of swift movements, I would have thoroughly disemboweled a figure not carved from wood. You need something more challenging to beat down on? I smile at the sound of Kit's voice as I yank my lodged sword free. What are you offering? I watch him step into the ring with a slight cough. I could use the exercise. A plague knows I haven't sparred with you in weeks. Miss getting your ass kicked, do ya? He catches the dull sword I toss him. Maybe I missed spending time with you, brother. Even if it means getting my ass kicked. I begin treading a slow circle around the ring, Kit following my lead with his weapon raised. Don't go getting all soft on me. My grin is crooked. I'd rather not feel bad about throwing you around. I catch the slash of his blade with my own. He wears a wild smile as he pulls away and attempts a jab at my ribs. I dodge swiftly before swiping my blade towards him. Kit ducks, leaving behind the swoosh of torn air when dull steel sweeps over his blonde head. It seems I'm not too out of practice after all. The pommel of my sword meets his unguarded stomach. His words turn into a cough, my smile into a laugh. Spoke too soon, kitty. He sucks in a shaky breath. Well, that certainly woke me up. Straightening, he advances on me with a speed I hadn't expected. I'm pushed towards the edge of the ring as our blades clash against each other. This allows me a moment to evaluate my opponent, study the dark circles beneath Kit's eyes and the slight hollow in his cheeks. Even the force behind his blade feels weakened. Our scrutiny stalls my words. Are you all right? Kit pushes away. Why do you ask? I shake my head, unsure what it is I'm sensing. His power coils beneath my skin and slips between my attempts to grab hold of it. Something feels different. I've been a bit under the weather recently. It'll pass, I'm sure. Now, Kit pants. Have you been out here all night? My laugh is huffed. He evades my lunge. After all these years, that shouldn't surprise you. His blade arcs through the air before slamming into mine. I figured you were with Peyton. My movements stutter long enough for him to land a solid smack of steel to my ribs. I grunt against the pain before knocking his sword aside. I haven't. Now I'm panting. I haven't seen her since the cellar. Kit manages a shrug among the swiping of our weapons. I'm surprised. I block his blow and stare between the crossed blades at my brother's chilled features. And why would that surprise you? He pushes away. You know why? Enlighten me, I challenge. Because you love her. The rough admittance seems to startle even him. I stare at Kit, chest heaving and sword hanging at my side. He clears his throat. Perhaps more than anything. My heart pounds, a reminder that each beat belongs to her. Don't be ridiculous, Kitty. I deflect. She's your bride. And I'm your brother, he says quickly. Always. No matter what. His tone suggests this is a question I meant to answer. This isn't the first time Kit has tiptoed around the subject that is our intertwined futures. He wishes to hear that his marriage to Peyton won't change anything between us. And for our sake, I will pretend that it hasn't already. You and me. My throat is dry. Always. We share a warm smile before swords are clashing between us. A familiar dance tugs at our feet. We slip into a graceful sort of chaos, one that has been practiced since childhood. This very ring of dirt beneath us has broken many a fall over the years. I'm reminded of the days I would beg Father to let Kit train with me until, suddenly, I no longer needed to ask for permission. 2 princelings grew into men here. Yet, we always return to that same string of practiced movements. Kit smiles, slightly behind the flurry of steel, his gaze distant with reminiscence. We follow a pattern, a structure, a memorized sequence of steps. This vicious dance is one we created as boys, and it feels like tranquility. Our movements are precise, each swipe of the sword sure. I jab my blade towards his chest and wince when the blow lands. Kit groans the prodding of a dull sword. He backs away, breaking the trance we once shared. You're supposed to dodge that, Kit, I say sympathetically. He rubs at what will soon be a blossoming bruise beneath his tunic. Yeah, well, I forgot. That's why I'm the king, and you're my enforcer. I'm not good at fighting my own battles. I chuckle. Come on. You know these steps. My palm pats his cheek gently. Let's run it again. Plagues. Do you ever sleep? I give him a skeptical look. Do you? His smile is sad. Fair enough. Enforcer.
Chapter 39. Payton. A piece of parchment slides under my door. The rustling sound has me looking up from my book begrudgingly. Unfolding stiff limbs, I stand from the bed and pad over to this folded mystery. My whole being is tired, drained mentally and physically after my trek to Loot. So, when I bend to pick up the paper, I can hardly find the energy to be intrigued. That is, until I hear his voice accompanying each sprawling word. You said to be on my best behavior, and I can't possibly do that if I'm in the same room as you. Besides, all I do is spend my days in the training yard, attempting to teach a bunch of lazy bastards how to punch. Reminds me of when I had to do the same for you. And don't roll your eyes. I know you loved it. For now, this will have to be our pretend. Kit spent most of the morning with me, and he seemed good. Great, even. But I know my brother. I think he's trying to keep me away from you, slowly distance us. Maybe he wants you as badly as I do, but not at the price of losing me. He wants us both. I know the feeling. Now, please entertain me, darling. I'm bored. What am I to do if not count your freckles? Your cocky bastard. It's only when I've finished reading that I feel the stupid grin on my lips, even despite the worrying notion he voiced. Shaking my head at his words, I determined to make him smile at my own. The large desk adorning the far side of my chamber has gone untouched since my return. Taking a seat in the stiff chair, I rummaged through the many drawers in search of paper and a writing utensil. I stare at the assortment of scavenged items before finally letting ink stain the parchment. I see you finally signed your name correctly. It's about time. Now, I'm not sure anything I have to say is entertaining, so I'll just ramble until something interesting falls onto the page. Don't forget that you asked for this, cocky bastard. I had to pick out fabric for my wedding dress. Of course, that only reminded me that Adina isn't the one making it. So when I saw the fort this morning with all that fabric that smelled like her and the scissors I used to cut her bangs with... Did I mention I went to Loot? Maybe I should have started with that. I just needed to see the fort and run away from my future for a short while. But I met a new friend there, one that loved Adina just as much. It was nice, not being alone in my grief. Anyway, I doubt you want to hear about wedding plans or what flower I chose for my bouquet. I'm trying not to focus on Kit and my inability to read him. Just know that if I could do it all over again, I would have run from that poppy field with you when we had the chance. Now, go hit an Imperial for me today, would you? Or I could remind you just how well I can throw a punch. You seem to have forgotten. And yes, I did roll my eyes. We need to find you a hobby that does not include counting my freckles. How many are there again? 23? Your pay. I slipped the note beneath his door, though I know he is not on the other side. Several hours pass before the enforcer retires to his room for a short break in training, and soon after, a response is slipped into my room. I'm glad you were able to visit the fort after everything that happened. You deserve to have that time with Adina. I only wish I had known. We both know that you can handle yourself, but that doesn't stop me from worrying about you. As for these wedding plans, it sounds to me like you're getting cold feet, Gray. We could still make a run for it, you know. Head back out onto the shallows, find Astrum, and keep sailing. Just say the word. 28, darling. But I could do a recount, if you like. You're cocky bastard. My next note is handed off in person. I pass the enforcer on my way to dine with his brother. Dirt mars his brow, mingling with a sheen of sweat that was coaxed from the beaming sun outside. His tousled black hair ripples when he looks up, gray eyes piercing straight through me. My heart stalls at the sight of him. It's been days since we have spoken in private, and I'm tempted to shove him towards that broom closet he once carried me into. But there are so many eyes in this castle, so many reasons to pretend with the enforcer. I hold his gaze because that is all I'm allowed. He holds mine because it is the only piece of me he can have. I cling to this moment in which we have evaded the future. Kai strides past. Our hands touch. My heart stutters. The note is slipped between his fingers. You know firsthand that my feet are always cold, but you are all bark and no bite, Azur. Your loyalties are here with Kit, so don't pretend you would go running off with me. The king is your duty, and marrying him is mine. But we will always have the willow tree. You'll have to get close enough to count them, Prince. Your pay. Good evening, Payden. I stride into the throne room, my hopes high. Good evening, Kit. We eat, talk idly, attempt to repair the bond we once had. Any plans for the night? I smile at his question. Just the usual. In truth, I have a very exciting evening ahead of me, one that the king would never allow if he knew. I nearly step on Kai's reply when I return to my room. You think I would not beg to run away with you? My duty may be to the king, but my heart pay is wherever you are. It is in the palm of your hands, the pad of your thumb. So if you leave, I will follow. If you stay, I will bow. Because there's never been a moment when you did not own the only piece of me that mattered. Loving you made me matter, and I ache to be full again. I sit there, stunned and still and staring at the very meaning of devotion. I've never witnessed beauty look so content in its brokenness. Unabashedly, he pleads for me. Unflinchingly, he lays every mask at my feet. My gaze falls to the final line, and the corner of my mouth twitches upward. Oh, I can bite. You only need to ask, darling. I slip his note into the drawer of my bedside table, reuniting it with the others before taking a seat at the desk. My father's ring raps against the wood as I fight to write those 3 little words that clog my throat. They are seemingly harmless until those who earn them are ripped away from me. I shake my head, writing instead a short string of letters. On paper, you really do sound like a poet. Or a fool. I won't let you ruin yourself for me. His response arrives quickly. I want you to be my ruin. Remember?
Edric. The princes are inseparable. Kit balances a book on his lap. though it's difficult to focus on anything with his younger brother waving a wooden sword in his face. Mila stands to comb back Kai's unruly hair, all while ignoring the boy's huff of irritation. With the turning of a page, Edric's air grows suddenly studious in the presence of a mother who is not his. Both boys have been continually told the very same lie as the kingdom beyond their castle walls. Kit's mother died giving birth to him before the king remarried, and had Kai, making the princes half-brothers. That is what they know to be true. Anyone who knows differently is part of the staff, sworn to secrecy, and stowed away within the palace. In the many years of Edric's marriage to Mila Rowe, a unique kind of love had blossomed between them. She was bold and stubborn in a way that Iris never had been, managing to rile the king more than he cared to admit. It was a rocky road that led them to each other, one that neither imagined treading. But Edric's stony heart had started beating again, still only for his Mila. The family clutters the king's study, though 2 members are missing. One, a weak child who remains in the West Tower, and the other, a forgotten princess who is just that. Edric thinks no more of the daughter he doomed to death. Rather, Iris's end by something as weak as an ordinary only inflames his hatred for them. And he will stop at nothing until his kingdom is rid of every last one. They were a mistake. He is determined to remedy. Mila looks up at her husband, watching him pore over the puddle of parchment on his desk. She offers him that bright smile, the one Edric had spent their first year of marriage coaxing out of her. For his wife, the king smiles back. Catching the odd show of emotion, Kit straightens before beaming at his father. Edric only nods to the book in his heir's hand, and does not smile back.
Chapter 40. Payden. The halls are quiet at this hour. Shadows paint the ornate molding in an ominous light as I pass by. I spent the entire day confined to my room or slipping notes beneath Kai's door. It was a pleasant distraction until nightfall, but now I'm off to restore balance to the world, peace to my mind. I've been aching to do this since that final trial, since returning from the fort with rekindled vengeance. I turn a corner and a flash of lilac in the moonlight. There she stands, casually leaning against the wall. A dull look rests on the face she turns towards me, boredom creasing her brow. So apparently you think you can kill me. My dagger is already gripped between trembling fingers. The image of Adina's limp body in my lap is all I see when I meet Blair's unfeeling gaze. I think of Mac and his hurt that magnifies my own. Anger explodes behind my vision, rage momentarily blinding me as I stride towards her. I will do so much worse, I pant. I'll make you beg. Blair's laugh is breathy. You know, I like you much more like this. It's a shame you're trying to kill me when we could be such good friends. I don't think before flipping the dagger in my hand and launching it at her face. It flips through the air in a feeble attempt I know she will simply halt with her mind. But I don't care. I'm content to let her cower behind an ability, if only so I can watch the life flicker out in her eyes. They're vicious, these thoughts. Cruel, so unlike Adina. Adina isn't here to save me from myself anymore. Blair lets out a low whistle as she stares down the length of my blade. Its tip is mere inches from burying between her eyes. I didn't think you had it in you, Gray. She lets the dagger clatter to the ground. You're different. I bare my teeth. You made me this way. She backs away, clicking her tongue. No, this has always been inside of you. candlelight pools into the hallway when she opens the door to her room and steps inside. You just wanted someone to blame for it. Snatching my dagger from the floor, I follow her into the room. The blade shakes in my raised hand. You don't know me. You don't know what I've been through. Plagues, Peyton. Blair leans against a bedpost with a roll of her eyes. Don't act like you're the only one who's been through some shit. Yes, I killed your friend. And you know what? Her throat bobs in the flickering light. It haunts me. But that was the trial. And I won. A crash behind us has me whirling towards the door. An Imperial pants in the doorway, his red hair rippling in the firelight. What the hell? Lenny's eyes dart between us. Peyton, you need to go, right? Quiet, Ginger Snap, Blair huffs. Her eyes never leave mine as she throws his body against the wall, pinning him there with her mind. The girls are talking. Peyton! Lenny wriggles against Blair's hold on his body. Please, you can't do this. Personally, I agree. Blair gives me a dull look. I don't think you can either. I charge. My feet pound against the wooden floor, dodging the dozens of candles littered across it. Dagger in hand, I stop. My body is suddenly stuck. I rage against Blair's power, roaring when her mind tightens its hold around me. I do marvel, she says quietly, at how incredibly ordinary you are. I still within her invisible grip. Because for the first time in my life, I don't hear weakness in those words. No, I hear a little girl crying over her father's dead body and surviving despite it. I hear the roar of an elite crowd, chanting for the ordinary beneath their noses who crafted her own power. I hear strength where shame once was, fearlessness where I would once cower. A slow smile spreads across my lips. Blair blinks at the expression, a flash of fear flitting over her features. Of course you marvel at it, I say slowly, because you will never know real power. Yours was given, but mine? I shake my head. Mine was found. She gawks. I could crush your heart with a single thought. Maybe your ability could. My gaze is lethal. But you couldn't. I watch her take a deep breath, watch the words fall from her mouth, and still don't believe she's saying them. I am sorry about your friend. Then her eyes flick to Lenny, and the room goes up in flames. A wave of heat slams into me, and with Blair's hold on my body now broken, I nearly fall over. Fire flares around my ankles, crawling up bedposts to swallow us whole. I don't know how it happened, but I'm suddenly choking on the thick smoke. Blair stumbles away, arms lifted to shield her face from the heat. I leap over a wall of flame before it can lap at my legs, but I don't head for the door, for my escape from this sweltering heat. The only freedom I seek resides in ending the girl who took away my light. I lunge for her. My body crashes into Blair's, and we tumble to the ground atop a trail of flame. We both cry out as the fire sears our skin, singes hair, but I am not finished. That dark, terrifying side of me stamps out all fear and pain and sane thought as I pin Blair Archer to the scorched floorboards. A numbness spreads through me, like every nerve has decided to turn a blind eye to my violence. Fire burns its way through my pants, rippling along my thigh as I lean over her pale face. Thick smoke wafts from my own clothing, my own flesh, but still I feel nothing. Flame curls to the right of Blair's head, licking that lilac hair. She whimpers, out of fear or pain, I'm not sure. I no longer feel either. The sleeve of her tunic is thoroughly singed to display angry red skin beneath. I memorize this moment, right down to the terror flickering in her gaze. The palm of my hand meets her cheek. I cough through the smoke crawling down my throat. I push against her face, turning it slowly towards the eager flame. Lenny's shout is lost behind the wall of fire encircling us. Blair's head swivels slowly beneath my palm. You don't know pain, I whisper. She fights against me with her own strength, too weakened to use her power. I smile. Not until it skewers you through the chest. Please, Blair blurts. I shove her closer to the flame. Please. My voice is even and rough with smoke. I told you I would make you beg. She screams when I force her face into the hungry wall of fire. The side of Blair's pretty face bubbles and burns within the heat. My hand, still shoved against her unharmed cheek, is scorched by the mere proximity to flame. The stench of fried flesh fills the air, accompanied only by the screams of Adina's killer. I cough again, my lungs constricting. That comforting numbness bleeds from my body until all I feel is pain. And then I feel nothing at all as everything goes dark.
Chapter 41. Kai. Where is she? I shove Imperials aside, quickening my pace down the cramped hallway. Smoke hangs thickly in the air, wafting from a charred room that hydros huddle around. They do their best to tame what is left of the flames with waves of water. Lenny is raising his hands in surrender before I've even reached him. She's fine. Take me to her, I order. The Imperial takes a breath. She's with a healer, but there's no need to worry. No need to worry. I almost laugh. I woke to an Imperial beside my bed and smoke in the air. So I'll ask again. Where the hell is she? Looking utterly defeated, Lenny reluctantly leads me through the throng. We turn down a quiet corridor to stop before an unsuspecting door. Opening it, Lenny gestures me inside where I'm greeted by several gazes. But it is only hers I search for. Payton sits on a stool, clothing charred and hair blackened. Burns run down the length of her body, pink and blistered. A bloody gash sits right above her brow, making her flinch when a smile reaches the eyes beneath. I rush over to her, not caring who bears witness to my worry. Are you all right? She nods, winces, curses the burn climbing up her neck. I'm fine, she eventually grits out, voice like gravel. Everything happened so fast. I take a breath, fighting to keep my voice steady. Why were you even in Blair's room? Her eyes flick behind my back, and I turn to find Kit leaning against a wall. He gives me a slow nod, or perhaps it is for Payton. She practically invited me in. I was angry and... Payton's eyes dart to Lenny, and the pleading look within them has him sighing. Blair had me pinned. There were candles lit, and one must have gotten knocked over because suddenly the room went up in flames. He shakes his head. This wall of fire separated me from P, and by the time I finally got her out, Blair was... Lenny swallows, his brown eyes shining. I took care of the body. I whirl on my Imperial. You should have prevented this. Lenny's gaze drops. Sir, it wasn't his fault. Payton's voice is weak. He couldn't have stopped it. I wouldn't let him stop it. I give her a knowing look. You still went after her, didn't you? The anger on her face doesn't mask the guilt beneath. I know what it looks like to get lost in the rage, the power of controlling another's fate. And I see it reflected on her features. My voice is a consoling murmur. Oh, Pay. A healer steps forward then, his voice grim. Well, it's a good thing Miss Gray got out when she did. A little while longer and... I know. I hear myself bite out. She needs to rest. It's Callum who says this, though I don't bother to look at him. Heal. I'm fine. Payton mouths to me in a way that's only slightly reassuring. A hand on my shoulder has me turning. Kit's expression is stern. It was a terrible accident. That is what her father and the rest of the court will know. I'll find a way to cover this up. I nod because it's the agreement he wishes for. I stand because the look in Peyton's eyes say she will find me later. And I leave because she is not mine to worry about. I'm not even surprised when she bursts into my room. I've been up for hours, pacing in the darkness and hoping she will stride in to brighten it. Where's your sword? I need to hit something. A ray of sunshine, this one. I lean against a bedpost. I take it you're feeling better? Peyton huffs damp hair from her eyes. That healer made me sit in there for hours, even after taking care of the burns. She waves a hand. Something about smoke in my lungs. I nod slowly. What happened to keeping our distance? I'm making an exception. Because you wish to hit something. Yes, a smug smile. And for once, it's not you. I'm a bit offended, actually. She shakes her head distractedly. I need to blow off some steam. I'm skewered with a pointed look. Sword? Fighting my smile, I retrieve a battered sword from beside my desk. And the reasoning behind this sudden urge for violence. Sudden, she snorts. I've been kicking your ass for a long time now, Prince. I push the sword into her palm. Our bodies close. Maybe I miss it. Her smile is wicked. And maybe you'll have another opportunity to lose soon. My answer is lost in the sound of steel slicing wood. She rains down blows upon the already mutilated bedpost. Again and again, the sword sinks into the shredded wood, spraying splinters in its wake. I grab her arm, stilling the strained muscles there before she can swing again. Silver hair flicks me in the face when she whirls, cheeks pink with anger. What? Her tone is biting, meant to ward me off with a single word. But she doesn't scare me away. I almost wish she could. Life would be so much easier if I didn't want to spend it with her. But nothing so stunningly formidable could go unwanted. Pay. I let her see the concern on my face. Let her see the devotion it derives from. Let her see everything I am not and the little that I am. What is really going on? Her lashes flutter. I watch that blue gaze sink to my chest and stare blankly. I killed her. I was a monster. Her skin was melting beneath my palm, and still She sucks in a breath. I've never been so vicious. It was terrifying, this person I became. This darkness swelling within me. And worst of all, she chokes. It didn't help. My heart aches in a way it only ever will for her. I know. I thought it would help this hurt, she whispers. This hole in my heart where Adina used to be. But it's still there. Her eyes lift, brimming with tears, just as gaping as it was the day she died in my arms. I know, I say again, hating the hurt on her face. It didn't bring her back. The sword clatters to the floor, her tears falling with it. I'll never get her back. I wrap my arms around her trembling body, pressing my mouth to the top of her head. I know, love. Tears soak through my shirt, and yet she barely makes a sound. I hold her tightly, running a hand down her damp hair and the back stretching beneath. She melts against me, soothed by the touch and many murmurs against her hair. But when my body goes rigid, she lifts her tear-streaked face towards mine. What is it? Power bubbles beneath my skin, one so familiar I almost don't notice it. Kid's coming. What? She blinks before peeling herself away from me. Here? Now? I lower my voice. Yes, and quickly. His jewel ability is one I've memorized since I was a boy. Could pick it out from a crowd. But dwelling on it now, something feels indescribably off. Well, she sputters. What do we do? My eyes flick to the wardrobe. She gives me a dull look. You can't be serious. Would you like your betrothed to find you in here with me? Her frustrated groan is followed by an exiling into the wardrobe. Peyton glares as I shove her among my clothes, tears momentarily forgotten. She picks up a particularly bright shirt and raises a brow. I've never seen you wear this. That would be because it belongs to Jax, I say quickly. I'm winning a bet. Don't worry about it. With a slight scoff and shake of her head, I begin shutting the doors in her face. Oh, I quietly add, try not to step on my shoes. I just got them shined. I can practically feel the roll of her eyes even after a thick layer of wood separates us. But I've barely managed to pick up the strewn sword before my door creaks open. Kit steps hesitantly into the room. Oh, good. You're awake. I lift the sword and answer. Just blowing off some steam? Right. The king seems distracted. Well, I just wanted to stop in and let you know that the third trial will be taking place tomorrow. My eyes widen in surprise, just as I know Peyton's are behind me. Tomorrow? You're not announcing it to the court? Kit rubs a hand down the back of his neck. His gaze is distant, clouded. It's meant to be unexpected. For Peyton, at least. Quickly, he adds, it will take place in the bowl. I see. A beat of silence stretches between us before I ask, Kit, are you all right? That unsettling feeling washes over me again when his power slithers beneath my skin. I hold my brother's gaze, but he doesn't seem to be looking at me. It is as though he has retreated into his mind. His unfocused gaze falls just over my shoulder. No, not yet. He mutters distantly. It's not time. I need the right time. I glance behind, finding nothing but open air. His mumbled words have me taking a worried step forward. What? Kid, is everything okay? Those green eyes flick back to mine. He blinks, then plasters a smile onto his features. Yes. No need to worry. It seems I need some more sleep. Just trust me. I have everything under control. I nod, despite my concern. Of course. I trust you with my life. He coughs. The grin that follows is genuine. I've never doubted that about you. Then, his hand is on the door, mind somewhere else entirely. You and me, brother. You and me, I echo softly.
Chapter 42. Peyton. I'm awake long before the knock at my door. In fact, I'm already dressed and well into overthinking by the time my escort to brutality arrives. I barely slept after slipping from Kai's room last night, wide-eyed with the worry of what I'll have to do today to prove myself. With a deep breath, I swing open the door. Lenny's eyes drift down the length of me from behind his mask, narrowing slightly at my lack of disarray. I'm here to escort you to the third trial? He says this like a question, as though unsure if he's the first to inform me of this. I smile tightly. I had a hunch. Slipping my dagger into the sheath at my side, I add casually, Ready? Not as ready as you, he mocks. Did you go to sleep in these clothes? I'm just ready to get this over with, I bite back. Well, it seems you're already in the brutal mood, he mutters as we head down the long hallway. I'm sorry about yesterday. I glance hesitantly over at him. You were never meant to be involved. And it's a damn good thing I was, he scolds. You nearly died, Pete, and I would have never been able to live with myself if you had. His words crumble something inside me, maybe the stony indifference I've built around my heart as of late. I touch his arm, hoping to say something my lips can't form. Lenny's brown eyes fall to that gesture, smiling grimly at my splayed fingers atop his uniform. And you might be sorry for me, but you're certainly not sorry about Blair. I swallow and spur my mouth into motion. No, I'm not. I mean, I'm not happy about what I did either, but... I pull away, hugging my arms around a beating chest. But I don't regret it. You were... merciless. When he finally lands on the cruel word, I flinch. I've never seen you like that before. Neither have I. Not like that. I avoid his gaze. But I've seen glimpses of it ever since fleeing Ilya. I'm not proud of it. He nods distantly, red hair rippling. Well, now you're free of her. So are you, I remind. He turns a corner, pulling me along with him. She wasn't too bad. You only knew the part of her she had to be. I glance sidelong at him. Well, you don't seem too upset about her passing. He shrugs stiffly. I'll see her again. One day. I debate scoffing at his words, because I doubt Lenny will end up wherever Blair has. But he's suddenly spewing another sentence, this one lighter than the last. Don't be nervous today. You're gonna kill it. I groan slightly. I'd rather not do any more killing, thank you. I step out into the streaming sunlight, now made all the more blinding by the dozens of crisp white uniforms reflecting it. Imperials swarm to create a cocoon of bodies around me as we head for the bowl. The long path to the arena stretches before me, as if to join the past with this bleak present. The first time I walked between this row of drooping trees, it was for survival. The second, a promise. And now, a title. The pink blossoms that once fell from these trees are long dead, not unlike so many other things since then. They crunch beneath my boots, a mere decaying memory. I tug my promise to Adina more tightly around me, feeling the frayed edge of what is left of her. I see the flowers beneath my feet that once littered a prince's head, crowning him long before my brutality made him king. My eyes wander over this tunnel of trees, each end leading me into the unknown. Once, I risked my life for a piece of Adina. Now I stride towards a kingdom who doesn't want me. Soon, I may sacrifice myself in the hopes I mean something more in death than I did in life. We walk in silence down the path, nothing but the sound of crunching petals passing between us. I spin the ring on my thumb incessantly, pleading with the band of steel to calm me. Lenny lingers at my side, occasionally offering a sidelong glance at my fidgeting. But silence flees at the sight of the bowl. A distant rumbling grows with every step. The stomping of feet swells, followed by an orchestra of shouts and cheers. My heart beats in time, drumming in my ears as we stride into the bowl's menacing shadow. My gaze lingers beside one of the many tunnels leading into that stony structure. The king's lifeless body is long gone, the blood washed away, but the scar above my heart still sears with the memory of a mud-streaked girl at the mercy of a monster. Until she became one herself. Everywhere I look, the past lingers. There, an enforcer was born. Hovering over his father's body, he threw a blade with the aim of a warrior, but the damning heart of a fool. I can still feel that knife cut through the air beside me, intention alone steering it from my flesh. Here, he told me to run. And I did. Right back into his arms. Our footsteps echo off the stone tunnel now, the expanse of gray leading us into an explosion of chaos and color. This arena was once filled with resistance members, covered in the blood of those brave enough to fight for themselves, but too weak to win. The muffled cheers of thousands grow into a gentle roar as I emerge from the surrounding stone. The sun peers down at me, forcing my hand to lift above watering eyes. Bodies pack every inch of the bowl, and I tip my head towards the sky, following the slope of this crowded arena. Fear seizes my heart in this familiar place. I haven't been back in the bowl since Adina died within it, since a piece of myself died beyond these walls. The roaring of thousands hungry for a show makes my stomach flip violently. Every fiber of my being recoils at the thought of stepping foot in that arena once again. Imperials usher me along the path as a deafening shout washes over us. The audience is craving a bloody act of brutality, and with the sudden crescendo of spirited shouts in my direction, they are likely hoping I will be the casualty. My gaze drifts to the railing beside me, then farther still to the stretch of sand below. The last time I saw this pit, it was streaked with Adina's blood. My stomach lurches once again as I scan the sea of white sand for any sign of a scarlet stain. Nothing. All trace of her death is gone, having abandoned this place to dwell inside me. Every drop of blood, every cry for help, every moment that passes without her is etched onto my soul. Our lap around the raised ring leads us to the glass box beside it. Kit sits cozily within, filling the seat his father once had. And just like the king before him, those green eyes pin me to the path. It's like looking into the face of a ghost. Past and present collide to create the confusing concoction that is him. Not quite his father, but not quite the boy I once knew. He tips his head, a near reflection of the man who made me a murderer. And I nod back, a mere mosaic of each jagged piece of strength and cutting recklessness it took to have me standing here once again. Hands are suddenly at my back, shoving me towards the railing. Kit stands abruptly, watching me behind that spotless glass before his Imperials can push me into the pit. Callum appears beside him, smiling grimly, even as I'm escorted to what will likely be my doom. Still, I hold my breath, watching the king's mouth open and eyes flash with regret. And then, nothing. Kit straightens, lowers himself into that plush seat, fixes a slight smile onto his features. I blink at the sudden change, bewildered by his, "Hey, princess!" I startle at the fingers Lenny is snapping in front of my face. Listen up, all right? He's forced to yell over the restless crowd engulfing us. Take this and use it. The hilt of a sword is suddenly shoved into my palm. Just get it over with, and you're free from these trials. I know how terrifying you can be, so just be that. I nod numbly, my gaze clinging to the sharp blade I now hold. Lenny reaches a gloved hand towards my face and pats it gently. I need you to win this, okay? Don't stop being a cockroach now, princess. I have no idea what it is I'm winning. No idea if it will be worth it in the end. But a weak laugh surprises me, the sound buried in chaos before reaching my ears. I'll try my best. After this, he shouts, I won't get to call you princess anymore. His smile is bittersweet. I'll have to call you queen. And then I'm forced down into the pit. I trip over the steep steps until my boots finally sink into the sand beneath. Staggering back, I lift my head towards the crazed crowd. I'm panting, blood pounding, as I take in the arena with one slow spin. The bowl is gaping, and I stand there, swallowed within the sheer size and sound all around. The sword's hilt grows sweaty in my palm, its sharp point dragging in the sand. Chants and shouts are muffled by the continuous pounding of feet, like a death march long anticipated. The sun weighs heavy on my arms, warming my bare skin with its close presence. It seems that even the sky leans in to witness my brutality or the brutal end I'll meet. I squint up at that box high above the pit's floor, watching the king stride out onto the path. A familiar shock of teal hair shines beside him, and when the amplifier rests her hand on Kit's shoulder, the arena falls silent. Welcome, Ilians. to Peyton Gray's final trial. Here, he says evenly, we will test her brutality. The crowd erupts at his words, bloodthirsty and rabid for a riveting show. Kit calms them with a palm to the air before continuing. If Peyton can complete this trial, she will have proven herself to be brave, benevolent, and brutal. These are the 3 characteristics my father believed made a good ruler. If she manages to succeed today, Kit's gaze pins me to the pit's floor, Ilya will have its queen. A roar rips through the arena, and I'm quite certain it's not intended to cheer me on. Men and women stand on their benches, pumping fists and spouting curses into the air. My gaze sweeps over the rowdy crowd until I'm startlingly staring back at myself. The scrutinizing expression I wear is projected onto a large screen above the pit for even those in the highest stands to see clearly. My eyes dart across the sand, landing on the sights currently projecting what they see. 4 of them stand at the other side of the pit, though only 3 stare at me with glassy eyes and arms raised upward. With white cloaks rippling in the soft breeze, their heavy stares have a chill skittering down my spine, dread pooling in my gut. As a ruler, Kit continues over the chaos, his voice echoing, brutality is often needed. So for this trial, it will be a fight to the death. My breath catches, throat dries. To the death. I have to kill someone. The crowd's responding cheer is lost to the sudden ringing in my ears. I turn slowly towards that glass box, finding a king peering back. Not my friend, not my betrothed. Just a king who ordered me to be his killer. And suddenly I know how Kai must feel. My knees go weak at the thought. Kai. Frantically, I scan that glass box for any sign of his familiar figure. A lock of tousled black hair, a glimpse of those damn dimples, a flash of that cocky smile. Bring out the opponent! My whole body numbs at the king's words. Gasps ripple through the crowd, shock slipping between the fingers that press to gaping mouths. I won't turn around. I can't turn around. The crowd erupts with a sudden, sickening wave of excitement when the king's voice booms over the arena. An ordinary versus every elite. The ultimate test. My head is shaking. I shut my eyes, squeezing out the cruel world beyond. This is a nightmare. This is pretend. Footsteps behind me grow louder atop the shifting sand. I press a hand to my pounding heart, feeling the rapid rise and fall of my chest. This is pretend. This is... Peyton! I can feel the exact moment my heart shatters. It's when I turn, my eyes crashing into ones well memorized. When mist meets the deepest sea. When a shadow faces its flame. When inevitability meets its end. When I stare into the face of what it is I love most. Chapter 43. Peyton. The sword trembles in my hand. I'm meant to drive it through his chest. No! The word is a choked whisper, not the scream I intended. It's disbelief, denial in its most docile form. I'm shaking my head at him, feet stumbling back. This is not an opponent. This is the boy who braids back my hair and dances for the both of us. The boy who would chase me to the ends of the earth if it meant he could hold me one more time. This is a man who would bury another for me, would bury himself if only I asked. He is a fool for me. He is my fool. This can't be happening. Why would Kit allow this? Kai raises a calming hand. Peyton! No! The scream rips from my throat, springing tears to my eyes. I turn then, lifting my rage to the railing above. And when my gaze crashes into that cool green one, I suddenly cannot remember which king I am looking at. No! I won't do it! The arena roars right alongside me, only they look forward to watching their mighty enforcer cut me down. I stumble in the sand, seemingly unable to suck air into my lungs. Tears burn my eyes. Anger clogs my throat. This is a nightmare. This is pretend. We were never supposed to fight each other again. A rough hand tugs at my shoulder, whipping me around to face the stern expression Kai wears. I need you to focus, okay? I nod furiously at his quick words. We have to make this fight look good if they're going to believe it. So that means you're on your own to stay alive against whatever power I throw at you. He nods to the arena surrounding us. The mute is gone. They want to see you fight elites. I swallow a shuddering breath. They want to see me die. His eyes flick over my face, as though seeing it for the first time. Or perhaps the last. So don't. I watch his skin turn to stone, then watch his fist fly towards my face. I've barely ducked in time, the gust of air above my head making me gasp. I leap away from a hard hook to the stomach, dropping my sword and narrowly avoiding several cracked ribs. Borrowing a shell's power, he cycles through a combination of punches, pushing me on defense. I can do nothing but dodge, his rock-like skin making it impossible to land a hit of my own. And the enforcer is relentless. He throws countless stony fists at me until one clips my shoulder. I cry out in pain as bone crunches beneath his knuckles. The crowd roars in my ears as I clutch my arm, forced to duck beneath another flying fist. I stagger away from each of his attacks, conscious only of the throbbing shoulder beneath my fingers. When my back hits the towering wall of the pit, panic swells inside me. I'm trapped. Kai! I choke on my shout, forced to duck beneath another blow with words hanging from the tip of my tongue. His fist sinks into the stone behind, crumbling the rock there. Panting, I watch him struggle to rip free from the wall, sending chunks of stone flying. Kai turns to me then, gray eyes flicking to my injured arm. His words are nearly devoured by the ravenous crowd. Come on, Peyton! We have to make this a good fight! I let my hand slowly slide from my aching shoulder and nod ever so slightly. We are enemies here. We are pretend. And if I'm going to die, it will be one hell of a show. Kai nods back. Then his hands ignite with fire. I let myself sink into a familiar fighting stance, fingers wiggling at my side. When he launches that first ball of fire, I duck and roll behind him. Sand clings to every inch of me, but I don't bother standing to my feet quite yet. I sweep a leg out, catching Kai's ankles with enough force to send him toppling down beside me. The packed sand he slams into has the air rushing from his lungs and a collective groan echoing from the crowd. I throw myself over him, pulling back my uninjured arm to let a fist fly towards his face. Knuckles connect with his jaw, followed by a stinging pain that shoots down my hand. It's odd to hit him like this, hard and intentional. Even as enemies, a piece of me always held back, because that piece always belonged to the enforcer, and perhaps I did not want to break it. But now, in this arena, I've never been more aware of the death that lurks within his veins. Power bends to his will, aches to obey. I have never seen him without a soft spot for me. It seems today is that day. His desire for me to survive him seems to have erased all other sentiment he has for me. He is lost to this game, this power he has continually stopped himself from using against me. But the enforcer knows he can't throw the fight, otherwise I'll likely be killed anyway, leaving us both dead for nothing. I cock my arm again, ready to strike when his fingers wrap around my wrist. Searing hot pain ignites beneath his palm as the blazer ability scorches my skin. I barely bite back my scream, barely think through the dizzying pain. The smell of burning flesh floods my senses before a wave of nausea crashes into me. Only yesterday, this stench followed my fury as I held Blair's face into an open flame. Now it is I who's burning. I gasp before driving my knee into the elbow of his raised arm. His scalding hold on me breaks at the same moment I hear his bone do the same. The sickening snapping sound is accompanied by a hissing grunt of pain through Kai's clenched teeth. I wince, hating that I hurt him. Hating that we are in this position in the first place. But I force my stinging arm back, readying to... His uninjured arm flies into my stomach, lifting my knees from the ground. The hit has me panting for air as I dangle off the ground. Only the strength of a brawny could allow him to throw my body off his with such ease. I'm flipping over his head, the sand flying towards my face. Kai's hand is still pressed to my stomach, guiding my body over his when I grab hold of his wrist. Tucking my chin, I collide with the ground, rolling onto my back at the same moment I tug his broken arm flat against my shoulder. He cries out in pain as the snapped bone pokes through bloody skin. I hold his arm at that awkward angle, shutting my eyes against the damage I've done. Our heads are nearly touching, bodies sprawled in opposite directions, both of us panting atop the sand. Until I no longer can. Thorny vines spring from the earth to clamp around my throat. A choked scream escapes my gaping mouth before the air is squeezed from it. The barbed branches tear at my neck as Kai breaks from my hold. He staggers to his feet, commanding the bloom's ability with a weak flick of his hand. My fingers fumble for the dagger at my side when the vines tighten around my throat. Blood seeps between the leaves, thorns tearing at my flesh hungrily. A heavy blackness creeps into the corners of my vision as I lift the blade towards my own throat. With one shaky slice, I cleave through the choking vines. The dagger's tip sloppily grazes the side of my neck, likely leaving the beginnings of another scar there. The ravenous plants fall limply from my bloody skin to sink back beneath the sandy earth they sprung from. I lie there, panting in pain as blood drips from my shredded throat. My blurry gaze is on the cloudless sky above until the ringing in my ears ceases and the crowd's dull roar reminds me where I am. With a grunt, I lift myself up onto my palms, eyes falling to Kai's looming figure. He runs a hand over the severed bone beneath his elbow, wincing slightly. My eyes widen when that dangling arm snaps back into place with a satisfying click. Kai sighs in relief before abandoning the healer's power for... The enforcer multiplies, creating a wall of muscle and a dozen stormy gazes staring back at me. Cloner. I scramble back, palms digging into the hot sand. My frantic gaze runs over the arena, searching for a plan before landing instead on the glinting something a few feet away. I'm suddenly on unsteady feet, blood dripping from the tears at my throat to trail a scarlet path between my breasts. I swipe a hand over it, accomplishing little more than adding sand to my sticky skin. The Kais begin closing in on me, their powerful strides spurring me into a sprint. I lunge for the sword, my fingers curling around the hilt, and... a worn boot slams atop the blade. A frustrated cry tears from my throat as I drive my foot into the clone's knee. Bone crunches with the impact, but before he can tumble into the sand, another Kai is yanking me back. A calloused hand is on my shoulder, but when I throw an elbow at the jaw behind, his grip loosens. Taking advantage of his shock, I grab that arm, step into his chest, and muster enough momentum to throw him over my uninjured shoulder. I barely hear the crowd's responding hollers with the blood pounding in my ears. Turning, I snatch up the sword and raise it between my bloody form and the several other surrounding Kais. Stay calm. Find the real enforcer. My eyes skim over them, studying every familiar figure. The psychic ability I've so narrowly survived by has been rather buried these past few weeks, but I let it rush to the surface now, a flood of observations and comparisons. So when my gaze locks with a particular gray one, I know I've found him. His hand lingers just above the arm I'd broken, as though the bone hasn't quite healed correctly, and that hurt belongs to him alone. I'm dropping the sword once again and flipping my bloody dagger in an equally stained hand. A clone charges at me the same moment I let that blade fly. Time slows. Kai reaches for me, fingers grazing my throat. The cool steel of my dagger sinks into its target. The clones vanish when Kai staggers back, a blade embedded in his shoulder. I loose a shuddering breath before reaching up to graze shaking fingers over my throbbing neck, as if to ensure my head is still attached. Swallowing, I watch Kai pull the blade from his flesh with a pained grunt. He tosses it aside, blood gushing from the open wound. Even knowing a healer's ability rests beneath his fingertips, I couldn't bring myself to aim for the heart. Everything about this fight already feels too real, and if I were to bury my blade in his chest, I fear a piece of me would die instead. Our eyes lock across the stretch of sand, blood dripping from the damage we've caused each other. The angry cut through Kai's lip is evident even at this distance, as is the deep dagger wound above his collarbone. I sway on my feet beneath the beating sun, shoulder aching and throat throbbing. Through the pain, I muster a small smile, one that is only for him. One to reassure that our pretending is just that. This audience alone keeps me fighting the enforcer when I wish for nothing more than to collapse against Kai. My soul is hopelessly tethered to his. So when he suddenly blinks into nothingness before my eyes, teleports behind, and drives a knee into my back, I wonder for the first time if perhaps I am the fool. My body slams into the sand, nearly swallowing a mouthful as my face scrapes against the rough grains. A kick to the ribs has me rolling onto my back, coughing blood. Through a blurry haze, I see Kai standing over me, his expression unreadable. He's not himself. It's as though every emotion has been muted, as though something other than pretend is guiding each blow. Maybe he really does want me dead. Another kick to the stomach. Maybe he's hated me this whole time. For what I did to his father. I curl in on myself when the toe of his boot sinks into my stomach again. For what I did to his brother. Something cracks inside me, and I'm not sure if it is my heart or a rib. For what I did to him. A strangled cry claws up my throat, the product of pain and panic. I lash out with the last of my strength, aiming a foot for his knee. My boot collides with the glowing force field of a shield, the purple hue warding off my attack. With wide eyes, I slowly lift my head, scared of what I will see on his face, and yet even more terrified that I will see nothing there when he looks down at me. The sun is blotted out behind his threatening figure, though its rays comb through that wavy hair like a halo, as though I'm staring at the angel of death. Since stealing those silvers from him on loot to fleeing his pursuit across the scorches, I have never feared him more than I do in this moment. It's the enforcer who stares down at me, not the Kai who counts my freckles. It's the deliverer of death in this pit, not the man who would hunt down anyone who dared hurt me. Is this an order? Did Kit command him to kill me? Terror courses through me, an emotion I'm unaccustomed to when in Kai's presence. Rolling onto my stomach, I dig my fingers into the hot sand and abandon all dignity. Panting, I crawl away from him, tears stinging my eyes. A sudden sob slips past my lips, jolting my bloody body as I scramble away aimlessly. My shoulder aches as it strains to hold my weight. Blood drips from my neck to speckle the sand beneath. His shadow falls over me, and terror grips the heart that once felt nothing but love for him. He is devastation dressed with the shell of devotion. So this is it. In the end, an Azur will always choose duty, and my death has just become that. Laughter echoes all around, drowned out only by my racing thoughts. The elites holler at my cowering form. They chant for their enforcer to finish me. And for the first time in my life, I don't fear death. I fear him. Dragging my fingers through the sand, I grasp enough to throw into the stoic face looming above. His shadow staggers back before my feet are suddenly under me, sand flying from my heels as I stumble away. Pain pounds through my body, nearly pulling me back to the ground. But I run, tears doing the same down my bloody cheeks. My lungs burn as I try to gulp down the thick air. The sand erupts beside me. I'm thrown backward with the impact, part of the pit flying up with me. I feel myself scream but can hear nothing through the ringing in my ears. Colliding with the ground, my body rolls, only to nearly be hit by another explosion. Kai has taken the form of an ignite, and he's going to blow me to pieces. Everything is hazy. I try to stand, but my balance is fleeting, like trying to grasp wind between my fumbling fingers. The world is muffled. Blood trickles from my ringing ears as I stagger into a run. The ground tilts beneath me with every step, but I force my feet forward as I try to outrun the inevitable. Another blast has the sand beneath my feet caving in. I scream, ankle twisting before I'm suddenly falling into the sinking chasm. Hot sand envelops me, rapidly climbing up my body as I slip farther into the pit. I'm gasping for air, flailing for the surface. This only pulls me down faster. Sand rises to sting my raw neck and trap me beneath. Another scream pours out of me, this time a desperate plea for him, for the boy I love, not the man ordered to make me his next mission to complete. Kai! My voice cracks as sand slips over my chin. I'm going to be buried alive.
Chapter 44. Kai. Fight back, Pei. I need you to fight back.
Chapter 45. Payton. The pit is swallowing me whole, and yet my eyes never leave his face. I suck in a breath, readying to sink 6 feet under this arena into a sandy grave. I close my eyes and see for a moment Adina's hazel one staring back at me. She feels like home. I see my father, smile on his lips and book in hand. He feels like safety. The moment of peace is fleeting. An invisible hand is dragging me out of death's clutches. I burst from the sand, Kai's telly grip on me tight. The tips of my boots hover above the sand as I sputter, trying to catch my breath. Rough sand coats every inch of me. It fills my mouth, clings to my lashes, sticks to my bloody skin. I'm yanked forward, my stiff body shooting towards him. The roaring crowd manages to cut through the ringing in my ears as air rushes around me, sand flying from my skin. I force my blurry gaze into focus long enough to watch Kai unsheath the sword at his side. My heart stutters, aching right alongside the rest of my body. He raises that long blade, aiming it at the chest, racing right towards him. It's fitting, actually, this end to my struggled survival. I shut my eyes again, letting him carry me into my demise, hoping Adina and my father will be there on the other side of this blade. Then a hand slams into my shoulder, halting my fate. Shouts grow muffled, the world quiets, and we are at the center of it. I see 3 things after mustering the strength to open my eyes. The first is the tip of a sword, hovering a mere breath from my chest. The second is more of an out-of-body glimpse at the scene we have set. My body still hovers above the ground, suspended there by nothing more than Kai's mind and a borrowed ability. Despite this, he has a hand braced against my uninjured shoulder, as if to stop me from being skewered before he could look me in the eyes. And the third thing I see is the look on his face. It's conflicting, like a combination of determination and compassion contorting his features. He seems to be battling with his own mind. His hand trembles and the blade does the same, nicking my skin. But I never take my eyes off the storm brewing in his own, terrified he won't be the last thing I see. "It's okay," I whisper, my voice as broken as the body still hanging before him. The toes of my boots whisper above the sand I'm dripping blood onto. "Adina died here. I want to die here too." Blood trickles from my ears, mingling with the tears racing down my face. "I couldn't save her then, but I can save you now." He stills, tears gathering in his eyes. I reach slowly towards him, cutting off the curt shake of his head. My bloody hand rests gently atop his pounding chest. "Through the chest, remember?" A tear rolls down my cheek, carving a path through the sand sticking there. That is how I want to die, just like the ones I've loved. The enforcer breaks. Tears stream down his face as emotion finally cracks through the thick mask he had shoved on. The telly's hold on my body snaps, allowing my feet to hit the sand. Only I fall to my knees. Kai does the same, letting the sword slip from his fingers. We stare at each other, knees touching and tears streaming. Kai's whisper is choked. I'm sorry. You're the enforcer, I manage weakly. An ordinary was never going to win this. He shakes his head at me. But you are not quite ordinary, are you? Then, with a steadying breath, he orders, Now follow my lead. Kai stands to his feet with an ease I envy. My body begs for rest, and yet I order it to rise. With shaking limbs, I straighten before him. The crowd's approval is jarring against my bloody ears, enough to have me lifting my gaze to the stands. Rows of crazed Ilians rise into the sky, all awaiting my imminent end. Even the sun peers over them, curious enough to stall its trek across the sky. When my tired eyes fall back to Kai, he gives me a single nod and a curt, right hook. This is followed by a flying fist towards my face. I dodge, bobbing left after the warning of his punch. Stunned, I almost don't hear his murmured, jab. Again, I'm heeding his words and jumping back before he can land a blow to my stomach. Good, he pants. Now hit me. Cross right hook. I duck under his cross before blocking the hook with my forearm. This leaves his chest open enough for me to land a hard kick that has him stumbling. I take advantage of this, throwing another boot at his side. He catches my leg against him, gripping it tightly as he spins and throws me into the sand. His heel is suddenly flying down towards my chest, but I manage to roll out of its path. I'm on my feet before he throws another punch that I step into, catching it over his shoulder to then drive my knee towards his stomach. I hear the air rush out of him when my blow lands. My free hand is behind his neck as I sink my knee into him again and again. Grunting with the effort, I push his head down and throw my leg over it, clamping tightly behind his neck while the other lifts to hook beneath his jaw. The momentum has us careening towards the ground, and I tuck my chin before the sand hits my back. Trapped in the tight hold between my legs, Kai is thrown onto the ground while I roll to my feet. The enforcer has barely lifted himself onto his knees before I'm driving a kick towards his jaw. Panting, he blocks it swiftly, but I'm already throwing a hook towards his temple. This he ducks beneath, catching my wrist with a hand before plowing a shoulder into my stomach. My feet have suddenly left the sand. Within a single heartbeat, he's hooked a hand around my thigh and thrown me across his back. Standing, he tips backward, pushing my legs into the air in a crude sort of somersault that has me hurtling to the ground. The little air in my lungs leaves in a rush. I'm left sputtering at the sky, every inch of me throbbing. I barely notice Kai scoop up my forgotten dagger, hardly care when he points it down at me. Come on, Payton, he murmurs. Don't give up yet. My eyes drift towards that screen above the arena, finding my bloody face staring back. I look tired. So tired of surviving. For the first time, I want to be free of my fight. But for Kai, I give myself a demise worth remembering. My leg lifts suddenly, connecting with the hand holding my dagger. The impact has the weapon flipping from his fingers. Silver glints in the shining sun as my blade sinks into the sand beside me. I don't waste this sudden sliver of strength. My other foot hooks behind one of his shifting feet and tugs with every bit of might I can muster. Just as I had done with the king, I now do with his son. Kai crashes into the sand as I fumble for the dagger. I'm throwing a leg over him, straddling his body like I have done so many times before. Weapon in hand, I loom over him, my victory a plunging blade away. Instead, I watch those gray eyes widen when I push the dagger's hilt into his palm. My fingers wrap around his, wanting to hold them one last time. The blade is aimed at my chest, inches from my pounding heart. "It's okay," I whisper. "I'm ready. I've been ready my whole life." He shakes his head, lifting it slightly from the sand. "What if I want to save you today?" The dagger turns, his hand guiding its tip towards his own chest. "Maybe that will help make up for every time I haven't been able to save another." "No!" I choke out. The blade's point grows dangerously close to his chest, even as I uselessly fight against his strength. "No, stop it!" His eyes remain locked on mine. "It's okay." "No!" I croak, now grabbing his hand with both of mine. Tears blur my view of this sickening scene. "Kai, stop!" The dagger's tip meets his chest. I'm begging now. "Please! Kai, I need you!" "It's okay," he repeats softly. "It'll be okay. Just help me now." Tears stream down my face. Am I breathing? "No, I won't!" I try to pull my hands from the blade, but he lifts his free one, clamping it around mine. Steel pierces his skin. "No!" I struggle against him, trying to pry the dagger from where it's begun sliding into his chest with a sickening sound. "No, please!" I fight the slow fatality with all my strength. It's no use. The blade sinks farther, springing bright blood from the deepening wound. My tears splatter into the pool of crimson, sobs tearing free from my raw throat. One last time, he whispers, "It's okay. It was a good fight." And then the blade is buried to its hilt. I scream. It's the sound of my heart shattering. I can feel the drifting shards in my chest, piercing lungs that can no longer draw breath. I'm choking on disbelief, clawing at the slipping strands of a life I wanted with him. The finality of this moment is chilling enough to quiet the voices of thousands around us. "No, no, no!" My trembling hands press against the wound, blood staining my palms and stinging my nose. Kai's eyes are on the sky, his gaze growing distant. "Pull it out for me." His shuddering gasp is accompanied by a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. "I want you to have it." I climb off him, my body shaking as I shift on the sand. Gently, I lift his head onto my lap. "No, I need you to heal yourself," I beg, voice cracking. "Kai, you have to heal yourself for me." He manages a subtle shake of his head. "I'm not very good at healing." His smirk is subtle. "Not enough practice." A rasped cough has blood sputtering from his mouth. "Besides, there's no way to heal this hurt." "No!" The word sounds so useless falling from my quivering lips. "Help!" I lift my frantic gaze towards the silent crowd. "Somebody help me! I need a healer!" My screams echo through the arena, useless in the faces of those unwilling to help. "You're elites!" The broken shout is met with silence. "Fucking do something!" I bite back a frustrated scream. At the plague, at elites, at my powerlessness. Looking down, I brace a hand against Kai's cheek. "You're going to be fine, okay?" It's the same lie I told Adina in this very pit. "You're my cocky bastard," I force a trembling smile. "You can't let me win." His gray eyes blink blearily at me. Just this once." He laces sticky fingers between mine, his grip weak. I shake my head, chest heaving. "But I need you." A sob racks my body. "You're all I have left. You know I need you." It's as though Adina is dying all over again. I'm spouting the same broken words atop the very sand that was once speckled with her blood. The same crowd is leaning in, once again watching the spectacle that is my heart splitting at the seams. A tear that Adina isn't around to stitch back together. Here I am, facing déjà vu and death himself. History repeats itself in the center of this pit as love begins its slow death in my arms. Kai's blood coats my palms, mirroring the moment I felt Adina's life leak into my incapable hands. The enforcer wears a wound in his chest, just as the seamstress before him. And if I weren't already on my knees, I would fall to them now and beg him to stay with me. I press my forehead to his, swallowing back a sob. I can't lose you two. Please, please don't leave me. Kai's body shudders beneath mine, as though shaking off death's cold hand to hold mine for a few moments longer. I'm sorry. I wish it didn't have to be this way. Shh. My tears splatter his face. You're okay, Kai. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I squeeze his hand, hiding my sobs between each whispered syllable. It's just you and me, under the willow. A smile lifts his stained lips, displaying a row of bloody teeth. And when those damn dimples come into view, I choke on the cry crawling up my throat. Regret washes over me for every moment spent pretending I hated them. Every moment spent pretending I hated him. His eyes stray from mine. See. I lean in, hanging on words I'll never get to hear. Because the light leaves those gray eyes. No! The word is defiant. No! This one is pleading. No! Anguish. That is what courses through me before pouring from my mouth. I shake his unmoving chest, again and again. Kai! Kai, come back to me! I can barely breathe through my gasping sobs. His gray eyes are glassily trained on the blue sky above, but I fight to force them back on me. No, you can't go! You promised you wouldn't leave me, remember? My forehead meets his, and I murmur the words I thought would take him away from me. It's a confession I was too cowardly to voice, and now it will become my biggest regret. But I whisper it now, over and over. I love you, Kai. I love you. I love you. I love you. Agony. That is this feeling. The one wrenching me in half, tearing apart my soul. But I don't bother smothering it any longer. Leaning back on my heels, I unleash my anguish. It's a chilling scream, one that can be heard even in the highest stands. I want the arena to feel my pain, taste it on the wind that carries away the soul Kai stained for me. Hot tears spill over my skin to drip atop the lifeless body of the boy I love. Hazy and hysterical, I notice the shifting figures surrounding me for the first time. Blinking through the blur of tears, my burning eyes focus on the forgotten sights. My head whips towards the screen, finding Kai's empty gaze displayed there. Whatever composure was left within me suddenly snaps. Get away from him! I shout, waving a weak arm in the direction. Disregarding me with continued vacant stares, they reach for his body, each of them grabbing a limb. I snatch the discarded sword from the sand and swivel it between the four of them. My voice is lethal, crazed. Get away! This has them blinking, the action breaking their broadcast onto the screen. My arm shakes beneath the weight of the sword, but I don't dare drop it. Still, the sights begin to drag him away, leaving a streak of blood behind. No! I toss aside the sword, all my fight gone, to reach for his still body. He is being tugged across the sand, and all I can do is stumble after him. No! Get away from him! I trip in the trail of his blood, falling to my knees. Sobs shake my shoulders as I watch the sight so carelessly yank him away. Please, I whisper into the wind. It smells of death, of ruin. I could almost laugh. That is what I was in the end. His ruin. I stand on shaking limbs, coated in Kai's blood. It's still warm on my palms as I turn to... Rage surges through me. You! I know he hears the accusing word from where he sits comfortably in that glass box. I'm not even sure who I am looking at anymore. All I see are the green eyes of a murderer. My arm rises, and I point a quivering finger at the king. Anger rips from my throat, fueled by pain and the pillaging of my one love left in this world. How could you? He was your brother! Blood pounds in my ears, loud enough to drown out the sudden spark of murmurs spreading through the crowd. I bend, wrapping my bloody fingers around the hilt of that discarded blade once again. The sword drags through the sand behind me, its hilt pressed into my sticky palm. My steps are steadier than they should be as I march towards him, leaving a trail of blood in my wake. How could you? I scream again, my throat raw. Kit lowers his gaze, his head shaking slightly. Look at me! The demand rings through the arena, shutting the mouths of every gossiping elite. I stand there, a lowly ordinary, panting in the pit beneath him. And yet, when I command, he obeys. Kit's eyes flick to mine, filled with a mixture of disbelief and despair. He takes me in, every grain of sand and drop of blood. How could... An arm wraps around my torn neck, pressing a damp cloth over my nose. My knees buckle beneath me. My blazing eyes roll back. And for a short time, I know nothing. Not even the agony.
Chapter 46. Kai. I am grief. I am sorrow. I am anguish alike.
Chapter 47. Payden. Morning light has my heavy eyelids lifting. I sit up swiftly, my head and heart pounding. Gulping down air, I force my frantic thoughts to calm. It was just a nightmare. I blow out a breath, letting the foreign rush of relief wash over me. My gaze slides to the window and the bright sky beyond. Today is my third trial. Last night was a nightmare. I let out a shaky laugh before reaching to rip the many blankets from my sweaty skin. Something slams into me at the sight of my hand. I can't quite identify it at first, not until my fingers begin to shake. It's that familiar agony, I realize. That shaking begins to spread across my body, leaving me shuddering with a sudden sense of horror. I'm covered in blood. It's staining my palms, crawling up trembling arms to wrap around my neck. Sand coats my body, covering me in a layer of grit and memory. Petrified, I peer down at my hands, knowing it is not my blood that clings to them. This is my living nightmare. I scream. The choked sound has Ellie scurrying into the room as I leap from the bed. My bloody fingernails tear at my skin, trying to claw away the proof of this trial. Payden! Ellie's shout sounds muffled. It's okay. Payden, you're okay. I whip towards her, tears streaming down my face. Where is he? Tell me it wasn't real, Ellie. My fingers dig into her shoulders, as if trying to shake the answer from her lips. Tell me he's not dead. Please, I whimper. Please tell me it's not real. Her mouth opens, then it closes. I back away slowly. No. Tears pool in her eyes. You've been sleeping for nearly a day. No, I whisper, my lip quivering. No, it was just a nightmare. Today is my trial. Ellie shakes her head. I'm sorry, Payden. My knees hit the floor, I held the dagger as it sunk into his chest. She holds me as I cry. I know what it feels like to kill him. Chapter 48. Payden. I sit in a pool of red. I'm surrounded by scarlet swirls, the tub stained with the remnants of my final trial. My gaze is red-rimmed and unseeing, fixed blearily on the wall opposite me. A soft hand wraps around my wrist. I don't fight the gentle touch, even as it lifts my limp arm from the tub's porcelain edge. A rough bar of soap then scrubs against my skin, back and forth until the hardened blood loses its grip on my flesh. Back and forth, back and forth. I watch what is left of Kai drip into the water. And for the first time in weeks, I'm not repulsed by blood. In fact, I wish to cling to his. How are you feeling? It's the first shy string of words Ellie has attempted since I woke from my drugged haze. I can't say I blame her for the prolonged silence. It's a rather tame response to my reaction this morning. My tone is flat. I don't feel anything. It's not a lie, though I doubt I could muster the energy to tell one at the moment. My entire body is numb. Mind, soul, and shattered heart. I am utterly hollow without his love to fill me. My scar is exposed, the bloody water lapping a soothing rhythm against it. I don't need to look at Ellie. I can feel her wide gaze trailing over it. Even more concerning is the fact that I can't find it within me to care. She lifts a cloth to my ear, swiping tenderly over the dried blood that poured from it. I'm reminded then of how eerily quiet the world was when I awoke from the dizzying drug. Gone was the incessant ringing from the explosions, leaving me with nothing to drown out my screaming thoughts. The assortment of wounds I'd collected from the trial had vanished. Broken ribs were restored, sliced skin sewn back together. The burn on my wrist healed. But I would give anything now to have that handprint branded back onto my skin. Nothing but the mingling of my and his blood remained. I clear my throat before trying again. I'm sorry about this morning. Sympathy pulls at Ellie's delicate features. I hate that look. It's the same one I would see thrown around the slums. Mothers saddened by the sight of a forgotten child. The fortunate disheartened by those of us sleeping on the streets. Only the weak earn this expression, the foolishly broken-hearted. And I've been that my whole life. You weren't yourself, she reassures. I knew you would be scared when you woke up. I let out a bitter scoff that has her stilling. I wasn't scared, Ellie. I was broken. Because I let myself hope. She swallows. And now? My empty gaze meets her concerned one. I'm angry. The king's green eyes flash before my mind. My hands curl into fists, fingernails biting each palm. The question I shouted at him in that arena still echoes in my skull. How could you? With a steadying breath, I stand abruptly, suddenly unable to sit in Kai's blood any longer. Wrapping a robe around my scrubbed skin, I turn demandingly towards Ellie. I need to speak with the king. The words are far more docile than I intend to be when I see him. Ellie straightens with a bashful turn of her lips. You can't leave. My tone is dull, expression unflinching. Oh, I can't? The door is locked. Another flash of sympathy. The king has ordered that you stay here until he says otherwise. That smothered sorrow threatens to seep back over my numb body. The anger and betrayal I've buried it with will only fend off my suffering for so long. No, I need my rage, my distraction, my king to answer for what he's done. Because without that, I am forced to face a life he is no longer in. Ellie, I say slowly, I need to get out of here. Peyton, She chews on her lip uneasily. I can't. I'm sorry. I clear my throat, attempting to ignore the lump growing within it. Do I at least get to eat while I'm locked in here? Oh, yes, of course. Ellie scurries to the door I desperately wish to walk through. I'll go get you some food from the kitchens. With a knock and verbal verification to the Imperials outside that she is not their prisoner, a series of locks click open. Ellie then slips from the room, allowing a sliver of the world beyond to spill inside this cozy cage. I've barely glimpsed the guards decorating my door before a gloved hand is slamming it shut, the thud followed by a turning of locks that makes me wince. I stand there, shivering as water drips from the ends of my short hair to splatter the bare collarbones beneath. Swallowing, I stare at the empty room. An unsettling coldness sweeps through me, as though despair itself drags a finger along my bones. I am utterly alone. There is nothing left, not within myself or the world beyond. Trapped in this room, I'm forced to face reality. Forced to face the gaping loneliness within me. My very being is decaying, and love is the culprit. Love has killed every person I care about. The walls begin to close in all around me. No, I whisper to my betraying mind. Please, no. The plea is promptly ignored. My lungs constrict, squeezing my shattered heart until it aches. I'm suddenly panting at the feel of claustrophobia clutching my body. I shut my eyes, trying to block out the world that wishes to smother me. It's no use. I need to get out of here. Stumbling to the door, I slam my shaking fist against it. Let me out, please. Silence. I can't be in here any longer. My voice cracks beneath the weight of a mind trying to crush me. Please! I pound against the door as the walls continue their steady suffocation. I'm struggling to breathe. My forehead tips against the door's smooth wood as I choke out, Let me out! I can't do this! The walls crawl closer. My fist hits the door with one final thud. I turn slowly, letting my back slide against the wood until my body hits the floor harshly. I can't do this, I whisper. Tears well, stinging my sore eyes as I pull trembling knees into an aching chest. I'm little more than the shell of a girl sitting among ghosts. My father sits beside my shaking form with a comforting hand on my knee, the exact color of his eyes fading from my memory. Adina rests her head against my shoulder, crooked bangs falling into a soft, honeyed gaze. But Kai stands before me, so strong and stunning, I can almost hear his voice, the sound distantly ringing from the depths of my mind. Where is she? It's so familiar, so real. Where the hell is she? I straighten at that growing voice, scared of my own deceiving mind. It's not real. He's gone. Heavy footsteps echo beyond the wooden door I'm slumped against. I shake my head angrily, tears spilling down my face. He's gone, just like everyone else. I killed him. Move aside, or I'll make you. My hollow, broken heart stutters at that command. It can't be true. I can't let myself believe this, and yet I scramble to my feet. Palms pressed to the door that separates me from hope, I mutter, Kai? The muffled shout that returns has me laughing through a disbelieving sob. Pay! I shove away from the door, my heart pounding at the presence of its other half. Your Highness, we have strict orders from the king to... The door flies from its hinges. As it falls to the floor with a thud, there is nothing left to separate me from the ghost behind. Not even death himself. Our gazes meet. Smoke meeting fire, life meeting the walking dead. He stands there, so perfectly intact. His chest heaves, free of my dagger and the bloody handprints I left beside it. A storm brews in his gray eyes, so unlike the last time I saw them glassily pinned on the sky above. Everything about the enforcer is impossibly exactly how I'd left him the night before that final trial. I can't seem to move, afraid this is some cruel dream, some phantom that will slip between my fingers. But then his eyes are welling with tears. Familiar lips are pulling into a relieved smile, those dangerous dimples framing it. Kai's words are choked. "I heard you killed me." That is all it takes to have my feet tripping over themselves. I am more than his shadow. I am a moth to his flame. A sob swells in my throat, springing hot tears to my eyes. I can hardly see through the blur of disbelief, but still I race towards him. He doesn't hesitate before striding across the room, heading right for the hand that helped kill him. I trip into his arms before my knees can buckle beneath me. My hysterical laugh is muffled against his tunic, face buried above a heart that beats wildly. Alive. He's alive. The feel of his arms tightening around me is so familiar, so seemingly right, that I cry harder at the thought of truly losing him. Alive. He is so stunningly alive and strong and standing for the both of us. Kai's chest shudders against me as tears leak from his eyes, same as mine. I pull away slowly, scared that I might startle back to reality and find him to be nothing more than a figment of my grief. But nothing this exquisite could ever be imagined. My trembling fingers brush his face, and the whispered touch has Kai's eyes fluttering closed. A tear slips down the sharp panes of his face, colliding with my fingers. I shake my head while struggling to speak past the lump in my throat. "How are you here?" My voice is a cracked whisper. I watched you die." His hands slide down my body as if to ensure I'm real as well. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything you were put through." "I don't care." I cup his face, my own earnest. "I don't care so long as this is real, and you are alive." "This is real," he almost laughs. "Not pretend. Not ever." I nod and press my palms to his neck as a smile pulls at my quivering lips. "I just don't understand. My dagger, I felt it slide into your chest." My fingers trail down to his chest, finding no trace of the blade that was once buried there. "I know." His voice is suddenly as icy as the eyes flicking between mine. "I wouldn't have let it happen, but I was drugged that night before the trial." My mouth falls open. "What?" "I was supposed to sleep through the trial. The healers locked me in my room." A muscle flexes in his cheek. "The cheering from the bowl woke me up, and I knew it was you. So I fought off the drug and stumbled to the arena. Imperials held me back before I could get in, but I saw, Peyton. I saw you fighting myself, and it..." His voice breaks. "It destroyed me. I tried to push my way to you, but the drugs weakened me, and I just stood there while you fought for your life. Fought me." His rough hand cups my tear-streaked face. "You almost died thinking it was me who killed you. Thinking that I would ever lay a hand on you again for any reason other than a caress. I told you I would never fight you again. But there I was, hurting you like I promised not to." "Shh." It's difficult to talk through the emotion clogging my throat. "It's not your fault. You didn't do this." He nods. I melt against him. Memorize this moment, because I thought we wouldn't have it again. He runs a soothing hand down my back, chin resting against my hair. "It looked too real. Like I was watching myself lose control," he finally whispers. His voice breaks. Pulling back, he cups my face with trembling hands. Gone is the enforcer and every mask that accompanies him. This is Kai alone, my fool and my love. "I couldn't save you. Not even from myself." He nearly chokes on the words. "Forgive me. Please." I shake my head at him. There's nothing to forgive. Because I'm crying again. It seems that I haven't stopped in days, but possibly for the first time in my life, it doesn't make me feel weak. This is relief that pours from me, a mingling of happiness in his presence and fear at the admittance in my throat. Kai, My feet leave the ground for a moment before landing atop his. I laugh through the tears, propped on his boots just like I had when it was a chain tethering us together, not something far more unbreakable. His arms twine around my waist tightly. Tell me, Pei. Swallowing, I force out the string of words. I watched you die in that arena. I watched my own dagger sink into your chest with my hands wrapped around the hilt. And then you were slipping away. I blink, gaze blurry. And I hadn't even said those 3 words I was so sure would take you away from me. It took your death to find my courage, and by then, you were gone. My voice trembles, cracks, crumbles with my composure. But I can't wait for another tragedy. So I'll tell you now, because fate likely won't allow us a future. Kai, I love you. Kai steals the words from my mouth with a spreading smile. And distantly, I realize this isn't the first time he's uttered such a declaration. He lifts a hand to my tear-stained face, stroking a thumb over the flushed skin there. Peyton, I love you. Like nothing else before, I love you. And I've been waiting to tell you since I realized your eyes are my favorite color and your freckles the only constellation worth looking at. I could lie, say that you've stolen my every thought and heartbeat like the thief you are, but all of me was already yours. Pei, you are my inevitable. Tears stream down my face, dampening Kai's fingers. He's crying just the same, and yet his eyes never leave mine. He utters the words again as if they have consumed his every thought and begged to be loosed. You are my inevitable, in death and in love. And you are mine. I smother my sobs long enough to whisper. I love you, Malachi. I love you. I can't seem to stop spewing the words now that I've said them. It's freeing, letting go of the fear that accompanied that phrase. I love you. I love you. I love you. His mouth is on mine, tasting the words from my lips. I breathe him in greedily as tears mingle with the kiss. His hands run down my body, gently memorizing every curve beneath the robe. Sighing into his mouth, I twine my arms around his neck. I feel delicate in his embrace, as though he is holding something priceless. Love. That is what this feeling is, and it is all-consuming. He pulls back slightly, lips still lingering above mine, and lands a light flick to the tip of my nose. My pretty Pei, look what you have done to me. I smile up at him, returning the favor with a flick of my own fingers. I could ask you the same, pretty prince. My gaze shifts to a pair of heels sitting innocently beside my wardrobe. You already told me you loved me, didn't you? A smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. You seemed far more interested in the shoes I'd found discarded on the dance floor. I nod at the vague memory. You carried me to my room. Well, you were becoming quite the tripping hazard on the dance floor. My throat is dry. I swallow thickly. You love me. Then, his hands cup my face. Now, my lips brush his. Always. And I'll find your shoes for you in every lifetime if you'll allow it. We stand there, held in each other's arms for several silent moments. But that is all it takes for the questions to creep back towards the forefront of my mind. So when a shadow of confusion crosses my face, Kai asks, What is it? Kit knew it wasn't you in that arena, I murmur. My eyes fall to his unscathed chest. So who did I kill?
Chapter 49. Kai. I see you two found each other. That is the first thing Kit says when we walk into his study. The second is a side apology. I'm sorry for what I put you both through. Truly. Peyton draws a deep breath beside me. I want answers. Kit stands from his seat. Oh, I know. You looked ready to rip my throat out in the bowl. It was chilling, that look you gave me. Stepping in front of the cluttered desk, he leans against the stained wood. I think the kingdom finally saw you for what you are. Fearsome. Glad to see something good came out of my pain then. Pei bites out. A lot of good, Kit corrects. Came from very short-lived pain. That's why I did it. I step forward, crossing my arms. And what exactly did you do, brother? Kit coughs into a handkerchief. This worries me, but his gaze looks clearer than it had that night before the trial. I'm sorry about the drugging, but Kai, it was the only way to keep you locked away and out of sight, which didn't seem to work as it was. And Peyton, he gestures to her weakly. The only way Ilya would accept you as queen was if you proved yourself to be stronger than the strongest among us. And a wielder is that. Fine, but it wasn't Kai I fought. She glances over at me. Clearly. No, Kit sighs. It wasn't. But I wanted you and the kingdom to think it was the enforcer. Conquering him would be a huge feat, not just because he is a wielder, but because he is just as dangerous without an ability. He says this plainly, despite how startling I find his words. Kit has never spoken much of my power, always conscious of the differences between us, but I've known how much he despises not being able to prove himself physically like I have my whole life. As the heir, power is controlled, not wielded. And maybe, Kit continues, I wanted to test your loyalty to me, see if you would actually... Peyton stiffens, and before she can say anything damning, I hurry to ask, how did you do it? What elite could pose as me? Kit's eyes climb slowly to mine. We found a wielder that needed to be taken care of. A growing numbness spreads through me at his words. It's true? Peyton breathes, whipping her head towards me. There are other wielders in Ilya that are being killed because of it. There are very few, Kit answers on my behalf, his worried gaze on my growingly distant one. Father discovered 3 during his reign, but he would, a clearing of his throat, take care of them to ensure that Kai was the strongest elite in Ilya's history. My voice is icy. I never wanted that. I thought we agreed to stop. We did. Kit cuts in sternly. But this wielder came to us. He knew the risks and decided to fight anyway. Peyton is shaking her head, muttering, why would he do that? And how did he look exactly like Kai? Her eyes light up, indicating a realization like they always do. Illusionist. There was an illusionist disguised as a sight, wasn't there? Kit nods solemnly. He was casting Kai's image over the wielder. She could have died, I shout, throwing out a hand towards Peyton. At least if it were me in that pit, I would have ensured my own death instead of hers. Don't you think I know that? Kit counters. That is precisely why I couldn't let you in that arena. You would have sacrificed your life for her, and I refuse to lose you. I stare at him, at this sliver of a brother I've never seen. This trial was perfectly calculated, devised to ensure the outcome he wished. I see now that this was precisely what Father trained him to be. One step ahead. But you were willing to risk losing her, I say evenly. Kit's gaze flicks to Peyton. She had to prove herself. It seems I have more faith in her than you, brother. I knew she could do it, and she did. Neither of you had to die. He's right. Peyton crosses her arms, agreeing begrudgingly. It had to look real. And now the kingdom is one step closer to bending the knee. I shake my head, hurt seeping across my features. You drugged me, kid. Locked me in a room. My throat tightens. That is the type of shit our father, my king, would put me through. Peyton's head dips towards the floor, but the anger on her face is not so easily concealed. I watch Kit step before me, blocking my view of her. His face crumples with regret. I never wanted to hurt you, Kai. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. The expression he wears grows stern. I never wanted to remind you of Father. I'm better than that. I nod, slowly. I've always known you were better than Father. Kit seems partially pleased by this first step towards forgiveness, allowing me to move on with a bland. So, I'm just dead, then. Kit doesn't so much as bat an eye before stating. Actually, I was going to make you even more powerful. Tell the kingdom you survived. I blink. You really think they will believe that? They don't need to believe you. They need only to fear you. You will be the deliverer of death, who has met him and lived. And you, Kit's gaze slides to Peyton, have now earned the respect of your kingdom and will be their queen. I tilt my head at the powerful lie he spun. So much for never reminding me of Father. The study grows stiffly quiet as we all stare at one another. Several seconds pass before Peyton is clearing her throat and directing our attention to the look of resolve she wears. I want to see this wielder. Kit hardly looks surprised by this request. Peyton, I'm not sure you will want to see that. His body is in the dungeons and I want, she says slowly, to see. And don't think I've forgiven you yet for what you put me through. What you made me do. Whether or not it was truly Kai. The king shoves away from his desk, eyes clouded with something close to remorse. Or perhaps that inkling of hysteria I've witnessed. Do you think that was easy for me? Do you think I wanted to watch my brother die, even knowing it wasn't truly him? Kit's gaze slides to mine, timid as it takes me in. I hated it. I didn't want to do it, any of it. And again, I'm sorry, brother. I watch his kingly facade crumble beneath the weight of my stare. For the first time, I see just how incredibly lost he is. Where a kind and charming brother once stood, now resides the corpse of duty and power. A lump forms in my throat as I nod, and then I'm pulling him into a crushing hug. Kit clings to me, his hold weaker than I remember. For a moment, we're boys again, seeking comfort during Ava's death or congratulations after a brawl. His breath quivers as if he is trying to compose himself before murmuring, I need you with me, Kai. I pull away, clapping my hand on his shoulder. And I hope to never find out what I'd be like without you. Simultaneously, our gazes shift to where Peyton stands beside us. She's fighting a smile at the sight of such a heartfelt moment before straightening her features. Swiftly, she steps aside with a gesture to the door. "Lead the way, Majesty." So, with a sigh, the king obeys. We head out into the hall, setting a quick pace towards the dungeons. Imperials line the occasional wall, looking unsurprised by my very much alive presence. Even the passing servants hardly glance in our direction, and the utterly unperturbed response has me stating, "The castle already knows it wasn't me in the arena, yes?" "They were informed a few hours ago," Kit replies, rounding a corner, "and they won't speak a word of the other wielder. You know how good the staff are at keeping secrets. They've been doing it for decades." I nod absent-mindedly, knowing this to be true. I'm beginning to think Ilia itself was built on secrets, and I doubt I know the half of them. The dungeon's thick door looms before us suddenly, its frame decorated on either side by 2 Imperials. They nod stoically to their king before swinging open the heavy metal entrance they guard. Stone steps await us beyond, descending into darkness and the dungeons below. The thick air and accompanying coldness greet us at the bottom of the stairs. It's as though I've been welcomed back to my forgotten den of torture. I haven't been down here since the resistance silencer, Micah, occupied one of these cells. I haven't been down here since I killed him. Smothering the memory, I stray behind Kit and Payton. The cells are empty of the few resistance members who once filled them after the battle in the bowl. They now occupy the several training rings beyond the castle, sprinkled among the numerous Imperial rotations. "You know," Kit reminisces, his voice echoing off the grimy stones, "the last time I was down here was when I led you straight into the tunnels you were looking for, Payton." She takes a breath, looking pained. "Not a particularly fond memory, I assume?" "I understand. Truly. There is always a reason for the hurt we cause." Payton opens her mouth before abruptly shutting it at the sight of an occupied cell. Her feet slow. Mine do the same. A body lies on the stone floor with a familiar silver dagger buried into his chest. It's odd, seeing a man with my same power be reduced to such a simple death. I have never met another wielder, never got the chance before Father's hunger for power ensured I was the only one of my kind. But looking at this elite, part of me wishes I had someone to bear the burden of this ability with. Still, Payton stands there, rooted to the spot outside the cell. Her voice is alarmingly small. "It's him." Kit steps forward. "What?" "It's Adina's boy from Loot." She chokes on his name. "Mac." My head whips back towards the body, eyes tracing the identical pattern of his vest. Every pocket and every seam, exactly the same. This is the friend she met at the fort. Payton staggers into the cell, her gaze gliding over the man. I follow her, taking in his shaggy hair, long enough to tickle the sides of his neck. A silver streak peeks out among the black strands while a scar slices through the corner of his mouth. Brown eyes stare blankly at the ceiling above, though a vague sort of relief seems to fill them. Slowly, Pay drops to her knees beside him. His skin is leached of all color, contrasting starkly with the dark vest hugging him tightly. Blood stains his clothing, surrounding that silver dagger in a pool of crimson. With shaking fingers, Payton traces the soiled seam of his vest. She sucks in a breath before following the rise and fall of every pocket stitched onto it. Her fingers stumble over a string of stitched words. The blue thread is splotched with blood, doled beneath one of the many pockets. I hear Peyton's breath catch before the murmured words that follow. See you in the sky. Eyes wide and rimmed with tears, she lifts her gaze to mine. He was trying to say that in the arena. He was dying, and that was the last thing he wanted to say. Peyton. I crouch beside her and place a gentle hand on her back at the same moment Kit rests one on her shoulder. Our eyes meet for a single uncomfortable moment in which we glimpse the rest of our lives. Peyton will always be between us. Soon she will no longer be mine to comfort, mine to have. And pathetically, I will still love her. She is forever lodged within me, the only pure spot on my stained soul. But for now, I do not pull away. Not until vows are wedged between us, and that ring on her finger holds a greater weight. Until then, I will have her in whatever way she lets me. Even after our time en route together, he still blamed me for Adina's death. Peyton breathes. Her fingers curl around the vest's perfect hem. The way he was fighting, he really did want to hurt me. My stomach twists, hating that she ever believed it to be me in that ring with her. But tensions were high, and this wielder was there to play a part. Me. He wanted to avenge her. She shakes her head. I can't blame him for that. I only blame myself. My eyes meet Kit's over the worried girl between us. She leans back slowly on her heels, a silent stream of tears decorating her skin. But he decided not to kill me, she murmurs. He could have killed me. If we hadn't met, I wonder if things would have been different. Peyton's head falls onto my shoulder, and for a moment, I forget my brother's presence. Kit looks away, his throat bobbing with emotion. Perhaps it's envy, irritation even. And I hate it. This is all wrong. Seeing him like this, being like this with him. Peyton slips an arm through Kit's, tugging him close. I stiffen slightly. Kit doing the same at the sudden inclusion. But Peyton doesn't so much as flinch. She simply stares at the body before us, her own pressed between two brothers. The sheer vastness of Pei's grief pulls my attention back to her. She clings to Kit's arm with her head tipped against my shoulder. I also know this girl better than she lets most. I can read each tremble and unspoken word. She wants silence. She wants to sit in this grief. And when she is ready to be pulled out, her betrothed and his brother are right here to do so. We never got to say goodbye to her. Peyton's whispered words are not meant for our ears, but at least we could share how much we both loved her. It's a long while before she breaks away from the press of our bodies and lifts a hesitant hand towards the wielder's glassy gaze. She shuts his eyes, gently, offering him the peaceful end she couldn't give in the arena. Numbly,
think of this break as a warm cup of tea for your soul. Slow down and enjoy the music. Relax with the music.
Hayden straightens his vest before brushing stray ends of hair from his cool forehead. "Take care of her for me," she whispers atop his pale skin. "Take care of her, Mac." I almost don't hear her final, broken whisper. "See you in the sky."
Chapter 50. Payden. I hardly remember leaving the dungeons. Even less is recalled after returning to my room. It was harder knowing him. The corpse had a name. Mac. 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 Dead bodies have no use for names. The last piece of Adina died in my arms, just as she had. He wore her vest, and now it keeps his dead body warm. Mac. Ellie says she only learned this morning that it wasn't Kai in the arena. I tell her that I know. I think I'm selfish for the relief I feel at Kai's resurrection. Why does my love deserve to live and Adina's does not? But they are together now, decorating the sky. That is what he wanted, I'm beginning to realize. He only wished to see her in the sky. A waterfall of white cascades down my body. "Are you almost done back there?" I ask with a shade of concern. Popping her head over my shoulder, Ellie sighs at me in the mirror before us. "There has to be 100 buttons." I shake my head before she ducks and returns to the meticulous task. My gaze wanders over the dress, tracing the delicate curve of its cut against my body. Soft white fabric hugs me closely while a layer of delicate lace falls over it. Clusters of small flowers decorate the dress, climbing up the thick straps around my shoulders to hang down the back in long ribbons. It's the perfect picture of purity. And I'm not sure I should be the one wearing it. "There," Ellie declares before straightening. "Oh, you're going to make such a beautiful bride." I swallow, force a tight smile. "Now," she continues gently, unaware of my discomfort, "it's not finished yet. And, I can ask the seamstress to widen these straps a bit further, if you like." A sliver of my scar still peeks out from beneath the fabric. I brush my fingers over the mangled skin, staring at the odd contrast between such delicacy and animosity. "Maybe," I say distantly. "I'm not sure if—" A light knock at the door interrupts my hesitant answer. I whip towards the sound before smiling at the source of it. Callum stands in the doorway, smiling slightly. "Is this a bad time to offer well wishes to the future queen?" I wave him over as Ellie steps away, giving us some privacy. "No, not at all. I'm happy you're here, actually." "Oh?" He steps beside me, blonde hair bright in the setting sun streaming through my window. "All good reasons, I hope." My smile is small. "Well, see..." I'm fidgeting with the ring on my thumb. "You're the closest thing I have to a father now, and I was wondering if—" "I'd be honored to walk you down the aisle, Payden," Callum says with a solemn nod. "Really?" I breathe. For the first time in a very long time, I feel like a little girl again. I feel like someone's little girl again. "Of course." His scrutinizing gaze drifts over the elegant dress before returning to my face. I catch the slight bob of his throat. "You really do look like your mother." I'm flattered until reminded of the truth. "That's right," I sigh. "I never got the chance to tell you about my father's journals." Callum's eyes bore into mine, uncovering the buried thoughts behind them. He blinks then, voice soft. "Adam wasn't your father." "Apparently not." I shake my head, gaze falling to the ring on my thumb. His wife died in childbirth, and a week later, I showed up on his doorstep. Just another unwanted ordinary. So, who knows if I look like my real mother. "Adam never told me." There was a long pause before Callum adds, "Did he write about anything else in this journal?" I shake my head. He mostly documented his patience and the resistance's growth. But if anything else was mentioned, it would have been on the pages I used to feed a fire in the Sanctuary of Souls. I glance up at him, slightly skeptical. Why? Callum manages a slight smile. Just curiosity for an old friend. I fiddle with the ring on my thumb. But you think I look like my father's wife, Alice? From the few pictures I saw of her, yes, he answers softly. Now, I must rush off to a meeting with Kit, but I will be sure to tell him how beautiful you look in this wedding dress. The roses from my garden will look lovely with it. This makes me pause. Your garden? How did you manage to grow anything in the short amount of time you've been here? He backs away. Well, the blooms have been very helpful. They are to thank for persuading my flowers to grow. Right. The mutter is followed by a hurried, Thank you for everything. He dips his head, offering one final glance. I hope you're not covering up that scar. You should be flaunting it. The mind reader is gone before the smile has turned my lips. Ellie hurries back to my side, staring at my figure in the mirror while straightening the dress's several seams. What do you think? I run a hand down the fabric. I'm just thinking about what Adina would say. Probably a lot of things, Ellie says earnestly. The truth of that prediction makes me laugh, and then my fingers are straying to the thick strap slipping over my shoulders. Callum's words ring in my mind, but it's a sweeter voice that echoes in my heart. That is where Adina lives, and she is telling me to display my survival, showcase the power I was forced to find within myself. This fabric has never felt Adina's soft touch, and I never will again. If I am to be married, I want to be wearing a piece of her. So the least I can do is display my strength in her honor. Actually, I've decided against the straps. I fight to subdue my triumphant grin. I'd like them gone. Ellie nods. I'll go fetch the seamstress then. I watch her slip from the room before returning my gaze to the mirror. The face that stares back is foreign in a freeing way. There's a certain boldness within it that I look forward to familiarizing myself with. It is not quite the image of a queen, but perhaps something just as powerful. There is strength in sacrifice, and that is what this marriage is. So I smile at my reflection, unable to recall the last time I have. Faint footsteps echo from the hallway beyond, to which I absent-mindedly call, Ellie, am I wearing a veil? I would happily beg you not to. My heart stutters at the sudden sound of his voice. I turn towards it slowly, fabric swishing around my ankles. Kai stands in the doorway, his eyes roaming over the length of me with a look that distantly resembles devastation. Oh? I challenge breathlessly. Don't deprive me of seeing your face one last time. I falter. It wouldn't be the last time. It wouldn't be the same, he answers quickly. The ache in his voice makes me flinch. Kai. I step quickly towards him, once again walking that dangerous line between duty and desire. I may be wearing a wedding dress meant for the king, but it's his brother I continually run back to. Don't, Kai practically chokes. Don't walk towards me wearing that dress. I've never heard the enforcer sound so shaken. It only reminds me that I won't be the one awaiting you at the end of that aisle. My feet stutter to a stop. I nod slowly, hating the hurt on his face. My throat burns. I don't want this either. He stares at me for a long moment before closing the distance between us. I only came to slide a note beneath your door. My breath catches when he presses a folded piece of parchment into my palm. But now that I'm here, he takes a step back to thoroughly look me over. I can tell that your outfit is missing something. This blatant statement makes me blink. Oh? Kai's mouth twitches. You have nothing sharp to threaten me with. That is a problem, isn't it? I agree. With a growing grin that showcases those dimples I love to hate, he reaches into his boot to retrieve. My dagger, I breathe. Its swirling silver hilt winks at me in the dying light. I take it gently from his hands, smiling as I'm reunited with this piece of my father. Until I'm reminded why I didn't have it in the first place. I stare down at the clean blade. You pulled it from his chest.
He had no need for it.
My gaze falls to the calloused palms at his sides. His nails are rimmed with dirt, though his hands are scrubbed clean of the mud that once coated them. That sight alone sends me back to the Whispers, where a cocky prince once buried a girl for the sake of another. And again, in the slums of Ilia, another littered body of mine was put to rest by the man meant to drag me to my doom.
You buried him.
It's not a question, but it's not a surprise either. Not anymore.
Nothing gets past you, little psychic.
Kai sighs out the words before adding,
Out in the poppy field. I figured that was a good place for him to rest.
Thank you. I choke on the words. I only wish Adina was there with him. His fingers find my chin.
I know, Pei. I wish I knew what happened to her after that trial.
I nod quickly, not wanting to dwell on that thought more than I already do. Thank you, I say again. You really are becoming quite the gentleman.
Only for you, darling.
He flicks my nose gently before backing away with a wry smile. I blink at his retreating form. Where are you going? His palms rise as if accepting defeat.
Somewhere you cannot torture me, Gray.
An exasperated sound tumbles out of my mouth. Torture? I haven't even raised my dagger to you yet.
Are you completely unaware of how devastating you are?
Kai chuckles darkly.
You don't need a blade. I would bleed if only you asked.
Then I wouldn't ask, I retort sternly.
No, you wouldn't.
He steps out into the hall, tossing his next damning sentence over a shoulder.
As my queen, you would command it.
Chapter 51. Kai. The sound of muffled voices slips beneath the throne room's looming doors. Kit stands beside me, straightening the golden crown that bleeds into the hair beneath. She should be here by now. I get the strangest sense he wasn't speaking to me. My gaze sweeps down the hallway, searching for any flash of silver hair. She will be here soon. Probably. The king runs a hand over his face, eyes blurry. Well, the court is growing restless. We should head in there. Sighing, I turn towards the door. What? Kit asks skeptically. Spit it out. I've just never been dead before. I shrug a shoulder. It was kind of nice. Kit's laugh bounces all around us. His stare seems to clear suddenly. Peaceful, I'm sure. I should die more often. His smile is so equally familiar and earnest. No chance, Kai Pai. I need you with me. The doors begin to slowly uncurl, revealing a sliver of the court within. We face them, the kingdom, the life we have been thrown into, just as we have everything else, together. Kit glances sidelong at me. He smiles wider. I grin back. Ready for your resurrection? He murmurs. I take a breath. So long as you're here to help me survive this time. The doors fly open and gasps echo through the room. Every gaze is pinned to the walking corpse among them. I learned many years ago not to grow flustered beneath scrutiny, so I slip a mask over my features, smothering any emotion that isn't indifference. Shocked whispers follow my every step, disbelief nipping at my heels. Reaching the dais, Kit turns to greet the stunned court. Good afternoon. I trust you were all thoroughly surprised at the sight of your enforcer after witnessing Payton's final trial in the bowl. The king rests a firm hand on my shoulder. It seems you all needed to be reminded that Kai Azur is the strongest elite among us. His death will not come so easily. The crowd erupts, cheers rippling through the throne room. It's likely out of fear that they celebrate, concerned by what I might do to them. They don't need to believe you. They need only to fear you. Kit's words ring true, but it's father's voice I hear saying them. I stand there, pretending as though I am a man whom death himself fears, and all it cost me was the torture of watching myself nearly kill Peyton, witnessing my deepest fear come to life while I tried uselessly to claw my way to her. The court claps for me, shouting praises deserving of a hero, and they know better than most that I am anything but. Even so, I offer a slight nod of my head and the doors swing open. Every head turns towards the rumbling sound. Gazes widen when they land on her face, gawk when they glance below it. I can hardly help but do the same, though for very different reasons. She stands there, draped in emerald green. It spills down her body in dozens of layers before billowing around her feet and draping behind her heels. The gown hugs her waist tightly, climbing up her body in a strapless corset. And there, on display above her beating heart, is the king's carving. Peyton's spine is straight beneath the crushing weight of eyes against her chest. The mangled O sits crudely atop her smooth skin, the scar flowing grimly into the slice down her neck. Boldly, she casts her own scrutiny over the crowd. Vulnerably, she shows those who hate her the one thing she hates most about herself. And unashamedly, they stare. Hushed whispers drift through the crowd, forcing the king to cut through their gossip loudly.
Your future queen, Peyton Gray.
Kit has always worn his emotions blatantly, a quality I equally admire and envy. So when I look over at him, finding an unsurprised expression on his face, I realize that this isn't the first time he's witnessed the cruelty of our father engraved on Peyton. A prick of jealousy, hurt even, slips beneath my unbothered mask. I'm not entirely sure why. Perhaps because I know that scar to be incredibly intimate to her. Something that she fought to keep me from finding, only to willingly bare herself to my brother. But of course she would. They are betrothed. This is only the beginning. Peyton strides across the marble floor, splitting the now silent court. Emerald fabric flows behind her with every step towards the dais. She holds her head high, silver hair brushing tanned shoulders while that scar tugs at the skin below. Her foot reaches the first step, and those blue eyes crash into mine. The look she gives me is sharp, same as it has always been and likely always will be. Because no matter how much our feelings grow or confessions spew, we will always remain precisely as we are. I will tease her until my dying breath, spar until I'm buried 6 feet beneath her feet. I am forever her rival, and I revel in it. She turns to face the court, every bit the queen they made her become. Her gaze falls to Kit, just as it will for the rest of our lives. He offers her a slight dip of his head, encouraging her mouth to open and, "So the ordinary couldn't kill him?" My eyes snapped the crowd, landing on a man who must long to meet death. "That means," he raises a hand towards the dais, "she didn't even complete the trial. It was to the death, was it not?" Peyton is speaking before I have the chance to choose a more violent method. "Would you like me to complete the trial here? If you wish to be satisfied, it is your blood I can spill instead." Her voice is lethal in a way I've yet to be graced with. The man's face slackens at the words, growing paler with each one spoken after. "It wouldn't be difficult," she says smoothly. "You recently lost your dominant hand, and as a crawler, that would severely put you at a disadvantage. Any punch you try to throw would be weak, and your defense even more so." She says all of this as if stating the weather. I reach out with my power, twining it around the stunned man. Crawler. My lips twitch into a smile I can't help. Not quite a psychic, not quite an ordinary either. "And your wife?" Payden's cold gaze flicks to the woman beside him, now inching closer to her husband. Even being a healer, she couldn't save your hand. And deep down, you despise her for it. The court stares up at their future queen, their eyes wide with disbelief, while her own remain on that man's face. Am I wrong? His mouth opens and closes. She doesn't hesitate. Am I wrong? He dips his head, shaking it solemnly as the crowd explodes into a flurry of whispers. Psychic indeed. Something else entirely. Payden's voice cuts through them all, a soft sort of demanding. I am no elite. And that is all you see when looking at me. Everything I am not. So let me tell you what I am. She takes a deep breath, the scar above her heart rising and falling. I am power earned, not gifted. I became one of you, observant enough to pose as a psychic, strong enough to survive your trials. Over and over, I have proved myself worthy of your loyalty. But I have faced far worse things than my own powerlessness. She lifts an arm, running fingers over the scar beneath her collarbone. I once wore this carving with shame, but now it is proof of my survival. No ability could have withstood what I alone have. A smile touches her lips. A king left his mark upon my heart, and now I will leave mine across this kingdom. I've never seen something so beautiful, so bold, so blatantly right for me. This kingdom, this hope of a united Ilia. And I fear I may forever be in awe of her. Looking at Payden Gray, I see a reckless sort of fearlessness, a power that swells from her vibrant soul. The plague runs through my blood, same as yours. Payden's voice is clear, carrying over the silent throne room. But it did not bless me with strength. I took it. Stepping to the edge of the dais, she lets her gaze wander over the crowd. I am ordinary, elite, a power of my choosing, and I will be your queen. All that I am and fiercely what I am not. Silence. The court stares at her in shock, in a confusing concoction of fear and respect. And Payden Gray stares right back. Silver Savior. The hushed whisper meets my ears, spurring me to step forward. Bend the knee to your future queen of Ilia. Pay's eyes snap to mine, and for a moment, it's as though we are the only two souls occupying this room. There is that electrifying tether between us, tugging at my heart with every second I'm beheld by her. But the sound of shifting feet has my gaze tearing away, and every knee has met marble. Every head bowed towards it. Payden swallows at the sight of the court kneeling before her. I smile. Kit grabs his queen's hand. To the Silver Savior, he calls over the crowd. In 3 days' time, she will be your queen of Ilia.
Chapter 52. Payden. The rough wall is cool against my bare back. My dress spills onto the floor, layers of emerald coating the cellar stones beneath. The bottle's neck is strangled between my fingers while sweet wine stains my lips. To the Silver Savior. The liquor has loosened Kit's lips, allowing a rare moment of praise directed at me. My head is dizzy, and yet I still shake it at him. The king resembles nothing of the sort as he sloppily raises his own bottle into the air. His enforcer grins beside him, happily following his brother's lead while I simply laugh at them. Frowning, Kit slides a hand beneath my elbow, pushing it upward. My bottle rises in turn, earning a satisfied look from the king.
Now, he tries again. To the Silver Savior, the most fearsome ordinary and...
Stopping suddenly, he offers a contemplative glance at Kai.
Is there anything you'd like to add, brother?
In response, the enforcer clinks his bottle against ours.
And to many more terrifying speeches like that one.
Kit hums his approval before fixing his gaze on mine. I clear my throat, feeling the wine cloud my thoughts. To a united Ilya. I take a swig from my bottle, spurring the brothers to do the same. The cellar is damp, illuminated only by dull, flickering lights. Long shadows fall over the king and his enforcer, but huddled this close together, I can see them clearly, and can't help but smile.
How did you know those things? Kit inquires. About, who was it? Commander Orson?
Kai nods.
He's a pain in my ass, so I quite enjoyed the show. But yes, he continues slyly, I would also love to hear how the little psychic pulled that off.
My look is smug. And to think you ever doubted my elite ability.
Rightfully so. Less bickering, Kit demands with a cough. More explaining.
Fine, I sigh, thinking back to the moment I saw the commander a handful of hours ago. When he raised his hand towards me, I immediately noticed how red and raw his palm was. There were scrapes and bruises where calluses would form, telling me that he had been using that left hand far more strenuously than normal. And what elite uses their hands more than any other? Obviously, a crawler.
Yes, obviously, Kit muses.
He seems like his old self with me tonight. Perhaps that is thanks to the alcohol. I then realized that his hand was so wounded because he no longer had the use of another, I continue evenly. So when I glimpsed the stiff glove on his right hand, everything started to click. He was concealing a wooden limb in place of the one he'd lost.
And his wife?
It's Kai's skeptical voice that asks this.
How did you know about her?
I blow out a breath. Honestly, that was even more of a gamble. I glimpsed a tan line on the crawler's wedding finger, and yet he wore the ring on the one beside it. The wife wore her own ring proudly while glowing with that sort of health that most healers do. I twist the steel ring on my thumb. Father taught me how to point out a healer from nothing but the glow of their skin. He would tell me how most use their abilities on themselves to stay looking as young as possible. Clearing my throat, I glance up at the stunned brothers. Anyway, I could see how she reached for him, only to be ignored. I figured then that she must have tried to save his hand and was unable to.
And he despised her for it, Kai finishes softly. I'm sorry, Kit cuts in. But how the hell did you know that was all true?
I shrug, swallowing another mouthful of wine. I didn't?
It's all a gamble, Kai shakes his head at me. That is a dangerous game, Gray.
Oh, I am well aware, I admit. But so much of observing is taking risks, coming to a logical conclusion. And I've been wrong before, sure, but I've spent a lifetime mastering this psychic ability. Frowning, I add, though I haven't had much need for it over the past few weeks.
You could always practice on us, if you like, the king offers.
Kai laughs, and the sound has my gaze snapping to his as goosebumps tickle my bare arms.
Yes, why don't you read us, Gray?
I laugh. You think I didn't do that the moment I met you both?
Well, Kit urges, what did you learn?
That you, I gesture to Kai, were a cocky bastard, and you, a nod at Kit, were a charming prince. The enforcer smirks wryly.
And now?
You're even more so, I answer sweetly.
What about me?
I force my gaze towards Kit. I'm not sure anymore. You are far more difficult to read. The king watches me for a long moment.
Well, you will have plenty of time to figure me out.
Right, I swallow. The wedding is in 3 days. This was as much a surprise to the kingdom as it was to me. I froze on that dais, hand in the king's and heart in my throat. 3 days. So soon I would lose my freedom, my heart, my love. Kai's eyes flicked to mine, and the hurt in his gaze only amplifies the grief in my own. I would be tethered to him for the rest of our lives, but not in the way either of us had hoped. Easel insists that we perform a second ceremony on Lute, Kit says curtly. He thinks it will help unite the people further if the slums are included in our celebrations. It's unusual for sure, but I think that's a great idea, I add quickly. Kai's nod is distant, but I don't miss the bite in his voice. 2 weddings, even better. And then he is on his feet. Kai, he cuts through my plea with curt words of his own. There is much for me to do before the ceremony. Those stormy eyes meet mine. I'll give you 2 some time to figure one another out. Before I can argue, he's disappeared up the shadowy stairs. I loose a sigh into the damp air. He has a lot on his mind, I'm sure. You, mostly. I whip towards him. I'm sorry? There's no need to feign surprise, Peyton. Kit's words are clipped. His face dulls without his brother to brighten it, gaunt cheeks stark in the flickering light. Ruling has already taken its toll on him. We both know that Kai's heart belongs to you. And you, I add sternly. He loves you enough to not interfere with your plans. Kit stares down at his bottle, swirling what remains within it. Time will tell. I clear my throat, unsure what should come out of it. Kai is typically a topic we avoid poking at, so I let us sit in silence for several tense moments before finally scrounging up enough words to fill the gaping space between us. I picked roses, I should clarify, for the wedding. I hope that's okay? He almost smiles, though I can't decipher what emotion lies beneath it. Yes, I would have chosen those myself. Really? My mother seemed to like them, he says distantly. I straighten against the stone wall. You don't talk about her much. I don't know enough about her, he counters. Only the little that father deigned to tell me, and now that I am king, what I found out on my own. Disgust coats my tongue. He should have never kept you from knowing her. I am the one that killed her, after all. The king sounds as though a shrug is stuck in his throat. Perhaps that was why I was never good enough for him. I fight to keep my voice even. That wasn't your fault, Kit. Didn't she die in childbirth? He nods. It's a distracted movement. She died. I lived. Father hid her memory from me. His gaze grows distant after the devastating words, fixed intently on the wall behind me. Kit, you... It's getting late. He runs a hand down his face, thoroughly wiping it of the sadness once settled there. A cough rattles in his chest. We should get some rest. The king stands. I follow his lead. I won't be my father. He walks stiffly towards the steps while I hang on every word. We are changing Ilya. And long live the queen who has helped make that happen.
Chapter 53. Kai. I take a seat in the rigid chair, forcing an equally uncomfortable smile. Hello, Mother. Her tired eyes give me that knowing look.
Kit told me. In fact, you just missed him.
Oh? I take in the cot she hasn't left in nearly 2 months. He still comes to see you. A sharp cough rings through the empty wing before she manages.
We've bonded since the passing of his father.
Her hand reaches weakly for mine.
But don't go changing the subject, Kai. I know.
Sighing, I run fingers through my disheveled hair. 2 days.
How does the throne room look?
I almost laugh. Like a garden. Blooms have woven dozens of those pink roses along the aisle and around pillars.
It is a royal wedding, she says, voice hoarse. They typically are extravagant. Hurriedly, she adds, well, not mine and the king's, of course. Because father had to remarry quickly after the death of Kit's mother, I nearly recite. It's like looking into a mirror, her eyes. They study me for a long moment, seemingly in search of something within them. I forget that you are so young. Still so much for you to learn. The words sound vaguely like a warning I'm meant to heed. But when the queen succumbs to a fit of coughs, all thoughts are overshadowed with concern for her. I raise a glass of water to her lips, tipping her reddened face back until the cool liquid has reached her throat. She swallows before trying again. I'm sorry you have to see me like this. Shh. It's a stern hushing for a queen. I won't be seeing you like this for long, because you'll be healthy before we know it. Her smile, once so vibrant, has dulled. You can lie to yourself all you like, but don't do it to your dying mother. I shake my head, refusing to believe her words and wishing to speak of different ones. You're okay with Kit marrying Payton? Well, Kit has his reasons, she says simply. I'm not entirely convinced by this answer. She coughs. I wince. Rest, mother. So... A ragged heave of her chest interrupts the words. So much to learn. Heat envelops the kitchen, wafting the scent of freshly seasoned potatoes into the air. Jax is practically salivating beside me, Andy points out with a snort. Gail, how much longer? He's scaring me. The cook turns, her round face wearing a bright grin. Almost there, hun. The turkey needs a bit longer yet. Perched on my usual counter, Kit sits beside me as though we are boys again. Andy and Jax occupy the far ledge while Payton leans against an open wall, observing the lot of us. Hang in there, Jay, Kit comforts, albeit teasingly. He seems better with our company, his mind clearer of whatever haunts him. Jax puffs out his chest, long legs dangling over the counter. I'm a hungry, growing boy. I laugh. You better be done growing. Yeah, Kit gives a sympathetic look. We can't have our little brother looking down on us. Andy's burgundy eyebrows fly up her forehead. If he has to look down on me, he has to look down on you too. I simply won't allow it, Kit states. Great idea. Andy dips a finger into the bowl of mashed potatoes beside her, sneaking a taste. Let's make that your next decree, yes? Gail doesn't bother turning around. I saw that, Andrea. With wide honey eyes, Andy hisses in our direction. How the hell does she do that? Payton laughs, drawing my attention to the opposite side of the stove. Every eye rests on her and the stunning smile she wears. The pot. Gail can see your reflection in the pot, Andrea. The cook whirls on Payton, though her grin never falters. Don't go giving away my secrets. Why, thank you, Miss Gray, Andy says sweetly. Next, I'll need you to figure out how Jasmine keeps cheating in cards. Payton nods. Anytime. Oh! Jax nearly jumps from the counter. Can you figure out where all my left socks are going? Yes, quite the conundrum. My cousin throws an arm around Jax's shoulders. But the future queen owes me a favor or two after fixing her door. Twice. Her gaze then slides accusingly towards me. I lean casually back on my palms, meeting her stare with a slight smirk. I was dead for a day, and it's the door you care about? Oh, please, she mutters. We knew you weren't dead. But don't worry. I still mourned the presence of my dear cousin. What decree did you have in mind? Kit cuts in, addressing Andy.
Jax must stop growing, was it?
It's clear he wishes for a change of subject, and thankfully, our cousin is more than happy to oblige. I think that is a very kingly declaration. It is not, Jax protests. I let them bicker among themselves, if only to relive a piece of our past. Everything is so much simpler in this kitchen, as though the world beyond stops when we step behind these stone walls. A relief of sorts resides on Peyton's face. Perhaps even she has found a semblance of solace here. With us. This family she never had.
All right, Gail bellows. Grab a plate now and set the table.
We do as we are told, filling the rickety table on the far side of the kitchen. Bowls of food promptly descend upon the wood, covering every scratch and stain. After shooting us all into a seat, Gail sits at the head, scooping her feast onto our plates. As children, this was our sanctuary, sitting around this table, hiding from the pressures of a court we didn't understand. Now, it is even more so. Jax and Andy argue over which piece of turkey they deserve while Kit laughs, doing little to mediate between them and their appetites. I rarely see him this happy outside the kitchen or company of family. Peyton sits across from me, piling beans onto her plate. She lifts her eyes, giving me a knowing glance that has me grinning. So you do like green beans? I say slyly.
Well, since you forced me to eat them when I arrived at this castle, she reminds, they have grown on me.
Among many other things since you've gotten here.
Don't push it, Azur.
She smiles, and I wish for nothing more than to kiss it from her lips.
I have plenty of knives at my disposal to press to your pretty neck.
See? I point my fork at her. If you call me pretty, I hear only the compliment, not the threat. She rolls her eyes, but I'm robbed of whatever lovely response she was ready to give me when a familiar voice cuts through the chaos.
The king informed me that dinner would be served in the kitchen tonight.
Callum stands in the doorway, his daughter occupying the shadow he casts.
I hope we are not interrupting.
Not at all. Kit waves at them to join. There is plenty of food. Please help us eat it. My gaze flicks to Peyton, now patting the empty seat beside her.
Mira, come sit.
She does, despite the disinterested look she wears. Callum then takes a seat at the table's end before lifting his glass into the air.
Let us thank the plague for this royal union to come.
Kit's eyes are fixed on the mind reader as he raises his own drink. Thank the plague. The mumbled phrase carries its way around the table until every glass is raised. But it is Peyton alone who does not thank the plague. Instead, she tips her head, turning back to Callum expectantly. A smile touches my lips. She will not thank what has stolen everything from her. I'm still staring at my queen when Callum declares,
To saving Ilia.
Chapter 54. Peyton. It is my last day of freedom, though I haven't had much of that as of late. I wake, dress, Ellie helps because, of course, I am incapable of doing that alone. Eat, but I must not fill my own plate. Walk the halls, Lenny is at my side. Seek counsel from Callum about helping rule a kingdom. Eat again, but do not touch the serving spoons. Walk the gardens, silently dread my wedding. Search for Kai wherever I go, but force myself to turn away when I find him. Soak in a bath, eat in bed. I am to be queen, after all. I am to be queen. Ellie cleans up my dishes. I tell her not to.
I am to be queen. Further dread my wedding. I am to be queen.
Would you like to wear a dress tonight?
I blink, startled from my thoughts. Ellie stands at the end of my bed, staring expectantly.
Hmm?
To meet the king. Her smile is only slightly concerned.
Do you want to wear a dress?
Oh, right. I slip out from beneath the covers to plant my feet on the cushioned floor. Yes, that's fine. With a nod, Ellie hurries over to the armoire in search of a gown. Sorry, I direct distantly at her back. Today has been such a blur. I feel like I'm sleepwalking.
It's likely just all of the excitement, she reassures me. Tomorrow is a very big day.
It certainly is, I murmur.
The castle is buzzing. Ellie pulls a navy dress from the depths of my armoire. We rarely get to plan such fun events. They want everything to be perfect for the royal wedding.
At least the castle is happy about it, I sigh, stretching my stiff limbs. I doubt the rest of the kingdom is. As she ushers me behind the dressing screen, Ellie's soft voice spews comforting words.
You don't know that. After your third trial and the speech at court, the people may be thinking differently.
Time will tell, I suppose. I step into the flowing blue dress before pulling the thick straps over my shoulders. It's not quite formal attire with its linen fabric, but the striking cut of it ensures I won't be overlooked. I duck my head, offering a sad smile to the floor. Perhaps I did learn a thing or two about fabrics over the years. I only know what it is I'm wearing because Adina trained me to steal exactly what cloth she needed. She would make me sit behind our fort, memorizing the feel of each fabric until I could differentiate them by touch alone. My breath catches when Ellie pulls at the laces above my waist. Panting, I manage a mutter between my teeth. You didn't tell me I'd be wearing a corset. Another yank of the laces.
I'm afraid you'll have to get used to it, my queen.
I gasp before Ellie finally ties off the torture device and guides me towards the mirror. Navy fabric spills to the middle of my shins, flaring out beneath the cinching corset. Matching tulle peeks out along the square neckline to tickle my lifted breasts. My hair shines above my shoulders, contrasting the dark blue like a full moon against the night sky. The scar is there, ever on display, so I stand a little straighter, showcasing it in a way I hope would make the king roll over in his grave.
You like it, don't you?
Ellie smiles, and it's a sweet sort of savagery. Corset and all. Fine, I drawl. I like it. Tilting my head towards the ceiling, I proclaim, You hear that, eh? I like the corset. You win. Ellie giggles, and I allow myself to do the same. Heading for the door, I'm presented with a pair of flat, dark shoes that I happily slip on. I'll meet Lenny in the hall, I say over my shoulder. Thank you for your help, Elle. You can have the rest of the night to yourself.
But it's your wedding night.
And you will have much to do tomorrow. I swing open the door. Rest. I insist. I catch her begrudging nod before striding into the hallway. It only takes a few steps before Lenny has found his way to my side. Evening, princess, he winces. Queen, whatever it is I'm supposed to call you. You could try my name, I offer. He considers this mockingly. I don't think our relationship is quite there yet. After elbowing him in the stomach, I allow myself a smile. We turn down another hall, and right as I think I've escaped the question, he asks, You ready for tomorrow? That pinch of panic I have been feeling all day grabs hold of my heart once again. Not even a little bit. Everything will be fine. This is slightly reassuring until he adds, Hopefully. You really are such a comfort to me. Hey, he practically laughs. You'll be fine, all right? You always are. Right, I glance over at him. Like the cockroach I am. Those red curls fall over his brow with a shake of his head. That does sound less and less like a compliment, I'm beginning to realize. I surprise myself with a weak laugh. You don't say. As we turn a corner, the throne room's large doors come into sight. I take a deep breath, worrying once again what it is I might see behind them. My determined avoidance of wedding decorations will now come to an end. We're nearly at the doors when Lenny grabs my arm, pulling me aside. Hey, I wanted to ask you something. He fidgets with the mask on his face, running fingers along the freckles peeking out beneath. What is it? I say, slightly concerned. Well, when you're queen, he gestures to the looming doors, which will be very soon, I was, wondering if you would do something for me. Of course, the answer is quick. Anything. He takes a deep breath. Release me from my post. I'd like to be free of my imperial duties. See what Dor or Tando has to offer me. I blink, stunned. What? Is that what you want? He scratches the back of his neck. I think. Maybe. My hand finds his arm, and I'm forced to swallow before saying, well, if that is what you wish, but... I point a finger in his face. We are going to talk about this later, okay? His relief is palpable. Of course. I smile at him before turning towards the doors. They are open a handful of heartbeats later, and as I step into the throne room, Lenny's voice follows. Thank you, P. Nodding over my shoulder at him, I nearly stumble into my own wedding. A plethora of light pink roses twine together to create a path down the center of the room. They climb up the dais, bursting into a bed of petals to pad our feet. Awe parts my lips at the twisted arch of foliage hanging above it all, a lacing of vines, roses, and drooping white flowers. The pillars are covered in more of the same, their marble lost in the beauty choking them. Thick white ribbons string between the windows and dance alongside the intricate molding. The room itself glows in the setting sunlight, kissing every flower with a drop of warmth. It's beautiful, isn't it? Thoroughly entranced by the ethereal expanse before me, I startle at Kit's words. Yes, it's unlike anything I've ever seen. His smile is faint. You're happy with it? I had nearly forgotten what all this was meant for. At the reminder that he, the king, will be forever tethered to my soul at the end of this flowery path, I feel a bit faint. Mm-hmm. The uncertain sound is all I can manage at the moment. Good. He steps closer. I fight to keep my feet from running out the doors. Is he paler than usual? His lips are chapped, gaze bleary above them. I know this is a lot, but it will all be over soon. His words grow distant, and just like that, the walls are closing in. I swallow, corset suddenly suffocating. I'm okay, just have a lot on my mind. I know the feeling, he agrees. This is not an easy... I don't hear the rest of his words. No, my focus is wholly on those doors and the freedom beyond. I'm sorry, I suddenly rasp, cutting off his muffled voice. I think I just need some time alone. A twinge of confusion on his face has me attempting to soften my demand with a quick, I will see you tomorrow, though, and everything looks gorgeous. Running sweaty hands down the front of my dress, I set an impressive pace towards the doors. Thank you, I call over my shoulder. Truly. And when the king has disappeared from sight, I run towards that yawning open air beyond the castle. I trip down the stairs after bursting through the doors. Wind claws at my hair as I step into the courtyard, dress rippling all around me. Legs pumping, I run for the gardens, feeling freer than I likely ever will again. A rolling of dark clouds begins to smother the setting sun, covering it with the promise of rain. Still, I run, from my fear, from my future, from my now. The slippers on my feet beat steadily across the garden's spiraling path. Petals brush playfully at my legs, while thorns bite at the fabric encasing them. Thunder rumbles in the distance. Still, I run. Past every crumbling statue, every soft flower bed, and every drop of water the fountain spits at me. My feet meet the plush field of grass beyond, and still, I run. Right to that willow tree. Rain splatters my face as I part the curtain of drooping leaves and duck beneath its refuge. My heart stops at the same moment my feet do. There he is, stunningly sprawled atop a large blanket. I'm panting, heart pounding at the sight of its other half. Kai looks up at me, hands resting behind a head of black waves. I nearly fall to my knees before him. He has always been a prince, always a puppet for power or instrument of death. But just as constant and formidably fierce, he has been my home. In search for comfort, it is him I crawl back to. Peace is the place he resides, and passion is a word I only understand when I look into his eyes. He is the freedom I cannot grasp. We are inevitable. We are tragedy. Pay. I follow the plea in his voice and stride slowly towards that alluring sound. Rain pelts the canopy of leaves, slipping between the occasional branch to sprinkle my skin. It grows steadily darker beneath the willow's solace, but the shadows refuse to hide his face from me as I lower myself down onto the blanket. Kai sits up, reaches for my face, thinks better of it. It's the eve of your wedding. I've hardly seen you in days, so I certainly wasn't expecting your company tonight. It's a blatant statement, one he's wrung all emotion from. I swallow, letting my eyes trace up the strong column of his neck. I know. There is a pause. It is filled with a flurry of thoughts and fluttering of my heart, with the intensity of conviction and impulsiveness of longing. But I made my choice the day I stole those coins from him so long ago. Passion, thrill, something all-consuming. Tomorrow is my wedding day, I finally murmur. I think that is why I'm here. Peyton, I won't watch you marry him. His voice is little more than a growl. I can't bear to lose you. So have me. The tips of my fingers trace his knuckles. One last time. He stills beneath my touch, eyes flicking up to meet mine. They're searching, surprised by the boldness of those words. I don't want a last time, he breathes. I want a first and forever. My hand is steady as it reaches for his face. Kai leans into the touch, pressing his cheek against my palm with an eagerness that makes my heart pound. Just pretend with me tonight. I touch my forehead to his, brush his nose with my own. Pretend we have a forever after this. The deep breath he draws in is the very sound of restraint. But Kit is not my husband yet, I finish instead of his protest. And starting tomorrow, I will give him the rest of my life. But to you, I give my heart, myself. A deep sound hums in the back of his throat. It makes me shiver. Rain splatters his hair, sticking dark waves to his forehead as he greedily wraps an arm around my waist, tugging me closer. I can't help but gasp when his head dips, lips grazing the side of my neck. My head falls back as he kisses a dizzyingly slow path down the sensitive column of my throat. His lips drag across my flushed skin, mouth mingling with the cool rain that drips from my jaw. My hands wrap around his neck and claw at his hair in a futile attempt to tug him closer. I need him closer. Kai's breath is warm against my throat, his voice quivering with restraint. It's a murmur of his lips against my skin, a plea, a demand. Tell me what it is you want, Pei. My whole body ignites beneath his touch, something unleashing within me at the sound of his desperation. I lean back to cup his face in my hands and whisper a promise onto his lips. You, I breathe. You, always. His mouth crashes into mine. I melt against him, letting this wave of wanting consume me. He kisses me deeply, and I have never tasted something so alluring. I'm quickly pulled onto his lap, one hand in my hair and the other gripping my hip like this is a dream he's terrified to wake from. His lips claim me, more than they ever have before and ever will again. My mouth parts for him, our tongues meeting greedily. Thunder rattles the sky, rain pelts the canopy of leaves, but I am lost beneath this willow, knowing nothing but him and this moment. My lips move against his, even as I grab the hand he has wrapped around my waist and guide it towards the laces at my back. He pulls away, chest heaving against mine. The corset is gripped tightly in his fist, as though to hold himself back from tearing it off me. I promise that if I had you, his thumb traces the curve of my lips, it would only be because you let me. So have me. It's a desperate demand from lips that already miss his. You don't want me to beg for you first? He drawls. My fingers catch his chin. Is that not what you've done since the moment we met? He chuckles, and the sound snakes its way down my spine. The tie at my back grows loose as Kai toys with the knot. And it is what I will do until the moment I meet my end. A response is ready to roll off my tongue when air suddenly floods into my lungs. With one precise tug, Kai has freed me from the corset's confines. I gasp, staring at him in shock while a breathy laugh surprises me. He tilts his head, wearing a dimple-framed grin. I'm quite good with corsets. I laugh again, the sound cut off by the press of my lips against his. My teeth nip at his lip playfully, so unlike that night atop the roof and door. He breathes me in, kissing me like I've commanded it of him. I sigh into his mouth, and the sound has something snapping within him. Swiftly, he flips me from his lap to the blanket beneath us. I lie there, panting up at him. My back is bare beneath the arm he has wrapped around it, the blanket cold and wet. And nothing has ever felt so perfect. His hold grows suddenly gentle, and I catch a slight trembling of his fingers when he tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. I am delicate in his arms, devoted in his gaze. Are you sure, Pei? I smile up at him, having never been so sure of anything in my life. Yes, I answer softly. Tonight will be our forever. The loosened corset has a strap falling from my shoulder. Holding his gaze, I slip the other off my arm. An invitation. His chest heaves as I reach for his tunic and the trail of buttons down its center. One by one, I pull them free, revealing a sliver of skin beneath. Kai's gaze glides over my collarbones, the lifting of my chest, the falling of my fingers from his shirt. He holds my stare and shrugs the fabric from his shoulders before casting it aside. Beads of water roll down his bare chest and the swirling tattoo there. Raindrops trail the length of his stomach, following the path of ridged muscle. I've never found breathing to be such a chore. My fingers skim over the rough leather belt hanging low on his hips. Slowly, I trace the hilt of a thin dagger clinging to the side of his pants. My eyes never stray from his as I pull the weapon free and toss it aside. His smile is dangerous. I've never seen you pass up an opportunity to threaten me. Don't sound so disappointed, I whisper slyly. That grin grows greedy, but when he lowers himself over me, the movement is gentle. I run my hands across his bare back, feeling every muscle that ripples down the length of it. Then his mouth is on my skin again, kissing the length of my collarbone, the hollow of my throat, above the heart that aches for him, and the scar his father gave me. Kai's eyes flick up to mine then, after he's skimmed his mouth over the mangled skin. His lips form a murmured promise. No part of you will go unloved. I nod, rain splattering my face and rolling down my cheeks like the tears I refuse to shed. I nod because I believe him. I nod because there is not an inch of myself that I will not give him. My confession is breathy, nearly lost on the wind. I love you. Then I shiver, because I want him so recklessly that it shakes me to my very core. And tonight, he is mine. Lightning strikes, illuminating the fierce cut of his body above mine, muscles tense and gray eyes molten with heat. I love you, I say again, and pull his face up towards mine. He kisses me, and the world falls quiet. I love you. And when the dress slips from my skin, leaving only the rain to clothe me, he seems to whisper into my very soul. You are my forever. Shadow and flame, formidably inevitable. Forever my undoing.
Chapter 55.
Kai. Dawn streams through the willow's branches, slipping between the gaps in her embrace. I roll groggily onto my side, skin slick with morning dew. My hand reaches for her warmth but finds only cold air. Blinking awake, I sit up rigidly atop the damp blanket, my bare chest exposed to the morning chill. My frantic gaze lands on her. Then it calms, evolves into something akin to awe. Pei sits at the end of the blanket, a light dappling her smooth skin. The shadows of willow leaves paint her body, ever shifting in the slight breeze. She is a vision, something so ethereal in this moment that I may just believe there is a God. She is the closest thing to a deity. Her smile is soft, lingering at the corners with a slight shyness she rarely lets me see. Good morning, Prince? My pants are damp with dew, but I bend my knees, propping elbows on them loosely. Good morning, darling. I watch her pull each strap of that damp and dirty dress over her shoulders. She can feel the gaze I drag over her and kindly lets me continue. Inching closer, Pei turns her back to me. I know you're better at unlacing corsets, but I can't walk through the castle with my dress falling off. I smile, letting my fingers glide down her spine. This makes her shiver, skin pebbling in a way that has me swallowing. I memorize the feel of her, slow and deliberate, before tying a loose knot at the base of the corset. Thank you, she murmurs, turning to face me. I shrug. I could use the practice when it comes to lacing corsets. Peyton rolls her eyes, even as I pull her against me. If it is more practice you need, then how would you like to be the queen's maid? My fingers find the tip of her nose and flick it lightly. I'm afraid I would be a terrible distraction. Your clothes would rarely make it on. Is that so? Only one way to find out. She shakes her head at me before growing suddenly solemn. Thank you for last night. I love you, Pei. I say this sternly, unforgivingly, and I am honored to get the chance to. She presses her forehead to mine, lips quivering as she whispers, There is nothing I regret more than not having the time with you. Her hands are cupping my face. Mine are buried in that tousled silver hair I cut for her. And when she kisses me, it's as though she is taking one final breath. Her mouth clings to mine, memorizing a moment we pretend will be our forever. I taste her lament on my lips, a lingering goodbye I'll relive long after she's gone. Pulling apart before I can feel her trembling hands, she gets to her feet and steps away. I need to go. Another step backward. Ellie will want to get me ready soon. Now I'm standing, chest tight. I can't watch you marry him, Pei. Kai, don't make this harder than it already is. Please. She swipes angrily at the tears slicking her face. You know I have to do this. I shake my head. You don't. You have your duties, she breathes, and I have mine. We don't choose our fate, remember? I stare at her, and the feeling of my heart wrenching in two nearly brings me to my knees. Her feet fumble backwards until the willow's branches are tangled around her shoulders. But I would choose you, every time. If only I could. She whispers, Know that. The sun streams through her hair, crowning it with a halo of light. I swallow, throat burning. I'll see you after the wedding, my queen. A tear rolls down her cheek at my words. As your enforcer. I finish weakly. With one last regretful look, she parts the curtain of leaves and steps into her future without me.
Chapter 56. Payden. A queen stares back at me in the mirror. Her gaze is sharp, bright like the shallows she survived, and lined with kohl as dark as the cave she crawled out of. A slight shimmer coats her eyelids, right above the darkened lashes that fan atop powdered cheeks. Her lips are stained a deep red, masking the flush of a stolen kiss. Gone are the tear streaks, buried instead by makeup and facades. She looks lethal, formidable. And oddly, she doesn't look like a stranger. Ellie fusses with my hair, tying 2 braided strands at the back of my head. It's elegant, yet simple, allowing for most of the silver waves to tickle my shoulders. Maids I've never met rush around the room, prepping my dress and every detail. I sit stiffly before the vanity mirror, forcing my thoughts from my imminent future. Ellie takes a step back to examine her handiwork. I think I'm all done. Her dark eyes shine with pride. You look so beautiful. I force a smile. Thanks to you. She presses her lips together in a soft smile before shooing me behind the dressing screen. Time to get you in your dress. Stripping among several strangers is the least of my concerns at the moment, so I don't hesitate like a different version of myself would have. The cluster of maids crowd around me, helping each leg into the skirt and every inch of fabric to lie precisely as it should. Stepping out before the mirror, I assess this altered dress. Its sleeveless bodice hugs me closely, draped in a flowery lace. Both delicate and bold, it sprawls over my skin while long lacy ties fall down the low back. Only a few buttons remain at the base of my spine, not so unlike the laces of my corset last night. Laces that he loosened, replaced with lingering fingers. His skin was on mine, hot and cold and dripping with rain. Dress forgotten, fears abandoned, sins laid bare. I shake my head, trying to shove thoughts of him away. Ellie's concerned gaze stares back at me in the mirror. Are you unhappy with the dress? No, I say quickly. Then again, to ease her mind. No, it's beautiful. I love it. One moment, she's sighing in relief, and within the next, she's dismissing each maid. They file out the door, allowing me to take my first deep breath all morning. I turn towards Ellie, pulling her hand into mine. Thank you for everything. You've made me look like a queen. I did nothing of the sort, she shakes her head at me. You have always been more powerful than you believe. I swallow, nod slowly. Callum will be here soon. He'll walk me to the throne room when it's time. I toss my head towards the door. Now go enjoy the wedding celebrations. Her brows furrow. Are you sure? Yes, I sigh wearily. I think I'd like a moment to myself. She offers me a dip of her head. My queen. As soon as she slips out the door, I eagerly shut it behind her. My forehead falls against the cool wood, eyelids fluttering shut. I stand there for a long while and try to enjoy every last moment before meeting my fate. It's quiet now, this room, my thoughts, even the inside of my mind sounds like acceptance. I am getting married today. No denial, no frantic urge to flee. Blowing out a deep breath, I push away from the door at the same moment a knock sounds from the other side. My fingers are wrapped around the handle within the next second, turning it until a hand shoots out, halting the door before it can swing open. Wait, it's me. The king's voice is slightly muffled, separated by the slab of wood. I lean forward, voicing my confusion to the thin crack between us. Kit? What are you doing here? Look, he mutters quickly. I know we're not supposed to see each other, but I wanted to bring you something. There is a soft thud when he places said something onto the floor. My mother loved her jewelry, or so I've been told, and it's all been collecting dust in this box for years. He pauses long enough to have me pressing an ear to the door, waiting for whatever words he's struggling to say. So I was hoping you would wear something of hers. Rushing on, he adds, I obviously don't know what your dress looks like, so I just brought the whole jewelry box for you to look through. I'm not even sure what is in here, really. I smile sadly, nod even when he cannot see it. I would be honored, Kit. The relief in his voice is endearing. Thank you. I just want a piece of her with me today, you know? My gaze falls to the steel ring on my thumb. Oh, I know. A comfortable silence lingers between us. I'll leave this out here then, Kit finally says. Just give me about 10 seconds to sprint out of sight. I laugh. Brilliant plan. He stands to his feet, the sound of rustling clothes reaching my ears. I'll see you soon, Peyton. And then the king is gone. I stare at the door, my gaze tracing the grooved wood impatiently. 2, 3, 4. My fingers fiddle with the lacy flowers cascading down my body. 7, 8, 9. I swing the door open. Kit is gone, leaving the hall empty with the exception of several stationed Imperials. At my slippered feet sits a wooden box, embellished with intricate carvings. Its lid is covered in deep swirls that vaguely resemble Ilya's crest, while small drawers line the long length. Picking it up swiftly, I slip back into my room. Decades of dust dulls the beautiful box, seemingly frozen in time with the exception of several fingerprints. I set it carefully on the bed and am about to follow when I notice that forgotten piece of parchment on my bedside table. The note has sat there since Kai's unexpected visit and was quickly forgotten at the sight of my dagger in his hands. Now, I abandon every thought for what is etched into that paper. My heart races as I reach for it, unfurling each edge beneath my fingertips. His handwriting is neat with consideration. These are words he has ached to say, and time slows painfully as I wallow within them. I know how you refuse to thank the plague. It is understandable, admirable even, how valiantly you despise the thing that made your survival so difficult. But I do thank the plague. I whisper my gratitude for it when you are sound asleep in my arms, when your fingers flick the tip of my nose. In the quiet moments, I thank the plague for you. If it weren't for the dividing of ordinaries and elites so many years ago, I would have never found my way to you. My coins are always at risk in your presence, but no saving of my life would have been necessary that day. No silencers, no purging trials, no stolen moments under the willow. When I thank the plague, it is not for the power it has gifted me, but for the privilege of you. Nothing makes me stronger than the weakness that is you, Peyton Gray. And if, in the next lifetime, you choose to steal from me again, I would happily give you my soul if it meant a place beside yours. But until then, I will watch you become another's reason to thank the plague. You, Pei, are my inevitable. I love you. I'm paralyzed by every bittersweet sentence. Grief and acceptance mingle between each syllable to leave me staring numbly at the blur of ink. The words flow from a place he rarely lets another into. His heart. He is a poet, a fool, a man writing his final goodbye. I shake my head at the note, unable to let him go so easily. A knock at the door shatters my silent mourning for the boy I cannot have. Come in. The books atop my bedside table tremble as I shove the note into the drawer beneath with the others. Callum slips into the room, blonde hair combed back and suit pressed neatly. I manage a weak smile. Is it time? It is. He approaches me slowly. Just get through this first ceremony. I can't seem to decide if I want to laugh or cry. Yes, and then I'll have to endure the second one en route. Callum's smile is solemn, and it's a familiar sight on his face. One thing at a time, Peyton. Right, I nod, gather my courage, and stride towards the door. With one last sweeping gaze over my chamber, I say goodbye to the girl who inhabited it, because today she becomes a queen, a wife. My eyes land on that bedside table where my heart remains, shoved aside for the future of this kingdom. Then they stutter over that jewelry box atop my bed. I waver in the doorway, reminded how I hadn't picked out a piece of jewelry like Kit asked. "Peyton, we have to go." I turn towards Callum and the slight urgency in his voice. With a distant nod, I stride from the room. There is always the next ceremony. We walk in silence down the halls. Callum must sense my unease and graciously gives me a moment to myself. Or maybe it's just my panicked thoughts that tell him I'm in no mood for conversation. I hide shaking fingers in the many folds of my dress, curling my nails into the lace. My heart pounds as we near the throne room. Sunlight streams through the many windows surrounding us to decorate this dark day with light. I blow out a breath as we round a corner, as if that alone could calm the swelling terror within me. Surely we will not go through with this wedding. Something will happen to stop this insanity. Kai will steal me away, or perhaps his brother will simply come to his senses. But there cannot possibly be a union at the end of that aisle. I realize, as we halt before the throne room doors, that I never intended to make it to this day. Even when I let Kit slip that ring on my finger, I hadn't imagined we would ever get the chance to solidify that symbol with vows. I did not even expect to survive the trials, let alone live to see my wedding day. And after everything I have faced, this may be the most terrifying of them all. I don't get the chance to run from my future before the doors are swinging open. Horrified, I stand there, watching my wedding slowly sprawl before me. My view of the throne room grows wider, displaying dozens of flowers with every inch. The mass of people only grows, all standing on either side of that rose-framed aisle. And when the doors groan to a halt, every eye turns to me. Feet shuffle, heads turn. My body trembles, heart thrashes against my chest. The look I'm wearing is alarming enough to have hushed whispers wafting over the crowd. I don't hear them. I don't hear anything past the blood pounding in my ears. My gaze lifts from the flowered aisle, dragging up slowly to meet the king's. He stands atop the dais, a scholar behind him. A crown is perched atop a pedestal, its silver points elegantly lethal. Long emerald gems are fastened around it, only emphasizing the delicacy that deadly things often have. I blink at it vaguely before recognition dawns on me. This is Queen Marina's crown, the trophy of my first trial. It has been restored, impressively, to the ethereal state it likely once was. A lump forms in my throat at the thought of placing it on my head after robbing the first queen's body of it. The king's own golden crown sits among his hair, paired with the deep green suit he wears beneath. Kit's eyes gleam, bright beneath the canopy of drooping flowers. Though the dark smudges surrounding them have been expertly concealed, the ashen color of his skin is stark within the swarm of color. He looks as lost as I feel. His hands fidget with the cuffs of his sleeves, twisting the buttons there incessantly. He doesn't want this either. In another life, I might have offered him a comforting smile, might have walked down this aisle on my father's arm. But this life is harsh and cruel, and has barely allowed me to live it. And worst of all, I do not love him. The thought is jolting, not because it shocks me, but because I have finally allowed myself not to want this. So many weeks have been spent justifying this union, for the kingdom, the ordinaries, the hope of a better future. But what of my own? I do not love this man. No, it is his brother I have given my heart to. Callum urges me forward with his arm twined around mine. I take my first step. Lips move around me. I don't hear what they say. Kit is staring at me with a distant look that smothers the handsome features of his face. I walk stiffly to that altar, every step more damning than the last. Callum is an anchor at my side, helping to guide me to this fate. This is duty, I remind myself. This is hope for the future and forgiveness of the past. This is sacrifice. One foot in front of the other. My chest heaves. I do not want this. Kit reaches for my hand. I do not love him. I hesitate. My heart stutters, begging me to damn sacrifice and choose selfishness, choose Kai, choose love. But I'm not sure I know how to choose myself anymore. Or perhaps I never have. So I take the king's arm, letting him guide me onto the dais. His skin is worryingly warm. Roses surround us, a large crown of them above our heads and petals beneath our feet. I turn to face the king before allowing him to pull my slick palms into his own. We stare at each other, unsurety shrouding each of our faces. My heart pounds beneath the displayed scar etched into flushed skin, the sound echoing in my ears. I feel suddenly hollow, as though I have no control over my limbs, my life. The scholar begins speaking between us. I don't want to hear his damning words, but they pelt me just the same. Gather here today to join Kit Azur, king and savior of Ilia, and the Lady Payden Grey in holy matrimony. Bear witness to their union and... My ears begin to ring, blotting out the bellowed decree. I stare pointedly at Kit for any sign of regret or change of heart. But terrifyingly, he looks rather content to stitch his soul to mine. That only has my gaze flicking frantically over the crowd in the hopes of finding some way out of this. We can't possibly go through with this. The scholar slips a ring onto Kit's left hand. Right? Do you, Kit Azur, take Payden Grey to be your wife and queen? My eyes crash into the green ones before me. I think I've stopped breathing. Kit stares at me long enough to have hope sparking in my tightening chest. But the words that fall from his lips do not mirror that hesitance. I do. I feel dizzy. The scholar turns his attention to me. Do you, Payden Grey, take Kit Azur to be your husband and king? My stomach flips, heart hanging onto the thread of freedom I have left. I am a single I do away from signing my soul with another's name. One that is not Kai Azur, enforcer, my cocky bastard. The throne room is smothered in silence as I scan the expectant crowd. I look for him in every face, every gap between finely dressed bodies. Jax, Andy, Callum, Mira, Gale, strangers. Kai is nowhere to be found, just as he promised. Payden, the scholar raises his bushy brows at me. Still, I wait for something to save me from this moment. I teeter before the rest of my life and beg for someone to catch me before I fall. My dress grows too tight as hope flees from my chest, stealing all the air with it. It takes me a long moment to realize that nothing and no one will ever save me. Those who have in the past are dead. The one who would in this present is likely under a willow tree, already mourning me. So I face my fate alone and look it in the eyes. Kit shifts slightly, his gaze urging me to speak what I must. Stronger than I feel and more damning than I let on, I utter, I do. Then I pronounce you husband and wife. The king nods slightly. I nod back as his queen. You may kiss the bride and seal this union. My mouth dries. I had forgotten about that bit. Kit, ever kingly and calm, leans in to press his lips to mine. It is soft, a bearing of his soul despite never doing so with words. This kiss tastes like the sweet end of an apology or the lingering of a farewell. And when he pulls away, I'm left staring into the face of my husband. I expel the panic from my being and swallow the realization of what I've done. We turn towards the court, hand in hand. The scholar lifts that lethal crown from its pedestal and lifts it high above my head. Bending my knees, I force the constant tremble from my limbs. People of Ilia,
I present unto you Payden Azur, your undoubted queen consort. The scholar's decree rings through the throne room. And your king, Kit Azur, savior of Ilia. May their union bring prosperity to our kingdom and greatness to our histories. The court claps, forcing smiles onto begrudging faces. We step from the dais, a married couple, and walk down the aisle as royals. I focus only on making it beyond those open doors as we parade through the center of this court. My gaze is fixed distantly on the sliver of freedom ahead when I see him. Time slows. My heart splinters. Kai stands in the doorway, his chest heaving as though he has sprinted past his best judgment and found himself here. A broken sort of acknowledgement of my fate fills his face. I see the exact moment he realizes he is too late. His gray eyes flick between the two of us in disbelief. Even the enforcer did not believe I would go through with it, and his hurt cuts me deep. I failed him. I failed us. Still, he musters a small smile. It is the look of letting someone go, and it tears me to pieces. He was going to save me.
Chapter 57. Kai. Shadows skitter over my skin, as if summoned by the darkness brewing within me. Rough bark digs into my spine, kneading my back with gnarled fingers. I lean my head against the willow's sturdy trunk, watching warmth filter through the veil of branches. The long, drooping leaves cast shifting shadows across my skin as they sway in the breeze, dappling me in both light and dark. I haven't left the willow's comforting embrace since Payden left mine. My gaze lifts to the sun above, winking at me through the shifting umbrella of leaves. The wedding has likely started already, but I'm rooted to the spot like this tree beside me. Tears sting my tired eyes. I can't remember the last time I truly cried. Aside from my reunion with Payden after her third trial, there was the day Ava died. I looked down at the patch of soft grass beside me. Father carried out our training as if nothing had happened, continuing to carve open my skin and push perfected power from my body. I could do nothing but numb every inch of myself, force a mask atop my grief. Every tear was hidden until I returned to my room, bloody and shaking. Then there was the night I took my first life. At the time, I hadn't even known the extent of what the king made me do. But I wept for Payden's father all the same. I wept for the piece of me that died alongside him. That was the first night I drove a sword into the posts of my bed, over and over again. Wood splintered beneath my blade, chunks of it flying in every direction. Grief drove me to find something more potent within myself, something to smother the hurt. Fear. I would become a monster, a puppet of death, if it meant I felt nothing else. Then I met her. Payden rivaled me. The stars, the very sea with her gaze. She had me in the palm of her hand the moment she grabbed mine in that alley. And for the first time since I was a boy, fear gripped my heart. Right then and there, I knew she would be my undoing. We are inevitable. The Silver Savior and me. Our pasts are as irrevocably intertwined as our futures now will be. But it is not love that has tied our souls together. It is duty. My vision grows blurry behind the foreign feel of tears. I lay a hand on that soft grass, shutting my eyes against this wave of emotion. I don't know what to do, eh?
I whisper. She says nothing. She never does. A tear rolls down my cheek. I'm tired. Tired of the loyalty that has taken everything I care about. Tired of standing by while happiness finds its home elsewhere. But most of all, I'm tired of losing her. Then there is now. When I cry for the future I so badly wish to live with her. It's a silent stream of tears that I try my best not to acknowledge. I take a shuddering breath before swiping at them roughly. Don't let her be your weakness. Mother's warning came far too late. She is not only my weakness. She is my everything. My voice is weak. I can't lose her too, eh? I comb a hand through my unruly hair, raking fallen leaves from the strands. The shadows wave their goodbye as I stand to my feet and stretch stiff limbs. I have to do something. My gaze falls to the rumpled blanket beneath me, a mere remnant of last night. The cool breeze in her hair, gasp in her throat, warmth in her touch. Now it is a memory that will haunt me. I stride from beneath the drooping branches, evading the willow's reaching fingers. My skin smells of her. My heart aches for her. The enforcer bows to her. I'm off to find my queen.
Chapter 58. Payden. The crown is just as heavy as I remember it being. Only now, it carries far more weight with the queen under it. Kit walks beside me, the sound of a dismissing court echoing in the distance. We head for my room in a rather dull silence, soaking in this sliver of peace before our second ceremony. The feasts and dancing in celebration of our union won't begin until tomorrow, and I wished for nothing more than to sleep this day away. The thought makes my ears burn. I doubt I'm intended to sleep alone tonight. You did well, Kit finally offers into the silence. My heels continue hitting the ground with a rhythmic click. Thank you. Now, as soon as you're changed and ready, we will head out to the coaches. The elephant in the room stomps beside us as we continue to pretend as though we are not bound together for life. I whirl on him suddenly. Did you want this? Despite our marriage being for Ilya, did you want this? My question makes him pause. I know how Kai feels about you. So no, I didn't want to do this. But you married me anyway. And I would do so much worse for him, he says quickly. I swallow. Despite everything, I understand. Our marriage is for Kai as much as it is for Ilya. The enforcer will never have to take the life of another ordinary. He will no longer be controlled by guilt or shame. And above all, this kingdom will remain standing. I can manage little more than a nod. Reaching my door, I place a hand on the knob. I lost track of time earlier, but I'll pick something out from your mother's jewelry box now. Thank you. A raspy cough cuts the sentiment short. Are you... I spot something that looks suspiciously like blood splatter his handkerchief. All right? He wipes his mouth. I'm fine. Kit, I think you're sick. I said I'm fine, Payden. He snaps, eyes suddenly wild. I take a bewildered step back and watch the king compose himself. He clears his raw throat, shifts into something deceivingly docile. Thank you for your concern. I nod. My voice is weak. I'll meet you in the courtyard. The king is striding down the hall before I slip into my room. I lean against the door and shut my eyes, shoving aside the tears I desperately wish to cry. My heart aches at the vivid memory of Kai standing behind those doors, with a look of betrayal seeping onto his features. Then, he slipped into the crowd before my trembling lips could form an apology.
I pull the crown from my head, hardly noticing when the jagged points bite into my palm. The sharp emeralds reflect my weary face back at me like a glimpse into my future. I see a life of torture beside the man I love. My husband sits on the throne, but he is not who holds my heart. No, that man stands to my left, never looking in my direction. The mask he wears has choked all emotion from his face, and without me to pull it free, he becomes a shell of the man he once was. A gnawing numbness has begun its slow trickle over me. Ellie helps pull the extravagant wedding dress from my body, each word a congratulations, each turn of her lips a smile. I'm quickly swaddled in more white fabric, this dress lighter and softer than the last. The swishing skirt billows out from my waist and flows to just above my bare ankles. Its bodice is relatively simple, though embroidered with a tangle of beaded vines. Thin straps hug my shoulders, and white heels clutch my feet. You don't want to look too dressed up en route, Ellie reassures while toying with my hair. She says this like I didn't already know. Showing up to the poverty-stricken slums in a gown expensive enough to feed several of them for weeks would hardly make the best impression. She steps away to examine me. But you still look like a very elegant bride. Thank you, Ellie. I clear my tightening throat. That will be all. I'd like a moment alone. Nodding her understanding, Ellie slips from the room. I sigh into the silence and wish I could hide behind these four walls indefinitely. More out of comfort than necessity, I strap my dagger to a thigh beneath the dress. This makes me feel better, having a piece of my father with me on my wedding day. The jewelry box taunts me until I finally pad over to it. Sitting carefully atop the bed, I adjust the dress around me and tip open the lid. I stare into its velvet-encased depths, swallowing my gasp at the sight of so many glittering jewels. They sit against the green fabric, so perfectly intact. Diamonds, sapphires, and an impressive number of emeralds wink up at me. I reach for a particularly blinding necklace before thinking better of it. Queen Iris certainly had a taste for finery. I have never seen such wealth. I'm not even sure how to hold it. These jewels alone could feed all of Loot. I'm suddenly snapping the lid shut, nauseated by the mere sight of something so fine. There was once a time when I would have done unspeakable things to steal even a single gem. Now, I get to wear them around my neck like a trophy. Or a pretty noose. I shove the thought away and pull open one of the small drawers. It is stuffed with shiny rings, all bands of shimmering gold and silver. Beside it is a drawer littered with bracelets, but it's the one beneath that has me pausing. No jewelry, no gems, only the brittle head of a rose. I run a gentle finger over the dried petals, watching them crumble beneath my touch. My breath catches in surprise. This flower is older than I am. A folded piece of parchment lies beneath its severed stem. Carefully, I slip it from the drawer's clutches, though the wood clings fiercely to it. Time has aged the note, creasing the edges and yellowing the paper. I unfold it slowly to reveal a hastily written message in looping handwriting. Meet me in the garden at midnight. Wear a cloak. You are too beautiful to be seen with me. My heart is yours. Always. I stare blankly at the note. This was not meant for my eyes. I feel as though I've intruded on an intimate moment that was supposed to remain forever preserved within this box. And yet, I can't seem to tear my gaze from it. This was not the king she was meeting. No, the queen would not sneak about the castle with her own husband. She had a lover. I set the paper down with a sigh. It feels odd to pluck a piece of one's life from belongings of the dead. To accuse the late queen of being unfaithful feels stranger still. And yet, staring down at the note, something nags at me distantly. I dismiss the feeling, deciding instead to explore the other drawers. Hair clips in one, more rings in the other. My fingers tug at the last compartment, fighting to free the shallow drawer. With a groan, it gives up, sliding to unveil a stack of crumpled notes. It's that same smudged handwriting that stains each piece of parchment. I skim through the short letters, each one more cryptic than the last. Time, place, I love you always. My fingers fumble blindly around the drawer, searching for any forgotten pieces of the past. A creased sheet of parchment lives in the corner of the compartment, contorted against the wood for what has likely been years. I pry it out before forcing deep ridges from the yellowing paper, flattening it against my dress-draped knee. Inspecting further, I flip it over and... I've never looked into the face of a ghost, but I imagine this is what it would feel like. My whole body goes numb as the photograph slips from between my fingers. Something grips my very soul, certain and crushing. It's familiarity, I realize. It's recognition of yourself within another. I stare at the woman. She stares up at me. Her bright blue eyes are nearly as vibrant as the smile she wears. There's a certain warmth in her gaze, in the rosiness of her cheeks. Light blonde hair cascades over her shoulders, falling in loose waves. And her nose. I take a shuddering breath before lifting the photograph in front of my face. Her nose is dusted with freckles. I stare at the queen. She stares up at one. Blood claims blood, and when I look at Iris Moira, the late and beloved queen of Ilia, I see a shade of her coursing through my veins. And blood never forgets. The parchment flutters to the bed as I press a steadying hand to my thumping heart. This is absurdity. That is what I tell myself over and over again. This is a coincidence, a picture that shares a slight resemblance. I am no royal. I am no daughter of a queen. The door creaks open, and I hardly hear the footsteps that follow. I'm still studying the photo when a figure strides into view, stopping before my bed. My gaze lifts begrudgingly from Iris's face to land on Callum. He stands there, stoic as always, but I watch the color drain from his face. Time seems to stall. Callum's gaze on the pile of notes, mine on the bouquet of flowers he holds. Pink roses. It's my bouquet. I realize now that it had been forgotten after rushing to the throne room. He must have been bringing it to me. Blinking, I lower my gaze to the crumbling flower beside me, plucked years before this moment. There is that something tugging incessantly at the corner of my subconscious again, like the intuition that senses a fight before the first punch is thrown, or the moment before I've fit every observation together, molding the story into place with my mind, or how a memory resurfaces at the exact moment I need to pick it apart, because nothing goes unnoticed. I must rush off to a meeting with Kit, but I will be sure to tell him how beautiful you look in this wedding dress. Callum was standing mere steps away from where he is now when the compliment slid from his tongue. But it's the following string of words that I focus on, the damning ones that echo through my mind. The roses from my garden will look lovely with it. I had felt that distant nagging then, that prick of intuition, and chose to ignore it. My trust in Callum had built a wall around my heart, yet all it took was a rose to have it crumbling. Everything is happening so fast, like the inevitable trip before a fall. My thoughts blur, all bleeding into one another. The past comes racing towards my current present, overlapping to create one clear conclusion. I glance down at the decaying flower. Ellie's words suddenly surface from the depths of my mind. There is a private rose garden here on the grounds. Pretty pink ones, I believe. My head swims. That rose garden has been here for decades. Each breath grows shallower. A fatal, a resistance leader, a man who is always in the right place at the right time. A flood of unanswered questions pour into my reeling mind, making me dizzy. Confusion creeps into every thought, every moment spent with Callum, from his resistant speech at the bowl to the very ring on my finger. I claw at my mind, prying apart strands of my past. A wave of realization crashes over me in a series of disconnected thoughts. The notes, the handwriting, the purging trials. My mind is a muddled melody of rhymes, all scrolled in that loopy penmanship. One from a scroll in the whispers, one at the base of plummet, and one read at its peak. My heart pounds as pieces of this puzzle begin falling into place. When I fought the king, his words meant nothing. Until now. A friend told me of his intentions and this resistance he was a part of. A friend. Someone close to my father and the king. Someone loyal to the latter. Blooms did not spring flowers from the earth for Callum overnight. No, he has been tending to them for years. Because he's the king's mind reader. It's as though the world has tilted beneath me. But that is not all. That is only the beginning. I don't look up at him. It's the queen who holds my gaze now. That is when everything clicks. Father, my real father, taught me to trust my instincts, never falter, never leave anything unnoticed. It's as though I'm back on loot, facing an imperial who has ordered me to demonstrate my psychic ability. So when I speak, the words are sure, unshadowed by doubt. Even a mind reader can be read. You know, I stand slowly, the dress swishing around my ankles. I meant to thank you again for giving me those books. They kept me occupied on the boat. I pick up one of the faded spines on my bedside table, flipping open the front cover. For Payden, I read aloud. The rose sketched above the words makes me smile faintly. Callum's gaze has yet to meet mine. I set the books among the littered notes, lining up the identical handwriting. I would add the scroll from my purging trials, but I didn't get the chance to keep one as a souvenir. I pick up the photograph next, flapping it between my fingers. Do you still think I look like my mother? Silence. I thought it was odd when you mentioned that I looked like her from the pictures you had seen, I say slowly. See, we didn't have any photos of my father's wife, Alice. My feet tread a path across the carpet, the dress's hem lapping at my ankles. I mean, a transfer is needed to impress a site's memory onto the page, and it all becomes far more expensive than it's worth. I wave my hands, dismissing the explanation. Then my feet falter, changing course until I'm standing right before him. I lift the photograph between us, forcing those blue eyes onto Iris's. That is not the only royal you have killed. Callum's words ring in my mind, another piece of the puzzle that is my past. But Alice was not the mother you were talking about, I breathe. It was the queen you loved, the one who died giving birth to me. I'm shaking, every inch of my body. The adrenaline coursing through my veins has my heart hammering against a tightening chest, blood pounding in my ears. The gravity of this truth I have uncovered threatens to bring me to my knees. You were Iris's lover, I pant, my eyes wild, and the king's mind reader, feeding him information about the resistance the entire time. That is why he was always one step ahead. Knees trembling, I stand my ground as Callum's gaze lifts to mine. It's agonizingly slow, this moment in which I stand between the past and the present. So I'll ask you again, I say, deceptively calm. Do I look like my mother? When his blue eyes finally meet mine, the queen's, I watch him pluck every thought from my head. He reads the mistrust, mulling it over carefully. I stare up at the fatal, unsurprised when he finally says, And who else do you resemble? This is not the first game I have been forced to play. And it will not be the first I lose. So when I send the words to the forefront of my mind, I mirror the shadow of a smile that lifts his lips. Hello, Father. Chapter 59. Payton. Father. The title tastes bitter for any man other than the one who raised me. I stare up at Callum, letting him read every bit of mistrust in my mind. This man was once like a father to me, and now that I've discovered he has been precisely that all along, hurt rams into me. "This is more upsetting to you than I thought it would be," he observes simply. "So I'm right," I breathe. Then a wave of anger rolls over me, smothering the fleeting triumph that accompanies unraveling a lifetime of lies. "You left me on a doorstep." I throw my hands into the air. "I was a baby, and also the king wouldn't find out I wasn't his child?" Callum's eyes grow wild. It is as though something has snapped within him, like every solemn expression and kind word was an act he despised. And now that I know who he truly is, there is no use for deceit. "The king did think you were his child, and he didn't want you." I stumble back a step, my lips parting slightly. "After you killed Queen Iris," he bites, "the king handed you off to a silencer. That is when he discovered that an ordinary, killed one of the rarest elites known to Ilya." The room spins around me as I comb through my memory. Recalling every book of history Father set before me, I finally find her power hiding in the corner of my mind. She was a soul. Callum utters the word he'd read from my mind. "That's right. The ability to sense another's emotions and alter them, take them upon herself. And her power paired with mine, a fatal's?" He laughs, and it is a crazed sound. "You were supposed to be formidable, but you are nothing." He spits out the words, each one coated with years of rage. "You were an embarrassment to the king, one he told me to take care of, and he spent his life covering up the ordinary he thought was his. But you were mine, and Iris died." He runs a hand over his hair. "All for you to be nothing, a worthless ordinary." The scar burns above my heart. Oh. The king thought I was his daughter. Two elites have never made an ordinary. Yet here I stand, powerless, the product of strength with none to show for it. And maybe, for the first time, that makes me extraordinary. Tears blur my vision, anger stinging my eyes. I flex my fingers in the soft skin of my dress, feeling the comforting outline of my dagger beneath the layers of fabric. "So that is why you hate me?" I choke out. "Because the woman you love died giving birth to me?" "Because it should have been you," he growls. "It should have been you that died that day, not the queen who bled out for an ordinary." His head shakes, and the wild look in his eyes has me stepping back. "Before you showed up at the castle and sat beside Edric during that first dinner, I thought you were dead. I may not have been able to kill you like the king had wished 18 years ago, but I hoped you met your end in the slums." "But I didn't," I breathe. "And he still kept me alive." After that third trial, standing in the pouring rain outside the bowl, I asked the king why he hadn't killed me sooner. That was right before his sword sliced open my forearm. "Because I needed you alive." "He did," Callum says in response to my memory. "I convinced him that the resistance needed you to find the tunnel into the bowl, and if the trials didn't kill you, then he could after." He lifts a shaking finger at me. "But you have her eyes. He recognized you the moment you sat down at that table." I fight to keep my voice steady. "How did you know I would find the tunnel?" His smile is cruelly sympathetic. I bare my teeth right back. He is not going to tell me. Every unanswered question begins to resurface until they're practically bubbling out of me. I spit one out, hoping he will deign to answer it. "I thought the queen died giving birth to Kit." "The whole kingdom thought so." His eyes gleam, boring into mine. The king kept Iris locked away, safe from any threats. So much so that when she became pregnant with you, the kingdom knew nothing of the queen or her child. And after the shame you brought him upon your birth, he sealed the true records away and told the kingdom she had passed when Kit was born. There is a long pause in which I try to swallow the sudden realization. And my father... I choke on the words. You told the king about him. You are the reason he is dead, because you found out about the resistance. He was helping in the castle during fever season, he says simply. We passed in the hall, and I read his mind, learned of his plans for a resistance. But that was not what killed Adam in the end. I blink at him. What are you talking about? That moment in the basement of my childhood home, surrounded by resistance members, comes racing back. Callum had shown a shred of confusion when I assumed my father's death was due to his association with the resistance. No, Edric kept him alive to grow his resistance, Callum was saying. He was content to use him until Adam discovered something he shouldn't have. Something for the kings alone. What are you talking about? I urge again through gritted teeth. Callum's responding silence has a frustrated sound crawling up my throat. That is why you were asking about my father's journals, I pant. You wanted to know if he wrote that secret something down. My head spins. I shove this new piece of confusing information beside the dozens sprawled across my mind. But the truth of my father's death didn't seem to interfere with Edric Azer's obsession with the resistance. I'm suddenly flung into another memory, one where I am bloody and broken and barely surviving against the king. His boot is crushing my chest as I stare up at him, rain pelting my stinging face. Mud squelches beneath my back. He watches me struggle to wriggle free. I've planned for this day a long time, waiting until I could rid myself of this resistance. He had, Callum murmurs, seeing the vivid picture I've painted in my mind. My gaze is distant, clouded with realization. The king didn't want to wipe out the resistance when he first found out, I mutter. He wanted it to grow, wanted to gather all the ordinaries in one place. My gaze flicks to Callum's, while my mind wanders to that battle at the bowl. And you were his spy. Callum confirms with a pitiless nod of his head. But your father needed to be taken care of before we had collected enough ordinaries for the slaughter. So, I took his place as the resistance's leader. Slaughter. My stomach heaves. The pit was littered with bodies, and the memory of that bloody stretch of sand has my mouth drying. It was all a ploy, my chest heaves, anger swelling within it. Everything. You don't care about the ordinaries. You never have. Not after one killed your lover. I take another step back, bumping into the bedside table behind. From that very first night in my home, you are playing me. Your father would be proud. That is what Callum had said to me after I pledged myself to the Resistance's cause. And proud he was, having finally caught me. A ghost of the woman he loved in the body of a worthless ordinary he hated. And I am, Callum laces those long fingers behind his back. Very proud of the puppet you became for me. Get out of my head. Disgust coats my voice. What game are you playing now? I let him hold my gaze for a long moment. We need to get you to your next wedding ceremony. Why? I retort. Why would you want an ordinary on the throne? I have great plans for you, Payton. He's suddenly striding towards me. I will ensure the scholars write your name into every history book. That intuition begins a slow tug within me once again, and this time I do not ignore it. These past several weeks play out in my mind, like a constant stream of memory. I think of the moments spent with Callum, yes, but more importantly, the ones without. He was always in the background, always whispering into someone's ear. I blink at the floor before beginning to spew my thoughts. You told King Edric not to kill me when I showed up at the castle, and he didn't. You told Kit to marry me, and he did. The veiled accusations fall from my lips in a rushed murmur. He trusted you so easily. You convinced him to let me compete in these trials, advised him to start training his troops, and he does it all. Callum's eyes narrow, but he says nothing. I almost laugh. You say the blooms grew your rose garden, and in that moment I believed you. What you demand, others do. You had the entire resistance eating out of your palm, my father included. You're not just a mind reader, are you? I take a slow step towards him. You are a duel. That is why you hate me so much. I still manage to be ordinary, even when you aren't just one fatal. You're two. Still, Callum says nothing. Having figured it all out, I smile. You're a mind reader and a controller. When he lunges for me, I send an elbow arcing towards his temple. I'm surprised when he jumps back, swiftly avoiding the hit. My dress ripples around me as I dart forward to throw a right hook at his jaw. Again, he evades me. I sink onto the balls of my feet, blood pounding in my ears. Jab, right hook, cross. Nothing. Nothing is hitting him. I let out a frustrated cry that he finds humorous. Don't hurt yourself, Peyton. I know your every move. Of course he does. Get out of my head. Callum chuckles again while dodging the next fist I send flying towards his face. My blood boils, staining my cheeks with heat. But my mind is clear, and I know he reads the thought that pounds through it. There is no way in hell I am leaving this room with him. He reads my only plan, blue eyes locked on mine and lips twitching into a smile. I pause. Maybe inside my head is exactly where he should be. I take a slow step towards him. You're the failure, not me. Callum feigns boredom. Not only were you unable to kill an ordinary baby, but you left me on Adam Gray's doorstep so you could keep an eye on your daughter. His eyes narrow as I advance slowly. I'm right, aren't I? A part of you wanted to watch me grow up. Every meeting, every conversation with my father, you were learning about me. I jab a finger towards the pile of books beside the bed. You brought those to the house when I was a child, didn't you? Even wrote my name in the covers. Because you cared for me. Enough, Callum drawls. All your power, and you couldn't even make an elite. Pathetic, I spit the word aloud, watching it hit him like a blow. You blame me for Iris's death because you couldn't do anything to save her. One foot in front of the other. I bet you couldn't even hold her hand, couldn't even say goodbye with the king there. My thoughts are sharp, cutting through the cool facade he wears with ease. Stop it, he mumbles. She was never yours, Callum. Rage has his body trembling. Stop! But I am. I will forever be your greatest failure. I'm close enough now to see the tears glossing his gaze. Do I look like her father? Do I haunt you? Callum's hands clamp atop his ears. Enough! Look at me. His eyes squeeze shut, and that is when I strike. My palms meet plush carpet as I drop to the floor, sweeping my leg out. I hear the sound of tearing fabric before Callum topples to the floor, having lost his balance. Fumbling with the dress's draping layers, I find my dagger beneath and pull it from the sheath. My chest heaves. Hovering over him, I bring the tip of my blade to his neck. He stares up at me. Betrayer, liar, killer of ordinaries. Father. That is the most damning title of them all. And I don't even know the half of what he's done. A thin line of blood stains the dagger's point. Do it, kill him.
That's right, he whispers beneath me. Do it.
I bare my teeth. He has used every person I care about.
Are you going to kill me or not, daughter?
A low growl spills from my throat, driven by hurt and hate. My body trembles. And then I yank the blade away. His smile is cold.
You're so weak.
The swirling handle of my dagger, my real father's dagger, connects with Callum's temple, cutting off his words. He lies there, unconscious beside a kneeling bride. Sweat sticks to my brow, and I swipe at it numbly. The weapon slips from my hand to thud softly against the carpet. My legs shake as I pull them beneath me and force myself off the floor. Fabric flows down my legs, unfurling to my feet in a waterfall of white. I look down to find a large tear slithering up the side of my leg, splitting the lace and exposing a sliver of my skin. Dazed, I stumble towards the door, head spinning. I need to tell Kit. Throwing the door open, I glance one last time at the scene I'm fleeing. Notes litter the bed, an open book beside them. The smell of roses grows bitter, life and death, past and present, all mingling in the air. A decaying flower atop a jewelry box, a fresh bouquet decorating the floor, a photograph of a stranger who is suddenly so much more. Callum is sprawled beside the evidence of his treachery, a man who was once my friend, turned father who is now dead to me. I step out into the hall and don't look back again.
Edric. 18 years after Iris's death, Edric sees her again. Not in body or soul, but rather a reuniting of something long stolen. Kit, obsessively loyal as he was, told the king in passing of his meeting with the slummer who had saved his enforcer from a resistance silencer. The heir spoke vaguely of her alluring appearance, the dripping silver hair she greeted him at the door with, but more intriguing, her burning blue eyes. The king, upon hearing each unnecessary detail, thought nothing of the girl, who would likely die in his first trial. Having no clear memory of his mother, Kit saw little more than a pretty face before him. Any portraits of the late queen were locked away or in the possession of the king, who rarely displayed his lost love. But for the few times Edric allowed his son to admire them, he remembered nothing of note to connect the queen and this contestant. But Kit had never memorized the eyes of Iris Moira quite like his father had. The first time Edric sees his daughter since she was an embarrassment in his arms is when she confidently takes a seat at his table. Each contestant has filed into the throne room before His and Her Majesty make their grand entrance. The sight of Payden's eyes, Iris's eyes, nearly brings the king to his knees. But with a knack for deceit comes the gift of composure. Edric forces a stoic strength into his voice, addresses his contestants, and sits mere feet from the forgotten princess. The king has not given thought to her, or the disgrace she had temporarily brought to his kingdom in 18 years. But with her blue eyes locked on his, that flood of hatred carves a destructive path to his heart once again. She is more than everything Edric despises. She is his weakness. Payden Grey. An ordinary sitting at his table and pretending that she is not. His ordinary. Sitting here as though she is not meant to be dead. So, this is the girl who saved you in the alley. The king says to his enforcer, disguising every bit of bite in his voice with feigned intrigue. But when the ordinary looks up at her father, he finds a loathing there to rival his own. I must say, I've never met a psychic before. Your powers are intriguing. A sham, a lie, a disgrace to his name. These are all things Edric could have said in that moment, but he knows how to play his cards. He will not show his hand any more than she will. Instead, the king will watch her squirm until the moment he finally puts an end to her pathetic, ordinary life. A rehearsed explanation leaves Payden's lips at a calculated pace. Not too fast, this would make it seem like the lie it is, but not entirely slow, because why would she need such time to think on her own ability? It's admirable, really. Her commitment to passing as an elite, even becoming the lowliest of them, is a challenge. Every word, every reasoning is so deliberate that the king might have believed her if those eyes weren't so incriminating. Kai seems unworried by his inability to sense her power, or perhaps the enforcer is simply too distracted to question her reasonings further. But Edric says nothing of the truth he knows, because this ordinary will die in his trials, and he need not raise a finger to do it. This time, he will not make the same mistake. This time, he will watch her die. What a shame, to have survived this whole time for nothing. Nothing. Just like the daughter before him, like the powerless child who killed his wife, the waste of elite power. Payden mentions the man who raised her, forcing the king to further fortify his unbothered expression. Edric believed the surname Grey died with the man whose growing uprise became a pawn to satiate the king's appetite for power. Adam Grey was meant to help eradicate the remaining ordinaries, albeit unknowingly. But the healer's life was swiftly ended after he stumbled upon a secret meant solely for kings. Only the forgotten princess, having been raised by the former resistance leader, was not a detail Edric was informed of. Still, it feels good to blame another man for the weakness she is. For that reason, Edric happily confirms what she already believes to be true. Ah, yes. Your father, Adam Grey, was a great healer. A very educated man. To her credit, the girl feigns surprise at the king's memory.
You knew my father?
The king answers her question, though the both of them already know the answer. Yes, I did. He would come to the palace during fever season to help our own court physicians when there were too many patients to attend to. And that is how Edric became aware of Adam's plan to raise up a resistance. His mind reader gathered the information while briefly passing in the halls. It was hardly shocking to discover the healer's agenda, considering his continual refusal of the bribe offered to him. The king could not buy Adam's silence about the legitimacy of this ordinary disease, but as a resident of the slums, he seemingly posed little threat. Only he raised the king's daughter into something that mockingly resembled an elite. Edric rises from the table, his eyes on those that once belonged to his wife. I will watch her die, just as I have my wife, and I will mar her heart, just as she has mine. Callum does not need the king to vocalize the rage that roars within his head. He can read it easily enough, like a scribbled scroll rolled out before him. Edric's anger is an all-consuming ailment, one the mind reader has grown to understand better than most. And he knows now the reasoning behind his wrath.
She was a baby. I could not bring myself to kill her.
The king's eyes flash. And now an ordinary sleeps in my castle, competes in my trials as if she is worthy.
Forgive me, Majesty.
Callum hangs his head solemnly, folding sweaty palms behind his back.
I should have disposed of her, like you asked. But I've kept an eye on her for years. Ever since working with Adam and the Resistance, she was never meant to find her way back to the castle.
But she saved my son. Edric spits, angered still by the enforcer's inability to defend himself against a silencer. And now, Payden Grey is here to taunt me with her mother's eyes. The mind reader's throat bobs.
I know.
I want her dead.
She will be,
Callum reassures.
The trials will likely kill her, but before they do, we can use her.
This intrigues the king. I'm listening.
The Resistance is ready. This is what you have been waiting for all these years.
The mind reader tips his blonde head.
We only need someone to help us find a way into the bowl after the third trial. Finally, you will have a sea of ordinaries in one place.
The tunnels. Edric muses. You want her to lead the Resistance through the tunnels. Callum allows a rare smile.
She only needs someone to show them to her.
The king knows to whom he refers. With a plan in place, Edric leaves his mind reader with a twisted sort of glee at Payden Grey's arrival. He would get to use her, get his revenge, before eventually watching her die. The king could think of little more that would bring him such enjoyment.
Chapter 60. Kai. I'm swallowed by a wave of bodies. People pour from the throne room, all pushing their way down the hall. I shove against the human current, my movements sluggish beneath the weight of so many powers. The court parades towards the gardens to enjoy refreshments and swap gossip while the second ceremony en route commences. Most elites here despise the idea of the royals setting foot in the slums, let alone conducting another wedding there. Another wedding. Because I couldn't stop the first. I lean against a wall in the emptying throne room. Petals float from the canopy of flowers above to fall gracefully towards the dais beneath. That is where they stood, exchanging vows, while I was foolish enough to think I could stop it. I was too late. She is a wife. She is a queen. I sink to the floor, letting my back slide down the smooth wall. What would I have done? Stolen my brother's bride away? I was so plagued by the decision between duty and desire that I became stuck somewhere in the middle as a begrudging bystander. And now, I've lost her. I was too late. Her life will pass by mine, and yet we will never stop to live within each other's. She is a tragedy I will be forced to relive every waking moment. I am her enforcer, and she, my queen. Anything more is now in our past, and anything less is likely to come. I mourn her on the floor of the throne room. I am lost without the purpose she planted in me. For her, I was better. I was a mere shadow of the beast my father made me. Now, I fear what I will become when bowing at her feet. I would have kneeled for her 100 times over, not for duty, but for devotion. She has become my mission once again, this time a queen I'm meant to protect. But it is my brother who will have her. In his life, in his heart, in his bed. My fist meets the wall beside me. A shock of pain shoots up my arm as the smooth surface crumbles beneath my knuckles. I curse under my breath. Then again, loud enough to offer some relief to my sudden rage. White dust drifts to the marble floor when I pull my aching hand from the wall. Chunks of debris fall from the fist-sized hole I've made. It seems that my anger may have latched on to a nearby brawny without my permission. I am dangerous this way, lethal when stripped so bare. Devastation lives just beneath my skin, and I am aching. She's gone. I've lost her. I am lost without her. My head hangs in hands that will soon forget the shape of her. Beasts don't get the beauty.
Chapter 61. Payden. The dress ripples around my pumping legs. I cling to fistfuls of fabric, trying to free my restricted steps. The hall passes in a blur, sunlight streaming from the many windows I race past. None of the Imperials lining the wall so much as twist their heads at my mad dash and disheveled appearance. I'm panting by the time I skid to a stop before the front doors. They are sealed shut, framed on either side by a dozen Imperials. Several eyes dip behind those white masks, scrutinizing their queen. I bite back the vicious retort on my tongue at the sudden realization of my bare legs. Dropping the hem of my skirt, I let it flutter to my feet before declaring, "Open the doors." The Imperials obey my command, and I try not to look overly shocked by this. I bound down the stone steps that descend into the courtyard, sparing only a glance at the decorated coaches awaiting me. Kit stands beside a particularly gilded one, where he converses quietly with Easel while surrounded by a swarm of Imperials. He, too, has changed into something less extravagant, though a ceremonial sword swings at his side. "Kit!" His head whips in my direction to find the queen rushing towards him. My leg slips in and out of the tear that climbs up my dress, only amplifying my disheveled appearance. Kit even allows concern to crinkle his brow at the sight of me. "What happened?" "I figured it out," I pant. "Callum was your father's mind reader, and I know his fatals were hidden from you, so when the resistance leader showed up after that third purging trial, you didn't know who he was." "Slow down, Payden," Kit urges, his body tense. "What are you trying to say?" I blow out a breath. "Callum worked for your father. The whole resistance was a sham, and..." My mouth grows worryingly dry. "And he is my father." Uttering the words aloud sounds like a death sentence. I watch them land on Kit, watch every emotion ripple over his face. Confusion, disbelief, worry. We stand there, staring blankly at each other until Kit finally sputters. "What?" My eyes drift closed so I don't have to watch his world shatter beneath my words. "Your mother, Iris, She had an affair with Callum but passed the child off as your father's. When I was born an ordinary, the king wanted me killed, but his mind reader placed me on Adam Gray's doorstep instead. The whole thing was covered up and..." "My mother died over 20 years ago," Kit counters. "The records were forged." The words tumble out in a rush. "The kingdom hadn't seen Queen Iris since your birth. The king kept her hidden away, paranoid for her safety. So when she became pregnant with me, Ilya never knew." Kit's gaze grows vacant. "And then she died?" "Yes," I murmur. "And the king was able to cover up my existence by telling the kingdom that Iris died giving birth to you, not an ordinary. That is what you and Ilya have believed for decades." "And the staff..." "You said so yourself," I shake my head. They have been keeping secrets for decades. A stifling silence smothers us. I know it sounds crazy, but Callum admitted it. We are half-siblings, Kit finally blurts. I blink at my husband, then down at the ring on my finger. The thought had somehow never crossed my mind until this very moment, and now I feel as though I may be sick. Holy shit, I breathe, because there is little more to say. We were just bound in holy matrimony less than a single hour ago, only to find out that our lives have been knit together long before then. Kit's hands are suddenly gripping my arms tightly. That glimpse of paranoia is back in his gaze. Did he say anything about me? What? I shake my head. Kit, he has been controlling you. Callum is a duel, just like you are. Everything he asks, you do. Kit only stares at me, processing this information before my eyes. Think about it, I urge. You never wanted to marry me, and yet you did. Callum wanted you to, and I'm afraid to find out why. Don't you see? He is using you. The doors swing open with a thud. My dagger is clenched in Callum's fist as he slowly descends those stone steps. I stiffen, feeling fear course through me at the sight of a man meant to be my father. My head is still spinning, my chest still hollow after what I learned. Only a handful of minutes separates me from the life that was and the one I've now been thrown into. Everything I thought I knew is a lie, and everything I didn't know is even more hurtful. Kit drops his hands from my arms before taking a step forward. Imperials dash to their king's side at the scene unfolding, but Kit waves them off. I watch Callum slowly descend the stairs with a calming smile spreading across his face. Kit, let's not do anything rash. Peyton is clearly confused. My skin flushes with anger. Kit meets my father at the bottom of the steps, and for a long moment, they do nothing but hold each other's gaze. There is a single terrifying moment in which I fear they may smile, perhaps take a bow. It dawns on me then that I could have just misjudged everything. That is, until Callum's body goes rigid. It's eerie, watching one's face drain of all color. Don't do this, Kit. A sword sings as it's pulled from a sheath. Kit's responding growl echoes through the courtyard. Get out of my head! His blade sinks into my father's chest. I blink, and the world spins to a sudden jolting stop. Blood gushes from the wound in Callum's chest as his king callously yanks the blade from his body. I watch those blue eyes widen on Kit, then flicker with fleeting life. My hand lifts towards the jaw I've dropped above. This is not the first time I've lost a father. This is not even the first time I've lost one to a sword through his chest, or an Azure brother at the other end of that blade. But this death is different. Watching this man die feels like a relief. Callum is the reason for my true father's death, and this is the retribution I've searched for since Adam Gray died in my arms. The blood of every resistance member is on this fatal's hands, and he deserves to meet this brutal end. Kit staggers back, letting Callum slump to the stone steps. Blood drips from the king's sword in a way that makes him suddenly resemble his enforcer. I step carefully beside Callum's crumpled body, ensuring the growing puddle of blood oozing down the stairs does not stain my pure attire. His blue gaze falls sluggishly to mine as I pry my dagger from his fingertips. Then I lean in, letting his dwindling power pluck words from my mind. This isn't a goodbye, Father. Only a good way to say bye until we meet again. Because I will haunt you in every lifetime. A shadow of the woman you loved, trapped in the body of an ordinary you hate. I smile, his eyes widened as though the torture has already begun. Until then, Father. His blood drips from the blade of my dagger, and I wipe it off on his tunic before standing. As soon as I have slipped the knife into its sheath on my thigh, Kit is turning me towards him with a heavy hand on my shoulder. Peyton, did he say anything about me? About my father? I open my mouth.
What the hell happened? My gaze lifts to the top of the stone steps where the enforcer scrutinizes the scene below him. King, queen, dead body. Kit's grip on my arm slips away beneath his brother's stare. The better question is, where the hell have you been? Kai joins us beside the cascade of blood. His raw knuckles don't go unnoticed. Sorry I missed the ceremony. His eyes flick to me. Congratulations. Now what the hell is going on? The king turns to me, urging a quick explanation from my mouth. I recount my interaction with Callum, all that I discovered, and all he told me. A dark shadow crosses Kai's face when I speak of what the prior king had done, but it's a shade of recognition I see when mentioning Callum's true identity. He always looked so familiar, Kai mutters. I must have seen him pass me in the halls growing up, and at that battle in the bowl, I knew I recognized him. I should have... It's not your fault, Kit reassures. He was manipulating all of us. Payton thinks he was a duel, and it makes perfect sense. Kai's attention falls to me. A duel? I think he was a controller and a mind reader. Look, I say in a rush. I know it's rare, but whatever he says always goes. Kit had no intention of marrying me until Callum said so. She's right. Kit shakes his head. He always had this pull, like I couldn't help but do what he wished. Either way, he sighs. Callum was a danger, a liability. So I did what I had to do. Kai blinks. You killed him? I stiffen. He thought it was me. I did, Kit says simply. Like I said, he was a danger. Kai stares at his brother, even as Easel approaches timidly. I had nearly forgotten our wide-eyed audience. Your Majesty, I must insist that we head to Loot for the second ceremony. My stomach churns at the sudden reminder of what we have learned. No, we can't possibly... Holy shit. I glance over at Kai to find his features arranged in equal parts shock and repulsion. Took you long enough, I sigh. You're fucking related, Kai spews. There is something like awe in his voice. Because this is hope. This is a way out of a marriage neither of us wants. You can't possibly go through with this ceremony. Majesties, if I may, Easel cuts in. This wedding must go on. Kai almost laughs. Like hell it will. Easel, I begin sensibly. We are half-siblings and you are already married. Firmly, he stands his ground. If the kingdom so much as catches a whiff of annulment rumors, they will dash every bit of progress that has been made towards this united Ilia. Your marriage is a symbol, and if you rip that away, the people will never accept these new rules, even if they are meant to save them. He takes a deep breath. This kingdom, and your relationship with every surrounding one, rides on this marriage. An Ilia who welcomes ordinaries is who Dor, Tando, and Isram will trade with. And for now, Payton is our greatest asset. We need more time. Kai doesn't even take a moment to consider this. No, we will find another way. He's right. Kit's murmur has the enforcer shaking his head at the sky. The kingdom needs to see a united front for them to follow. His gaze meets mine. What do you think? I don't know what to think, I blurt. I just found out my mother was a queen and then watched another father bleed out in front of me. I let out a quivering breath. I need time to think about this. On my own. Kit nods. That is only fair. All this time, Kai mutters. You had a claim to the throne. Easel tilts his head, that shock of mint hair slipping over his shoulder. It is weak as a bastard, but yes, I suppose Payton does have a claim. Kit shifts on his feet. We will need to find the true records, discover what really happened. Callum said they had been sealed away somewhere, I say dully. I feel nothing. All my life, I have been nothing. I barely survived to discover my true heritage.
It's steeped in secrets and buried further in disloyalty, but it was always there, pumping in my veins. The blood of a queen flows through me, an ordinary from the slums. The juxtaposition is jarring enough to almost make me laugh. So much of my life was ascertained in a collection of short-lived moments. I didn't even have the time to process one before another revelation rolled in. So in this slow moment, I allow myself a single breath. One crisis at a time. Let's get to loot, then figure the rest of our lives out.
Chapter 62. Kai. Their knees are touching again. Except this time there are wedding vows wedged between them. The gold band on Kit's finger catches the light with every jostle of the coach. Just like our last parade on Toulouse, we ride over the uneven cobblestones with the sun weighing heavy on our shoulders. No roof resides above our heads, allowing us full view of the awaiting crowd gathered on the long market street. Collectively, all of 4 words have passed between us, consisting of, "Are we there yet?" An impatient Jack sits beside me, clearly tired of our bumpy crawl through the slums and likely regretting not riding with Andy. Pathetically, I'm thankful he is here, if only to ensure my anger cools before my mouth opens. I can do little else but seethe in the absurdity of this all. Within the last conversation shared between us, I discovered that Peyton is the daughter of the late Queen Iris and my father's mind reader, whose blood is currently being scrubbed from the castle's front steps. She is an ordinary, born from the rawest of power. And Kit is her half-brother. For the first time since I was a boy, I fight to keep my mask of indifference from slipping off. As nauseating as this news is, it may just be Peyton's way out. My hope is selfish, tainted by the desire to be hers alone. But Kit is not the only one committed to protecting this kingdom. Ilia is our home. And if the only way to save it means Peyton plays wife in name alone, then let's hope it doesn't come to that. The coach rumbles to a stop in the center of this crowded street. Emerald banners hang between crumbling buildings, secured there by crawlers offered a shilling for their labor. They display both Ilia's swirling crest and the Azur's shield high above hundreds of starving mundanes beneath. We step into a makeshift circle, decorated by multiple pedestals connected with thick ribbon. A pretty barrier the people know better than to cross. My Imperials, now far more attentive with their resumed training, place themselves around the perimeter as an extra precaution. It all seems rather pointless when looking at it from this angle. All I see before me are hungry, hopeless elites who behave themselves for the promise of stale bread, coin, or shelter. How did such a mighty kingdom fall? It was not like this at the beginning of Father's reign. I have read what histories date before the purging, even those immediately after. No. This deterioration of Ilia began when King Edric's hatred for ordinaries became an obsession. Right before his eyes, the kingdom began to crumble and still. He cared only for the ratification of weakness. That desire is what brought Ilia to its knees. Kit reaches for Peyton's hand. She hesitates. I turn away. I melt into the circle of Imperials and begin a slow pace behind them. By the time I look back at the royal couple, they stand on a large platform before the people, arms interlocked at the elbows. The wooden riser beneath their feet is draped in emerald carpet and adorned with a scholar. This makeshift ceremony so starkly contrasts with the one held before the court. Dripping with roses and gilded finery, the castle perfectly put into perspective the slum's poverty, and also its priorities. People of Ilia, we gather here today to join Kit Azur, King and Savior of Ilia, and the Lady Peyton Grey in holy matrimony. Bear witness to their union and abide by the power granted unto them." The rickety man drones on, reminding me of a simpler time when I despised my studies with the scholars. But this is no long-winded lecture. These are the words that bind their souls together. Peyton's hands now rest within my brother's, lifted between them to display the shining rings they share. Both the king and queen look distantly detached from the ceremony they are standing within. I pull my arms behind a stiff back, widening my stance and planting my feet so they don't carry me away from this unbearable display. No, I am the enforcer. I am now an enforcer to the both of them. It is duty that roots me to the spot, forcing my gaze to grow vacant as vows are exchanged and fates are bound. Kit stands at Peyton's side, holding the hand of his bride. I roll my neck. It is harder to hate this situation when my brother is half of it. I loved him more than anyone, and until a clumsy thief ran into me all those months ago, I never believed I could love anyone as much. There is little more I want than to see Kit happy, and that little more happens to now be his wife. "People of Ilia, I present unto you Peyton Azur, your undoubted queen consort." The crown Peyton retrieved from the sanctuary of souls is placed onto her gleaming hair. She is the very portrait of a queen, somehow more formidable now than the day we met. The silver savior has morphed into a fearsome creature, dressed in finery and armed with the future of her making. A sudden shift in the crowd has me stepping forward, poised to strike if a threat presents itself. I squint, watching this ripple of movement flow through the hundreds of cramped bodies. My gaze flicks between each side of the packed street as I assess every wrinkle in the sea of people. Even the scholar has stopped his babbling, leaving Peyton and Kit to swivel their heads in confusion. "Silver Savior!" The shout has my Imperials beginning to close in around the platform, but I raise a staying hand. That title was said with reverence. And when the tremble of bodies grows close enough, I watch knees bend before their queen. Hundreds of Ilians kneel atop the cobblestone they once shared with Peyton Grey. I stare as the people of these slums show their devotion for the girl who escaped and has now returned to save them. I glance up at Peyton and the shock she fights to suppress. Her chest heaves as she takes in the respect they so readily give her. It is as though the people can smell that royal blood within her veins, are unable to help but bow before those destined to rule. But they know not of her heritage, only that she was, and forever will be, one of them. This is Peyton's home, and they welcome her back a queen. Kit stands stoically beside Peyton as she lifts her chin, crown piercing the air. Echoed murmurs of the silver savior lap around the edge of the ceremony circle. A queen now stands where a thief once had, brave, benevolent, and brutal. She stands victorious. The scholar's final decree is a startled afterthought. "And your king, Kit Azur, savior of Ilia. May their union bring prosperity to our kingdom and greatness to our histories." Peyton Grey. No. Azur. And just like that, I am jolted from this remarkable moment and tossed right back into my bleak reality. The king and queen step from the platform. Their enforcer follows.
Chapter 63. Peyton. My first evening as queen is spent watching the sun sink towards the garden below my balcony. I blow gently on my steaming cup of tea, legs curled snugly beneath me in the plush chair. I've hardly been past those stunning glass doors since gawking at my chamber for the first time. Now, with nothing to do but sit within my thoughts, I decided it best to weather the storm inside my mind with a calming view. Rows of color fan out beneath me, framing each cobblestone path and stretching towards that fading sun. Birds chirp softly at the approaching dusk as shadows begin their slow crawl across the earth. I take a sip of tea and shut my eyes as the warmth of it spills into my stomach. This has the potential to be the most peaceful moment I've had since being sent to the purging trials, until the flash of my wedding ring reminds me of the wreckage that is my life. I'm still reeling, hours later, from every revelation ripping my past apart. Royal blood flows through my veins, and yet it has coated Imperial's whips and drenched the late king's sword. Edric Azur's blatant hatred for me was a fire that sparked the day I was born in Ordinary, and I have been fighting to survive since. I stare down into my rippling teacup. A forgotten princess stares back, abandoned for power and hated for surviving despite it. I blow out a breath while my mind struggles to connect all the pieces of my fragmented life. Iris Moira lived within this very castle, smothering her love for a man she could not have. They hid their affections like a thorny wall of roses, both beautiful but dangerous. Today, I watched the man my mother loved in secret bleed out before me. I hadn't felt grief at his death. No, I felt a shiver of ghostly similarities between my mother and my father's doomed love. Their notes, their stolen love, it is Kai's and my life mirrored. And if the Enforcer will someday meet the fate Callum has... I cut the thought off before it has time to fester. Perhaps Iris loved them both, the king and his mind reader. Perhaps in very different ways. I think of Kit and the blood we share. I think desperately of a way to undo this binding of our souls, one that does not rip the growth we have made for this kingdom out at the root. My chest tightens, the teacup rattling in my hand atop its saucer. How am I going to find a way out of this? A shifting shadow below catches my eye. I set my cup aside and squint into the growing darkness. The figure walks smoothly to a stop beneath my balcony and calls, "Guess who, little psychic?" My heart stutters, yet I somehow manage to keep my voice steady. Someone who has already forgotten my new title? Kai's dry chuckle lifts into the breeze as I stand to lean over the railing. "Majesty, I have many titles for you. Not all are appropriate to shout." I roll my eyes. I can't help but leap at the distraction he offers from my spiraling thoughts. "What do you want, cocky bastard?" "You forgot the 'my' in front of that endearing nickname." "You shouldn't be here," I challenge, "as my enforcer." His tone echoes my own. "Then command me to go." "Don't tempt me." "That would only be fair." I stare down at his shadowed form. "You're deflecting." "Maybe I'm stalling." My eyes narrow. "And why is that?" "Call it a desperate attempt to steal more time with you." I hide my smile with a duck of my head. "Do you intend to stand beneath my balcony all night, then?" "No." His gray gaze has faded away in the darkness, but I can feel it on me all the same. "We're going to visit your mother's chamber."
Chapter 64. Kai. Gail places the plate of sticky buns between us, warm as the smile on her face.
"Look at you boys, back in my kitchen and begging for food."
Gail says this with so much endearment that she nearly chokes. She presses a hand to her heart.
"Oh, how I missed this."
Kit nudges my shoulder with his own, looking happier than I thought possible after a day like this one. Just like old times. My teeth sink into the honey dough. I nod, swallow. It would be more like old times if I threw you over this table.
"Absolutely not,"
Gail warns.
"The both of you are much too big for that now. My kitchen can't take it."
We smile at her scolding before she adds,
Where's Peyton?
Kit takes a breath. Then he clutches his chest and coughs. Is our company not enough for you anymore, Gale?
Don't be smart with me, Kit.
She plops her hands on full hips.
Forgive me for asking where your wife is on your wedding night.
I stiffen.
I just didn't expect you to be spending the evening in my kitchen. Although,
the cook smiles sweetly at Kit, having already forgotten he is now her king.
Kitty, sweetie, if you wanted to use that nifty jewel ability of yours to wash my floors like you used to, I would not be opposed.
I'm grateful for the swift change of subject. It seems Kit is as well, because he chuckles, sounding relieved. Don't forget that Kai Pie here can do that for you too. I drop the sticky bun onto my plate. You hate when I borrow your power. The words fall from my honeyed lips, though they still manage to taste bitter. I would like to blame the accusation in my voice on the very upsetting day I've had, but in truth, I would simply like to know where the brother went who so desperately wished to fight his own battles. The one who ached to enter the purging trials if only to prove the strength father never let him use. He was tutored. I was trained. And Kit had always dreamed of being a victor. His earnest gaze slides to mine. That was before I truly realized what a great team we make. He smiles softly. You are my strength. I am your control. We are matchless. I brace my arms against the rickety table. And when did you finally figure that? When I discovered my need for you was greater than my wish to be you. This shouldn't startle me, but somehow it does. Why would you ever want that, Kit? Father ensured that the worst parts of himself live within me. So we will be so much better than him. He holds my stare fiercely. You and I, we will create our own legacy, a greatness that Father could have never dreamed of. I smile for him because I feel as though I should. He looks happy, relieved even, as though uttering the words has lifted a weight from his chest. Though this tender moment only reminds me of the drastically different one I'd witnessed hours ago. I've managed to bite my tongue until now, seeing through Kit's eager attempts to avoid the topic. But unfortunately, I love my brother too much to let his evasion of the subject and its accompanying awkwardness still my tongue. Kit, I start slow. We should talk about what happened in the courtyard with Callum and Gale. Kit's eyes flash a warning. These sticky buns are delicious. Did you do something different? I stare back at my brother, not caring that Gale is in the room for a conversation long overdue. But I understand his secrecy on the matter, having watched him inform the Imperials that word of Callum's death was to be contained. Few of the staff know of the brutality their king committed mere hours ago, and Gale is certainly not one of them. She does not even know what we have now learned.
Well, I added an extra spice in this batch.
She wipes her hands on the stained apron around her waist.
This is how your mother always liked her sticky buns, Kai. She ate her fill that first year of marriage to the king. I was planning to bring one up to the tower for her.
A pregnancy craving? Kit asks in the hope of remaining on this topic. Gale's face falters.
Perhaps.
I stare at the woman who raised me when the queen could not. The paling of her face is odd. She would have taken care of my mother when she was pregnant with me. My heart sinks, heavy with a sudden realization. Peyton was born 18 years ago, the daughter of Queen Iris and my father's mind reader. And yet, I am a year older than she. My throat goes dry. This is the first quiet moment I have stolen all day. Until now, I have hardly spared a thought to fit the pieces of Peyton's birth together.
and there are still several missing. I am missing. Gail is talking idly with Kit. I can't seem to make out what she is saying through the ringing in my ears. When were you going to tell us the truth of Queen Iris's death? The cook gapes at my words. Kai. I mean, my sudden laugh sounds crazed. Kit just married a lost princess, and he didn't even know until Father's mind reader filled us in on the details.
What? You know?
Gail chokes. Kit stands from the table at the same moment I do. Kai, what the hell are you? I'm going to find answers, I breathe. We are drowning in secrets, Kit. Your wife isn't the only one who was lied to. Gail's hand is pressed to her heart, the look of regret on her face the last thing I see before striding out the doors. Kit follows in a flurry of confusion. His steps echo behind me. Brother, just tell me what is going on, please. I turn only slightly. I will, but only after I've ensured I'm right. Then I'm off to steal away my queen. Chapter 65. Kai. The sun is long set before I'm finally rapping my knuckles against Kit's study door. This night is never ending, Peyton huffs. She spins the ring on her thumb incessantly, gaze far from the grooved door before us. Her mind is likely where mine has drifted off to after everything we discovered. But I forced myself to wander back to my brother as promised, just as I always have over the years. I swallow. I'm taking a page out of your book, little psychic. Peyton's mouth opens, but before she can answer, come in. Kit's voice is muffled behind the slab of wood I now push open. He sits at his desk, lamplight flooding the room in a flickering glow. Parchment sprawls the span of chipped wood in front of him, and I am consistently astonished how every sheet is marred with hasty handwriting. But what captures my attention is the ceremonial sword leaning against the fireplace. Gone is the blood of Peyton's father, replaced with a silver shine. The king ushers me in with a wave of his inky hand. His skin is pale, stark against the indigo veins that crawl from his temple. My eyes narrow at the striking sickness crowding his features. Bloodshot eyes and gaunt cheeks meet my scrutiny. I've never seen him like this. Never noticed how unwell he truly looked. The maids. They have been concealing his illness as best they could. I stride into the glowing room, and comfortingly, Kit smiles at my company. But the shadow stepping behind me makes Kit falter slightly. Peyton, I didn't expect to see you tonight. I force a deep breath into my lungs. It is their wedding night. If it weren't for recent discoveries, together is precisely what they would have been. The thought has something sinister awakening within me, but I stamp it down, right alongside the jealousy that festers there. I didn't either, Peyton states truthfully. But Kai wanted your wife here when we finally discuss what happened today. The words surprise even me, mostly because they weren't meant to be biting. I can feel Peyton's gaze crash into me as Kit's does the same. Slowly, the king gathers his stack of scribbled parchment and shoves it into the drawers beside him. I'd rather not speak of it. You, of all people, should understand that, brother. The words are honed masterfully. They cut deep enough to make me momentarily rethink this approaching conversation. I stare at my brother, seeing once again that sliver of cunningness he holds so close. There was once a time when I would have considered myself to be the calculated brother and he the caring one. But it feels as though a lifetime has been wedged between those characteristics, and I'm no longer sure who is deserving of them. Kit, I say slowly, you killed someone today. He leans back in his chair. I did what I needed to do. That was your first kill. It was? Peyton steps forward, shaking her head. Of course it was. I'm fine, Kai, the king murmurs. It was a necessity. Now can we please stop? I brace my palms on his desk. The brother I know would be in shambles after driving a sword through a man's chest. Well, he grew up, Kit fires back. He shoves the bite in his voice aside. I'm a king now, and everything I do is for the greatness of this kingdom. I study the tight paleness of his features. Tell me what is going on, Kit. There is something you're not telling me. Peyton clears her throat. I should let you two work this out. No, I order. My eyes don't stray from the king. You're an Azar now. This is exactly where you should be. Kit rubs a hand behind his neck, just as he has always done since we were boys. It tells of his anxiety. Brother, you know what happened. Peyton discovered the truth of Callum's role and how he has been manipulating me to do his bidding. He was a threat that I put an end to. I shake my head, a twinge of disappointment trickling through me. I think back to that panicked moment I walked into. Callum dead on the steps and Peyton spewing her theories. Don't you think I would have known if he was a duel? Kit is quick to nod towards Peyton. You've been wrong before about one's abilities. Besides, how do you know he wasn't controlling you to ignore the true extent of his power? It's a well-rehearsed rebuttal. And if I didn't know my brother better, I might have believed him. So, Callum's death had nothing to do with those letters in Iris's jewelry box. Kit says nothing. Peyton pounces on the familiar speculation. You'd already read those notes, hadn't you? You recognized Callum's handwriting and were worried that you might be a bastard. She takes a breath, realization crashing over her like a wave. That is why you asked if he said anything about you. My brother tenses. I meant to dispose of those before giving you the jewelry box, but I got distracted. A sad sort of understanding seeps onto my features. If he was a loose end that needed to be taken care of, I would have done that for you. That is why I am here, to save you from brutality. And what if I don't want to be saved? Kit counters. There is a certain intensity in his eyes that startles me. What if I want to save you for once? Save us? My head tilts. Kit, If you were there, he begins slowly, and Callum stepped between me and your beloved Peyton with that dagger, who would you have protected? Something shifts between us at those words. The tension grows taut. I glance over at Peyton. She scrutinizes the situation. I fight against the understanding that begins to dawn. You would choose her? Kit whispers. You've already chosen her. Over and over again. This is ridiculous, Kit. The king stands, nearly toppling the chair in such haste. It should only ever be us. You and me. Always. His gaze grows wild. You remember that, don't you? Before she came into our lives and left it in shambles? Peyton's voice is small. What are you talking about, Kit? But he doesn't speak to her. No, his words are directed only at me. She ruined us, Kai. Everything went wrong in our lives the second she stepped into it. Hell! His laugh is ragged. Even the second she was born, Peyton managed to begin destroying this family. My chest tightens painfully. The crazed look Kit wears is one I recognize. Father, the king, would wear the same one when speaking of ordinaries. It was what he wished to destroy more than anything. I know now that his hatred stemmed from the death of his wife and the birth of an ordinary girl. But Kit's aversion for Peyton does not resemble his father's. Edric sought out power. Kit aches for companionship, brotherhood. Me alone. Don't you see, brother? His exasperation hangs in the air between us. She killed our father. My mother. She is the wedge that will drive us apart. I can see the shadow of jealousy on his face. The same darkness that falls over him when Peyton is near. But I realize now that it is not envy for the Silver Savior on display, but envy of her. She has me, and Kit hates it. I step away from his desk, my head shaking. She killed your father, not mine. Kit's face falls before I even land the final blow. Peyton is more your family than I am.
Chapter 66. Peyton. Kai escorts me through the halls, ignoring every wandering eye. After he walked from the gardens to meet me outside my chamber door, we set a quick pace between the imperial-lined walls. The urgency in his steps has me biting back every question pelting my weary mind. But the enforcer is on another one of his missions, and I am simply relieved to not be on the other side of it again. So I let him lead me past each tall window and the fading sun beyond. We turn down a corridor I don't recognize before stopping at the threshold of a seemingly unsuspecting door. I glance skeptically at my guide. This is it? He turns the handle, stepping almost cautiously into the space. Odd how it's just a regular room after all those years of wondering what was inside. My feet falter. It feels as though I've disturbed a piece of the past, intruded on a stranger I now call mother in title alone. I scan Queen Iris's chamber slowly, taking in the four-poster bed hiding beneath a layer of neglect. Dust blankets every piece of furniture, the desk, vanity, and bookshelves all warmed with white grime. Father never let anyone in here. Kai's words only emphasize the clear signs of isolation. Always claimed that he wanted to preserve it for her. My gaze drifts to the shelves once again, noting the toppled books and wedged papers between them. On her nightstand, dust collects around the shape of a rectangle at its center. This is where Kit got her jewelry box from, I murmur. Kai nods. During your first trial, I found him in here holding it. He must have been looking through some of her old things. I halt my slow pacing at the end of an untouched bed. If he looked through that jewelry box, he would have seen those notes from Callum. Thoroughly distracted, Kai only manages an absent-minded, With a sigh, I drop the subject. His mind is far from my speculations. So, what are we doing here exactly? You don't want to see your mother's chamber? I shrug. Maybe if she actually felt like my mother, but I run a hand across that dusty quilt hugging the bed. This woman feels like a stranger. Kai nods slowly, sympathetically, before he spews the real reason he dragged me here. You mentioned Callum was saying something about the true records being sealed away. I glance around the abandoned room. And you figured they might be in here, where no one was permitted to enter. Nothing gets past you, little psychic. His following huff is laced with humor. Actually, if I am right, then something did get past you. This offends me greatly. Just spit it out, Azur. Kai pokes around the desk, pulling at stubborn drawers. I am a year older than you, Pei. If my father married Mila after you were born, you would have been a year old already, I breathe. His smirk is infuriating. Don't be an ass. I join him at the desk with a lethal look. My mind has been a little occupied today. And mine hasn't? I almost laugh. I got married.
and I have been mourning you since the day we left that poppy field." My lips part slightly. I stare at him, watching every ripple of emotion cross his unmasked face. He sighs out a steadying breath. "The slow death of us started the day my brother slid that ring onto your finger," Kai murmurs. "And I have had nothing but you on my mind for weeks." He reaches for me before thinking better of it. "We will always be inevitable, Pei. But in this lifetime, we are doomed. Today was evidence of that. He swallows. "It's best we move on." A long moment passes between us before he turns back towards the desk, as though he hasn't just crushed my heart in his calloused palm. The ache in my chest is only amplified by the truth in his words. We are ruined. Kai clears his throat. I blink away the emotion stinging my eyes. Attempting to let the tension fall from between us, I ask, "You think the records are in this desk?" I peek over his shoulder at the fingerprints he's scattered across the dusty wood. Kai tugs at a rattling handle to no avail. "It's locked," he mutters. That hardly deters him from yanking it open with ease and stating, "Brawny," he tosses his head towards the door. "Down the hall." Within a matter of moments, he is pulling 3 weathered scrolls from the depths of that locked door and laying them on the desk. One speaks of birth, the other of death, the final of marriage. Each is a decree with secrets. We lean in, skimming the swirling dark ink. My eyes flick between the 3 pages, head spinning. Frustrated, I try to fit Callum's admittances between the scrawled words. 18 years ago, a daughter was born to the king. 18 years ago, Queen Iris died in childbirth. I was the daughter. An ordinary the king disposed of. Embarrassed and angry, he hid the truth of his wife's death, claiming to the kingdom that she passed during the birth of his heir. Queens were isolated for safety, so it was a believable lie. I drag a finger across the marriage license. This says nothing of a child, only that Edric Azar and Myla Rowe were wed. Kai runs a hand through his tousled hair. "There is no record of my birth." "We must be missing something," I offer distantly. "Maybe there is another scroll." "Maybe," Kai cuts in. I blink, and he is pushing away from the desk to stride across the room. "Or maybe we should go right to the source." The Dowager Queen stares blankly at the scrolls. "I want answers, Mother," Kai urges. Myla's long black hair is streaked with silver. Her once beautiful gray eyes are sunken and red. The cot she lies on is stiff, the room around us stuffy. She looks frail in the West Wing's sickly hue, as though the rickety tower itself seeps life from her veins. I fidget in my seat. The Queen hardly knows me, and now I've come to sit beside her deathbed, disrupting the little peace she had. "I know the truth about Iris's death," Kai says slowly, pointing to one of the scrolls. "How the king married you to help cover it up. But what I don't understand is where I fit into it." His gaze is piercing. "If Iris truly died 2 years after Kit's birth, then how was I born only a year younger than him?" The Queen's gaze shifts to her son, nearly as hollow as the words she finally coughs out. "The king didn't tell me the whole story until he decided he loved me. At the beginning, it was my duty to marry Edric. At least, that is what my father told me. As an advisor to the king, he handed me over a solution to a problem I didn't know." She lifts a hand to her son's cheek. "Despite my father's persuasion, I didn't think the king would want to marry me so suddenly, because I already had a son with another." Her voice grows hushed. "But I was wrong. It was you he wanted." I watched the words hit Kai hard enough to nearly crack his stony facade. "He had a silencer sense your power," she whispers. The Queen grips Kai's hand, a cough rattling her chest before continuing. "The king wanted a strong spare, and my baby boy was extraordinary. Edric wanted him as his own."
Nothing. Kai says nothing. I drop my gaze to the fidgeting fingers in my lap. After believing an ordinary child was his, it is no wonder the king wanted only the strongest of elites for himself. I was an embarrassment, a mistake, and Kai, the most powerful elite, would replace me. Edric told the kingdom he had mourned his late wife for 3 months and married me in the next. The queen chokes on her words. He was very convincing, your father. Told the people that he didn't have the heart to announce Iris's death until he knew his new queen and son were safe. So he wanted a solution to his problem, Kai says evenly. His voice is dangerously calm. The king was embarrassed by an ordinary that wasn't even his, so he claimed the strongest elite he could find as his own. Forgive me, Kai, his mother whimpers. The castle was sworn to secrecy, and I was never to tell a soul the truth. So you were raised believing what everyone else in the kingdom did. Kai scoffs. But I was never his. My power was not Edric's doing. His eyes lift to the woman who resembles him so closely. So whose doing is it? Her throat bobs. A man I loved dearly, many years ago. Kai looks away, letting her words hang in the air. I can see the hurt he so desperately tries to hide beneath that mask of anger. The king rewrote history, he seethes, and made me his puppet. Mila lets out a ragged cough that might have been the start of an apology. When she catches her breath, face splotchy and red, she rasps, He was always too harsh on you, and I am so sorry for that. I was his in name, and still, he hated that I wasn't his in blood, Kai mutters. That is why he never loved me, isn't it? Why he pushed me until I broke. All because my power was never truly his. Rage simmers deep in my gut for the boy who was forced into this fate by chance alone. Everything he has suffered, every mask forced upon his face and weapon pushed into his hand, was never intended for him. Kai Azar is not an Azar at all. He was a powerful solution. I'm sorry you were thrown into this mess, the queen attempts. At first, we were only meant to cover up how an ordinary killed the late queen. Her gray eyes slide to mine. Kai scoffs before biting out. All this time, you knew? I had my suspicions, the queen coughs. Edric was not himself after seeing her for the first time. My cheeks heat. I was not the king's ordinary. At her skeptical look, I let the truth tumble out. I was his mind reader's daughter. A heavy silence bears down on us, one that Kai graciously lifts from our shoulders. The king always kept his fatals hidden. We never saw them. The silencer was the only one I ever met while trying to glean information about the resistance, which I know now was a sham. His laugh is humorless. Though it sounds like Damien met me long before then, when he told the king of my power. The queen's eyes widen on me. If that is true, then the king died thinking that I was his greatest failure? His ordinary, his weakness, his death. Even powerless, I killed him. A slight smile tugs at my lips. I hope he saw his daughter's face, the ordinary he despised, as I drove that sword into his chest. I'll live with it.
Edric. A seamstress will soon find her way into the final trial. This signals the beginning of the end, or so the king thinks. Adina is little more than a pawn in his game, plucked from the castle and thrown into the pit for something as fragile as his ego. Edric hates the daughter he believes to be his, and as punishment for killing the woman he loves, the king will take Payden's only piece of comfort in this world. From high above in his glass box, Edric enjoys watching the weakness emanate from Peyton Gray. She screams and cries and begs for a god who is wholly uninterested in such a plight. It is, oddly enough, a gift that the trials did not end the ordinary's life, for the king himself wants such a privilege. But in the end, it is that rose atop Iris's jewelry box that foretells his doom. Hatred begins to fester in Edric's heart the moment he believes an ordinary to be born of him. Yet they share no strength, no morals, no ounce of blood. Peyton Gray belongs to the Queen and her love for a fatal. But that does not make her any less a princess, nor does it lend her any more strength as an ordinary. King Edric's last moments are spent spilling blood and spitting enmity at a girl he has spent 18 years loathing. Even so, he mentions nothing of her lineage, because she is not worthy of knowing the truth. The king wishes her to die having never known of the royal blood in her veins. He will not allow Peyton Gray the satisfaction of understanding how much she has haunted him. So he carves a circle upon her heart, just as his wife has done countless times atop his own. Though this is no gesture of love, like Iris intended, but the marking of what was lost. All for the ordinary squirming beneath his boot. The king ensures Peyton Gray will wear that mark until her final breath, because it hurts to bear the weight of Iris's touch alone. It is in the ordinary's skin that Edric writes the truth of her birth, of the great love that died, and the spark of hatred that was born. Atop that muddy ground, mangled flesh spells out his love for Iris Moira, as the king lays her to rest with his final act of justice. Though, in the end, it is he who is buried beneath the weight of secrets and betrayal, for he never learns the truth of those he loved, and how they loved one another.
Chapter 67. Peyton. What are you talking about? Kit's words are a hiss, making me flinch. His red-rimmed eyes grow unfocused. My heart pounds beside Kai in this study that seems to be closing in on me. I almost try to convince myself that I've misheard the malice in my husband's voice. But it is no use. The crazed look he wears only confirms the words he spits so readily. It's as though they have been smothered beneath his tongue for weeks before finally unleashing them. This is not the Kit I knew, nor is it the one I was beginning to befriend. This is the embodiment of a fraying mind. Edric wasn't my father, Kai answers, his shoulders stiff. Mila already had a child when they were secretly wed, a powerful one that your father only wanted as his spare and weapon. So really, the enforcer takes a step forward, so stoic and sure. Peyton is your blood, not me. After all that time of calling Kai Azar a cocky bastard, that was precisely what he was. I had uttered the truth on a dozen occasions. I watched the steely words hit Kit, and yet he hardly flinches. That may be so, but you are my brother. You are more family than I have ever had. More, he searches Kai's gaze desperately. More love than I have ever had. Father was obsession, mother a ghost, but you showed me what love was. The reminder of my naivety nips at the corner of my consciousness. I've spent weeks trying to repair a bond I thought was only severed due to the killing of a king. But I realize now that Edric Azar was merely a variable in Kit's contempt for me. It is Kai he wants at his side, his brother and friend, and I alone stand between them. Why did you marry me? I prod. If I am a wedge between you two, then why not kill me? Kit finally deigns to meet my stare. My plans for Ilya require you. I gape at his curt response before he's turning once again towards Kai, features suddenly beseeching. Together, we will build the greatest nation, stretching far beyond the scorches and shallows. We will create a legacy that father never dreamed of. Kai stares at the boy he's called brother his whole life. I thought you wanted to be exactly like father, your father. Whatever happened to following in his footsteps, doing anything to make him proud? Again, Kit says with a cough. I grew up. Father told me of his plan for the resistance, how his entire life was wasted trying to rid the kingdom of ordinaries. He shakes his head. I spent so many years believing he was a god among men, that his plans for Ilya were beyond anything I could hope to achieve. But it was all so mediocre, obsessive. Kit wags a finger in the air. Yet he had the gall to make me feel inferior my whole life. All I wanted was his pride, his approval, his love. So now, his gaze widens with that wild look. I will be so much greater than him. His name will be overlooked in the histories beside my own, beside ours. Kai's expression grows worried. And how will you do that? Kit rounds the desk slowly. His features morph into something so terrifyingly calm, I nearly flinch. We have already begun, brother. The look in his eyes worries me more than his words. I swallow thickly. My voice is quiet. What did you do, Kit? No, he clicks his tongue. What did you do, Payton? You became queen and made the surrounding kingdoms open their borders to us. You, a relatable ordinary, had them lowering their guards against us. And why, Kai breathes, would that be a problem, brother? You know, I'm used to being overlooked, the king mutters distantly before beginning to pace. Kind, caring Kit, after all. But I really thought that you, his piercing gaze cuts through me, would suspect more from me. You thought saving Ilya was the best I could do? He grins sharply. No, I'm liberating every kingdom. Kit, I begin slowly. See, I don't care whether the ordinaries live or die. Obsessing over their existence is what ruined father, Kit explains eagerly. And for the first time, I see a trail of dark veins creeping from his hairline. But elites should not be confined to this city. They should populate every kingdom. And when I rule over every realm on our maps, Kit smiles, and it is chilling. I'll have earned father's favor. Kai steps hesitantly towards his brother. What are you saying, Kit? Was uniting Ilya just some ploy? Not at all, Kit says, sounding almost offended. He coughs into that handkerchief again, splattering it with something ominously dark. It was needed for the kingdoms to open their borders and begin trade with us. My heart pounds. Each rapid beat of it brings me closer to discovering yet another truth to tear at the fraying seams of my life. You're not opening trade to exchange resources, are you? The question is hushed, and I fear the answer. Of course I am. Kit's voice is even. So I can exchange resources laced with the plague. Air flees my lungs. I'm still struggling to breathe when Kai shakes his head. You're not thinking straight, Kit. What are you? I was waiting to tell you, brother, the king admits. I wanted all the distractions out of the way, but now we'll have to do. Ilya needs food and land, yes, but that is not what is important here. He hurries on before Kai can object. What I found in father's letter was so much more than his pathetic plan for an elite kingdom. I found the truth. I stand there, paralyzed by his words. The plague didn't just happen to Ilya, Kit grins. It was made for Ilya. The sudden ringing in my ears nearly blots out the king's hurried explanation. A century ago, when Ilya was weak and on the verge of being conquered, scholars thought they concocted a substance meant to strengthen our troops against attack. Fabian Azer, funny how I could never remember his name during my tutoring, was at the end of his rule when the plague began. Perhaps the spread of this virus was accidental, or, more likely, Fabian unleashed it on the kingdom. Kit rasps out another cough. You know us Azers and our hunger for power. Either way, what started as something meant to offer our armies a defense turned into a kingdom-wide plague. The king's gaze sweeps to mine. But it failed to strengthen us all. That can't be right, I sputter, skin prickling beneath his stare. How could we not know the plague was man-made? You're the psychic, Payden, Kit muses. Take a look around and observe. Why do you think we even have a fever season? Why elites, the strongest among us, exhaust ourselves when using too much power? Why there is a dying queen in the West Tower, unable to be saved from the grief slowly stealing away her life? Why the healers couldn't save my mother from dying because of your birth? His words sting, but he doesn't stop. The signs were always right in front of us, because the plague wasn't right, wasn't ready. There were never meant to be ordinaries left on the other side of it, and my father spent his life trying to right that wrong. They should have died with the plague, but instead they plague us. I've planned for this day a long time, waiting until I could rid myself of this resistance. My head spins as Edric Azer's voice rings through it. His spewed admissions beside the bowl come flooding back, now suddenly clear. Don't worry, Payden. I didn't just kill your father simply due to some gossip. I'm panting beneath the crushing weight of realization. I killed him to ensure my elite society remained. This was my father's doom, the truth of our plague. Callum was right. It wasn't Adam Gray's involvement with the resistance that cost him his life. It was the secret he was smart enough to figure out. Images flashed before my mind. Evidence in plain sight. My father frustrated with his own power and its inability to save a sick child. Scribbled notes in his journal documenting a fever patient he couldn't cure. Elite slowly weakening over time. The death he could not spare Alice from. I'm a damn healer, and I couldn't even save her. I feel faint, my mind unable to handle any more illuminating discoveries. I'd watched my father trek to the castle every year during fever season, watch him struggle to heal a sick child despite his ability, and never once did I wonder why those named elites bear such weakness. Perhaps some part of me reveled in the fact that the Almighty were not gods, that sickness still stalked them, and exhaustion accompanied the use of too much power. Perhaps I should have listened more closely when Father muttered about the ordinary disease being bullshit. Perhaps he knew that the king was only attempting to right the wrongs of a defective plague. Adam Gray died because the king couldn't risk his people knowing the truth of their flaws. When the plague began, Fabian swore all of his scholars to secrecy. Kit was telling his enforcer when I blinked back to the present. No one was meant to die. But then again, the plague was never meant to spread across the kingdom in the first place. So, not wanting to be blamed for the multitude of deaths, Fabian instead spun a story for those strong enough to survive, saying that they had been chosen by God to become elites. Now, the truth of this plague is passed down to the kings alone. I press a hand to my tight chest. All those meetings with the scholars, I mutter under my shallow breath. You wanted them to create another dose of the plague. And they were stubborn, Kit admits. The kings before me wished to hoard our power just as the scholars do. But do you not see how many mundanes crowd the kingdom? His voice crescendos into something crazed. Our abilities are dwindling, Kai. The plague has been so diluted in our blood over the decades that offensive and defensive elites are becoming scarce. Soon, we will become nothing more than ordinary. And now, the scholars have perfected their dose. I bite back my scoff when the king adds, Father was too simple-minded to see that every kingdom could be elite.
His lips curve. But I will save us from becoming extinct. And when every city is brimming with powerful elites, I will be so much greater than Father. Have you lost your mind? I hiss. Think about what you are saying, Kai utters slowly. You might save our power, but tens of thousands would die, Kit. Half the population from each kingdom, dead. Not to mention how many people you would need to break before they bowed to you. You said so yourself, brother. That is why you're here, to save me from brutality. Kit takes a step closer. We make a great team. A dark shadow crosses the enforcer's face. So, just like your father, you will use me as a weapon. I am not using you, Kai, he says earnestly. We are working together, using our strengths. The enforcer's response is biting. And mine is death. It is a gift. Brother, Kit lifts his arms as though awaiting an embrace. Together, we will rule the greatest nation this world has ever seen. The kingdoms will be loyal to me, to us, for strengthening them. He smiles, and it is unnervingly genuine. Father has trained me my whole life to rule over elites. I will make them fall into place, and your troops will help. The surrounding cities will want to follow me. Silence stifles the room. I step into it, facing the man I've married. This is madness. The kid I knew once would know that this... His biting laugh makes me wince. The kid you knew? A fit of cough steals his breath, but still he attempts to laugh. The kid you knew was naive enough to tell his father that you wouldn't dare betray me. My voice is choked. You knew about Edric's plan for the resistance? Callum sent you to go find the tunnels beneath this castle, and Father used me to ensure you did. He shakes his head. I was stupid enough to think you wouldn't use me like that. Callum wasn't controlling you, Kai states. You were working together. No, he wasn't controlling me, the king nearly laughs. But I was happy to go along with that theory. I always knew of Callum and his role to the king when Father died. So when the mind reader found me, hoping to continue Father's plan of exterminating Ilya's remaining ordinaries, I was hardly surprised. Kit takes a step closer, and Kai shifts towards me slightly. At first, I mourned my father deeply, as you know. So when Callum advised I marry Payden to draw out the remaining ordinaries, I agreed. But that was before I found his letter. I was reminded then how inferior his goals were, how little he cared for me. So, with the knowledge of a man-made plague that could be replicated, I suddenly knew how to bury Father's legacy with my own. My body begins to tremble. And Callum agreed to this? He recognized that my plan was far superior. Kit waves an inky hand. But he did become a liability once I discovered those letters in the jewelry box. If I was a bastard, I couldn't have him telling the kingdom that. Slowly, his eyes find mine. But he was not the only loose end. Blood rushes to my cheeks when reminded of its royal qualities. I'm not a threat to your throne, Kit. I saw the way all of Loot kneeled before you, Kit hisses. If the slums discover the truth of your lineage, they might rise against me to see you on the throne. This is absurdity, Kit. A look of concern crosses Kai's face. You're not thinking straight. The king's laugh is hysterical. What? Because this isn't your caring, Kit? Because I'm clever enough to devise a plan you've both played into? Another step forward. He looks like the shell of the boy I once knew, his mind frayed and body frail. I must not be thinking straight because no one is used to me thinking at all. What about the trials? I blurt. Kai training your troops. Kit's sigh is exasperated. For Kai, a distraction and safeguard against stubborn elite kingdoms. For you, a death sentence. My face pales. But you just wouldn't die, he says softly. The bandits, the crew, the wielder in that pit, none of them could rid you from our lives. And that was fine, because I was going to let this next dose of plague take you on its own terms. His gaze softens. I'm not a monster. I didn't want to kill you, Peyton, but now you have a claim to my throne. My stomach churns, threatening to spill its contents on the worn carpet below. This cannot be happening. I must be dreaming, desperately trying to claw myself awake from this nightmare, because I refuse.
Think of this break as a warm cup of tea for your soul. Slow down and enjoy the music. Relax with the music.
Towns out alone, but keep sweet lid. The mother willows, I can feast my time. Yeah, I'm running. So love me.
To believe my life is yet again crumbling around me, all within the span of a single day. But this is real, and I am standing, shaking, before my husband who used the trials as a way to kill me. Trials that are typically meant to showcase the elite powers that were not gifted but created. Elite powers that do not make you a god. They make you a successful experiment. I don't know whether to laugh, or cry, or rage. Just calm down, Kit. The enforcer's arm brushes mine when he takes another step to shield me. This is insanity. I won't let you go through with any of it. You cannot ruin yourself for the promise of legacy. But the king is hardly listening. His gaze has fallen to the stretch of skin Kai has pressed to mine. Even now, he whispers. Even now. This proclamation is louder. Look at you, protecting her. She has taken everything from us, including each other. We are so much better off without her, brother. Kit reaches out an arm, his fingers curling around the hilt of that ceremonial sword. Just like old times. There is a wildness to his features, his movements. I watch it unfurl down the length of his body, spreading from that crazed gaze. Something sinister seems to have snapped within the king. I see now that those stoic moments with me were simply a repression of everything he felt, a biding of time. Kit, Kai utters slowly. Put the sword down. It's never going to stop. He waves the tip's blade in the air as though completely oblivious to the picture of severity he paints. You are going to keep choosing her over me, again and again. But I need you, Kai. He laughs out the words humorlessly. I need you with me, your focus, your loyalty, your heart, all of it. Kit, think about what you are saying, Kai warns. She was only ever a means to an end. The king's sword swings dangerously at his side. Those dark veins bulge against his pale skin. I needed her as queen to draw out the kingdoms, open their borders. But her usefulness is short-lived for us, Kai. My stomach lurches beneath a clenching heart. I can't help the pang of hurt that vibrates through me. I once considered this boy a friend, a confidant I accepted spending the rest of my life beside. But the hysteria in his voice, the sword in his hand, makes me flinch. A means to an end. Kit is not the only Azure I've been used by before inevitably meeting the end of their sword. This king is a reflection of the last, whether he sees it or not. Enough, Kit! Kai's chest lifts with quick breaths. This is mad! I won't help you spread another plague through the kingdoms. You told me I wouldn't have to kill ordinaries while you are king. He swallows. And that is exactly what you would be doing. Kai. The king's gaze grows eerily sympathetic. It's already begun. My blood chills. What are you talking about? Kit swings the sword sloppily at his side.
Fine. The trials were more than a death sentence. They were useful to me.
My mind reels as I drift back to each of the trials. Marina's crown, Mac's death in the pit, and the roses, I sputter. What did you do to those roses?
They were laced, and you delivered them for me.
The damning words slide easily off Kit's tongue. Then a rattling cough spews from his mouth.
Isram will be the first infected kingdom.
Kai's chest heaves. His words are drowned in disbelief.
What have you done? You will come to understand, brother, the king urges.
Blood trickles from the corner of his lips.
Just as you will understand why I must rid our lives of her.
I take a slow step back. Kit? Kai stretches out his arm in front of me like a shield.
You're sick, Kit. You know this isn't right.
His stern tone slips into something more pleading.
And you know I won't stand here and let you hurt your wife.
The king's eyes flash.
Still, you hate that she is mine. Even married to me, she holds so much power over you. Look at yourself, Kai. You are wound so tightly around her finger that you can no longer think straight.
He tugs at his hair in frustration, tangling the blonde strands.
Things will go back to the way they were without her. You and me, always.
I glance nervously at his swinging sword. Why would you want to do this? I thought we cared for one another.
Oh, don't take this too personally, Peyton. Another step. I even began to enjoy your company over these past few weeks, despite how desperately I wanted you out of our lives. But you have to understand, I just want my brother back. Kit, calm down, Kai orders. You're not yourself right now.
The blade flashes in this flickering light.
I didn't want to be like this. Really.
His eyes are on me, but I'm not entirely sure he sees me. Delirium curls his lips into something that makes me shiver.
But you've forced my hand. I can't have a lost princess stealing my throne from under me. Kit, stop.
I'm not after your throne. I hurl the words at him, cutting off Kai's and hoping to break through this haze of hysteria Kit wears. I never wanted it. This is all in your head. He looks down at his sword. The king seems to be somewhere else entirely.
Of course you want the throne. All you've ever wished for was power.
Kai steps forward, and I'm unsurprised to see him pause at an equal distance from myself and the king. That is where he has always stood, torn in two different directions. Duty, desire, loyalty, love. Like always, he strains to hold on to both, but his grip is slipping, and a cruel reality is setting in. One cannot have both. Kit lifts the sword, angered that his brother stands in its lethal path.
I'm doing this for us, Kai. For Ilya. She is all that stands in the way. Let's just talk about this.
Kai lifts his hand slowly, just as one does when attempting to calm a spooked animal.
You and me, brother. We will work through this. You're not yourself. This is what I was made to be. Kit's voice cracks. If this is not myself, then I don't know what is. I was created to be king, and that is what I am. That includes making the hard decisions, the brave, the benevolent, and the brutal.
The sword flashes as Kit surges towards me. Kai would never hurt his brother. I know this as much as he does. So when the king lunges towards me, I expect this breath in my lungs to be my last. Death allows me a single moment to accept my fate. He reaches for my hand like an old friend, our reunion at long last, and I am content. The father who would never dare hurt me is waiting beyond, Adina at his side, and Mac next to her. The sound of singing steel rings through the room when Kai blocks his brother's blade with a fire stoker. He'd only just snatched it from the hook when Kit swung, forcing him to step beneath the arching blow and halt it with trembling arms.
Kit drags his sword across the length of the stoker before stepping back. Get out of my way, Kai. That's an order. Not until you calm down. The enforcer flips the stoker in his palm. I will fight you all night if I need to. Hurt flashes across Kit's face. You will never stop choosing her until she's gone. The king attempts to shove past his enforcer again, but Kai steps into the blade's path. That iron rod counters the swinging sword once again, though its pointed tip expertly avoids Kit's chest. I watch Kai, noting how deliberately he remains on defense. This is not a fight he intends to win, only one he wishes to put an end to. I can do little more than shake my head at them. Stop this, both of you! The stoker Kai holds clashes against his brother's sword. I am not choosing between either of you. You already have, Kit pants. He shoves a shaky finger towards the empty space beside Kai. She told me. Staring grimly at the indicated nothingness, Kai murmurs, You're sick, Kit. Let me help you. Sick? The king's tone is terrifyingly calm. Then he's laughing, the sound somehow more frightening. Greatness is not a sickness, brother, and once she is gone, you will see that. A clashing of metal ensues. Jagged shadows are painted across the walls, scrawling an ever-changing story of this battle between brothers. It's hypnotic, the way they flow in and out of each other's ferocity. This is a dance well practiced, one they have been partners within for years. I blink at their forms, at the fluidity they find within each other. This is hardly a fight. This is reminiscence. It is as though they are back in the training yard, sparring with a routine that is second nature. Kai steps in, arcing his weapon. Kit falls back to catch the attack with the blade of his sword. A cross of metal hangs between them as both brothers strain against the other's strength. They push away, resume the routine they created as boys. This is the enforcer's distraction. I watch them anticipate each movement. Calm Kit down without hurting him in the process. There is something so intoxicating about the way they move. I stand there, stunned at the sight of two people knowing each other so deeply. It is entrancing, like a prophecy foretold finally unfurling before my eyes. Kit's hostility towards me means nothing in this moment, because there is nothing but peace here. Steel flashes, metal sings. Kit advances, Kai evades. The enforcer faints, the king anticipates. It is a beautiful sequence of controlled chaos. When their weapons meet again, and they stand face to face, a slight smile is shared between them. This is how they know each other. This is how they remember themselves. Before me are the brothers who taught each other to love with a sword in hand and a muddy ring beneath their feet. They found companionship in what they could control, and in this moment, that is each other. Panted breaths fill the study, shadows stalled on the wall before the brothers break apart. Still sharing that small smile, they fall back into that familiar flurry of movement. Kit lunges, Kai parries. The enforcer thrusts that stoker towards the king, his broad back blocking my view. I wait for the answering sound of steel. I wait longer. Time grows sluggish. Something shifts in the air, like a stuttering of the song they were sparring to. Their feet halt awkwardly between beats of this rehearsed dance. The peace that once filled this room flees from it. A solid back collides with my chest, making me stagger. That is when a haunting sound fills the room. A strangled shout cuts through the silence. My own shuddering breath fills the tight air as I step around Kai. There is that slight smile on Kit's face, the one he used to give so freely, charming and warm. Now it's found his lips again, as if to make up for all the times he had forgotten how to wear happiness. My eyes drift downward. The iron stoker protrudes from his chest. That golden hair lies tousled on his head, glinting like a halo around his pale face. The king's blood stains the same as his father's had. Kai rushes to his brother, voice choked. No! You were supposed to dodge, Kit! Dazed, the king looks down at the stoker buried in his chest, touches shaking fingers to the gushing wound. His palm leans heavy on the desk beside him, leaving a bloody print atop his pile of parchment. My whole body trembles as I watch blood seep from Kit's touch, bathing scribbled words in scarlet beneath his fingertips. His wide green eyes lift. I forgot. Kai catches his brother when he stumbles. Stained sheets of paper tumble from the desk. The king watches them flutter delicately towards the ground. And then he follows.
Chapter 68. Kai. Kit's knees hit the floor right beside my own. I can't think. I can't feel. I can't hear anything but the sickening sound of my brother's flesh tearing over and over again in my mind. Rage consumes me, swallowing all sanity. I feel myself wavering on the edge of some irreversible darkness, like a gaping hole my soul is slowly slipping into. But I cling to that flickering light within me, that piece of Kit he's planted there, and beg it not to burn out. He sways on trembling knees before beginning an agonizing topple towards the floor. I catch him, my arm curling around his back as I lay him down gently. This cannot be happening. None of this is right. Not the crazed break in my brother's character, or the ashy stoker skewering him. A puddle of blood crawls slowly across the rug beneath his shuddering body, and I can hardly feel its sticky warmth lapping around my knees. You were supposed to dodge, I say again, my words heavy with guilt. I thought you were going to dodge. The delirium that was clutching Kit so tightly begins to slip away. I forgot. I can't even remember myself. I try to ignore the tears welling in my eyes as I press trembling hands to his wound. Blood oozes between my fingers. I'm going to fix this, okay? Now it is I who sound hysterical. You're going to be just fine. Peyton sits stiffly at my side, her eyes wide and glassy. Kit's eyes drift distantly to his queen. I did care for you. I don't want to be a monster. My hands cup Kit's face, turning it towards my stern one. Hey, I'm the monster, not you. All right? His voice is thick with pain, with something cold I don't dare identify as death's arrival. You're a pawn, but I'm the king who plays you. Though I don't remember most of my moves. I force a shaky laugh because the alternative is far too damning. Always the dramatics with you, Kitty. My throat tightens as I grab his bloody hand. I'm gonna make this right. A tear rolls down my cheek as I shut my eyes in search of a healer's power. Duel bleeding out before me. Hydro down the hall. I dig further, reaching out into the corridors beyond. Gust, shield, veil. Every Imperial outside the door is utterly useless to me. I fight against my ability, urging it towards the other end of the sprawling castle where I know the healers reside, where every one of them is uselessly out of my reach. A wall slams into my power, and terror grips my heart. No. I rail against it, my head pounding with the force. Father used to push my ability to the point of failure, and this is what it felt like. A wave of exhaustion crashes over me, evidence of my weakness, evidence of a fabricated plague and its flaws. Kit's salvation lies just beyond my reach. There are no healers, I gasp. I need a healer! The shout bounces around the study, replaying my helplessness over and over. Desperation tears from my throat again. Peyton, go find me a healer. She nods, face pale. Keep him awake until I get back. And then she is tearing out of the room. I look down at Kit and his loosening grip on my fingers. You're gonna be just fine. You hear me? It's all the comfort I can muster for him as I will the words to be true. Green eyes grow blurry. His head shakes. A violent rock of his skull against the bloody floor. A whisper leaves me in ruins. I haven't felt right for a while. I don't remember. But I'm scared, Kai. A sob spills out of me. I duck my head, shoulders shaking in time to the beat of my shattering heart. I'm right here. My voice breaks. You're gonna be fine. It was all for us. I remember that. He murmurs weakly. I just wanted my brother back. You never lost me. My words are a plea. I desperately need him to understand. I've always been right at your side. Your brother. No matter our blood. No. Kit's soft smile displays the blood seeping onto his lips. That crazed haze seems to have cracked, leaving only the shell of my brother behind. You were somewhere between us. Never able to decide who you loved more. I shake my head. Tears spatter his bloody chest. I can love more than one person, Kit. But I cannot, he whispers. You were the only person that loved me, Kai. And I was losing you to her. I hang my head in my hands, slicked with my brother's blood. This is all my fault. It should have been me. I choke on the emotion clogging my throat. This is my fate. I'm supposed to protect you. Kit sucks in a rattling breath. I think... His eyes flutter shut. My fate was to save you from me. Don't say that. I choke. You are the king. You are my brother. A sob weaves between each word to follow. And we promised to always stay together. Grow old enough that the only thing we remember is each other. And that you would be okay. Because you are worth every one of my memories. You promised me that, Kit. I pull at my hair with a bloody hand. Damn it, you promised! Kit lifts his head from the ground, golden hair matted with blood. My knees soak in the pool of it as I reach to cradle his neck. He looks up at me, eyes warm when they land on mine, just as they have always been. I don't want to be a monster, he whispers. I just wanted to be great. Tears stream down my face. You don't need to be great, kid. You're good. You've always been good. He shakes his head, and the movement has a rasping cough falling from bloody lips. I don't want to be alone. You won't be, I say roughly, because you're going to be fine. Me and you, Kit. Always. You promised me that. I lift my head to let another futile cry rip from my throat. Help! I need a healer! Kai. It's weak. My name from his lips. But the quiet contentment in which he says it is enough to make me weep. He has accepted this fate, broken a promise, doomed me to a life without him. Bury me? Kit takes several shallow breaths. Then he smiles. Under the willow tree. I won't be lonely there. My very soul feels as though it is splitting in two. I can't do this without you, Kit. Please. Please. He says nothing. His eyes drift shut. Stay with me, Kit. I pat his cheek, though I can hardly see him through my steady stream of tears. I need you to stay awake. His bleary gaze finds mine again. Then he's lifting shaking hands to fumble with the wedding ring on his finger. My voice quivers. What are you? Kit slips that steel band free, and with the last of his dwindling strength whispers, love each other. For me. Then the ring is pressed into my palm. No. The word is defiant. No! This one drips with anguish. I need you with me, Kit! His gaze trails upward, rests on the silver shadows that cling to the ceiling, staring down on us. I wrote you letters. The words are nearly lost on death's chill. So you can see why I'm a monster. There is a sudden widening of the green eyes that so easily crinkled with laughter. They grow distant, pinned on a phantom beside me. Breath rattles in his chest. I'm scared, Kai. I squeeze his hand, pressing it to my forehead with a whimper. I'm right here. I think I might be dying right beside him. You're okay. A ripple of relief washes over him. His mind seems to clear for the first time in weeks, but his words fade away. I just want to be great. You are, I breathe. The tears are falling faster now. You will be remembered as Ilia's greatest king. I promise you that, brother. Blood blossoms from beneath his body, like a peaceful pool surrounding a gruesome scene. It stains his hair, turning the tips of each blonde strand into a delicate crown, as though death himself has placed it upon his brow. Forgive me, Kit, I beg. The quiet words he aims over my shoulder aren't meant for me. I'll go gently. For you. Then his gaze is fixed on the world beyond. Mine goes quiet, without him in it. You and me, I whisper against his bloody chest. Peace is forever pressed into his features. Anguish rips me raw from the inside out. Please, don't leave me. I am numb. I am dead beside him, but cursed to keep living. Grief is my equal. Misery, a mirror. I call sorrow by its name and speak my own. My head falls back with a roar of agony. My brother. My brother. My brother. And when Peyton throws open the door, a healer at her side, I am lifeless on the floor beside my brother.
Edric. Before meeting his fate at the hands of Peyton Grey, the king warns his son of the threat she poses. Scrutinizing him thoroughly, as he often does, Edric Azur sees the man who fell in love with Iris Moira all those years ago. The similarities between the king and his heir are eerie, like looking into a warped mirror to see pieces of oneself fossilized on another's face. Kit stares warily at his father from his assigned seat before the fireplace, while Edric reclines casually in his worn leather one, as if he hasn't just metaphorically ripped the floor out from beneath his son's feet. So, Really? Kit ventures slowly. You are the leader of the resistance? Edric drums his fingers against the faded armrest. Technically, though, it is Callum who is the face of it. And he is one of the Fatals you've hidden away? Kit confirms. Yes. Over the years, I've tried to keep their identities as hidden as possible. My Fatals are my most powerful weapons and spies. They are of no use to me if everyone knows who and what they are. The king meets his son's eyes, and again, that eerie feeling washes over him. It's as though he's looking into his own gaze. Kai still does not know the truth. But you, Kit, are my heir. It is time you know these things. Know my plans, so you may continue to fulfill them when I no longer can. Kit straightens in his seat, a foreign sense of importance washing over him. He has, for better or worse, waited his entire life to prove himself to his king, his father. The boy has wanted for little more than to be needed by the man who has always withheld his affection. Though Edric's relationship with Kai is strained, Kit finds himself envious of even the begrudging approval his father feels for the enforcer. It is pride, praise even, that the heir finds himself craving. But his role is not one that displays tangible achievements, and this forces him to work even harder to prove himself. Failure is the word Kit most fears, and it will plague him still, even after the death of his father. He is not quite sure where the overwhelming need to please stems from, only that it seems to fester with each day the king shoves a book beneath his nose. Disappointment Kit can bear, but indifference from the man meant to love him drives the boy mad. Nothing is ever good enough. Not his studies or etiquette or practiced charisma. At least with Kai's field of physicality, there is some measure of accomplishment, some death to be doled out or command to fulfill. A dark thought has always dwelled in the back of Kit's mind. Perhaps the death of his mother has tainted his relationship with the king. Even the prince hates himself for her death, when in truth, one Kit will never come to know. Edric cannot love something that is impotent. And unlike Kai, the heir is nearly useless until the king's demise. And that does not sit particularly well with him. Though if Edric were being honest with himself, he rarely is, he would admit how similar Kit's temperance is to Iris's. This only makes things harder for the king, and is perhaps what pushes him to mold the prince into something harsher. But here, in this moment, the king needs something from his son. And even after all this time, Kit will do anything to make him proud.
You want me to show Payton the tunnels?
Kit says this with a skeptical kind of thrill. Stern, though equally bland, the king elaborates. She will try to convince you to take her through them, like I said. You will do so, but not obviously. It should not be difficult for you to reminisce on how you have never strayed far from the castle walls. This is a sad truth, one that the heir will have no quandary speaking of. There will be no need to put on a facade for this intriguing girl, but rather lower his walls and let the feelings spew from behind them, though that may prove to be more difficult.
She wouldn't,
Kit urges.
You don't know her like I do, Father. She won't betray me to...
She is nothing. She is nothing. The king's hiss has his son wincing. And those that are nothing will take everything from you. Remember that, son. He lifts a stiff finger between them. Do not make the mistake of feeling for her. In this moment, Kit does not believe his father to be right. He holds hope close to his heart, grieving in the goodness he knows his mother would have wished him to. Later still will he discover the naivety of hope. Slowly, Kit nods, ever obedient to his father's wishes. And why exactly am I doing this? The king smiles, and it's joyous enough to tell the heir it isn't meant for him. Because I am finally able to put an end to the resistance. The prince thinks on this. His face slackens with surprise. For the first time since he was a boy, the man before him suddenly becomes just that. Behind the facade of a grand king, a god of elites, there lies a single-minded man. Kit has always thought his father strived for more than just the eradication of ordinaries, more than a single kingdom of elites. That perfect, powerful image of Edric Azar begins to melt away, leaving a child who is oddly disappointed by the mediocre sins of his father. He has always expected more from the man who so flippantly raised him. If Kit and Kai had endured their loveless lives for something truly great, it might have been worth it all. Because that is the truth of it. Kit has never learned how to love. And yet, he somehow stumbled into it with his brother. But everything else, every hopeless attempt for his father's favor, is born of obsession. That alone is what the king has taught him. That is all you want, father? The heir clears his throat, intensity building behind that green gaze. A truly elite society within Ilya alone. What more could I ask for? The king snaps. And if I meet my end before it is finished, you shall continue my legacy. Wipe out the ordinaries for good. As it was always meant to be. Kit blinks sluggishly. That is all his father wants of him? All that is expected of him after everything he has endured? Do you hear me, boy? The king's booming voice does not make Kit wince. I have plans for you. The heir nods. He has plans as well. Kit will become so much greater than his father. Then he will have earned his approval, become worthy of the love he never understood. Later, Edric will speak with his daughter again, spinning each word to seem as though she is influencing his sons. Each jab is intended to spur her towards spending more time with Kit. The heir discreetly doing his father's bidding. Soon, that boy would become a king. And with the crown comes a discovery of the truth. The letter Edric leaves his son is a reflection of the one Landon Azar left him. And so the secret of the Great Plague is passed on. As for Kai, well, the king does not care for the budding relationship between his enforcer and forgotten daughter, nor does he care for the spare who is not truly his. The king revels in Kai's power as much as he despises it, because, in truth, it was not born of him, making Edric hate how something so strong is not his to claim. This is why he pushes the boy so hard, spills his blood in training, and hardens the heart that pumps it. He equally loves and loathes his enforcer's power, and it drives an immense darkness between them. Kai does not understand the extent of his father's indifference towards him, or why he suffers so heavily at the hand of his king. Peyton does not understand the extent of her birth, and how it is connected to the king's loathing of her. Kit does not understand the extent of his father's hatred towards ordinaries, but he does not need to. No matter the reasonings, it is inferior to everything the king has put him through. The heir will no longer tolerate being unremarkable in his father's eyes. He will overwhelm every hope and dream Edric has for Ilya. Kit Azar determines to be the greatness his father never was. In time, they will come to see what was hidden from them. Every lie brought to light, every secret unraveled. But the king, dear Edric, will never know the truth behind that rose on Iris's jewelry box.
Chapter 69. Peyton. It is 6 days after Kit's death when we gain the courage to gather the stack of bloody letters. Most are unmaimed by the king's death, having shied into a dark corner of his desk drawer. Ink smears across the pages of some while blood stains the others, leaving words to gasp beneath the large splotches. Each letter plucks apart a different piece of Kit, some anger and grief, others calculating or lonely. Not all are addressed to someone. Most are just a scribble of consciousness or spillage of emotion. But there is no shortage of tears. Kai weeps for his brother. I weep briefly for the boy I used to know. Kit Azar was at war with himself, the pen his weapon and the parchment his foe. The battle that raged behind his eyes was one he fought alone until the very end. The brothers are lost without each other. Kit, because his enforcer is no longer his, and Kai, because his king has died in his arms. So he weeps. Kit is gone, and a piece of Kai with him.
Father is still dead. She killed him. I'm not sure what else to say or write or do. I can still see his severed neck when I shut my eyes so I don't sleep. Peyton is gone. The girl I trusted is now a traitor to the crown. A killer. And I am angry. Why am I so angry? He never loved me. But he died before I got the chance to make him.
This line is stricken.
I'm sending my enforcer after her. I don't think he likes when I call him that. We haven't spoken since the moment I kneeled in the mud at Father's side. I feel something fraying inside me. Maybe it's my sanity. Peyton, did you watch the light leave his eyes? Those are my eyes. But you knew that. I am angry. But you knew that. And yet part of me is still trying to hate you. But you knew that.
This line is stricken.
My enforcer is coming for you. Run. They buried the king. Made me the next one. I haven't left the study in days. I'm not sure I've spoken to anything but paper in days. Servants gossip beneath my window. I dump my food there to give them something else to talk about.
This line is stricken.
Everyone thinks I've gone mad. And maybe I have. Maybe I always was. Kai does not mourn. I see the concern on his face whenever our eyes meet, like he's trying to understand why it is I grieve.
He will never know what it means to be a failure. Father loved power, and that is what he saw in my brother. But me? I was meek, kind, nothing like the heir he hoped for. A disappointment. I'm tired of grieving. What did he ever do to earn my love? Was it commanded of me? I only know what to do when he is asked it of me, and he did not tell me to feel. No. I did too much of that, too kind, too weak, too soft, too unlike Kai. Oh, I'm sick of mourning. I've been mourning the lack of his love all my life. Everything was for him. All that I am and all I am becoming. Father, King, you. You. All of this is for you. Can you see that from beneath the 6 feet of dirt that separates us? Is this need for your love too weak for you? If you are shouting up at me, you'll have to speak up, Father.
This line is stricken.
Power is what you have always wanted from me. So I'll become it. Callum found me, just as I figured he would. Brave, benevolent, brutal. He told me of his plan to continue my father's work. I was reminded once again of when the king told me of his hope for a truly elite Ilya. It all seemed so simple-minded, so lowly, for a man who expected perfection from his sons. For so many years, I hoped that something great was to come from his lack of love. But Father's obsession with ordinaries has brought him to his knees. Callum tells me to marry Peyton Gray, my father's killer. She will draw the remaining ordinaries out of hiding. Her reign will be a ploy to discreetly rid Ilya of the weak. But I want so much more. I found Father's letter to me. He wishes for me to fulfill his plans, carry on ridding the kingdom of ordinaries. And I might have done just that. Might have followed in his footsteps, hoping to please him in death. But then I learned the truth. Elites could be made, and I could rule over all of them. With an ordinary as queen, the kingdoms will open their borders to us. It won't be difficult to smuggle the plague into each city with laced resources. And when a new wave of elites is born, I will be their king. I will be great. I will prove myself to Father.
This line is stricken.
I will be so much greater than him. Brother, when was the last time I called you that? It's strange not sparring with you in the mornings, or visiting Gail to see who can get away with snatching the most food from behind her back. I miss us. No titles, no duties. You left for your mission 2 days ago, and I can't help but wonder if you will return. Do you love this version of me enough? Is that even fair to ask? You were supposed to be loyal to me.
This line is stricken.
I am going to be better for you, for us. No one has ever loved me like you. I need you to make me whole again. You, Kai. I was harsh when you left, I know. But just come home and punish me for it in the training ring. Come home and give me another chance at being your brother. Or perhaps she is where your loyalties lie.
This line is stricken.
We are going to change, Ilya, brother. You and me. Always. Callum has agreed to my plan. The surrounding kingdoms must open their borders at the welcoming of ordinaries and the engagement to Peyton Gray. As much as I wish to rip her from our lives, Callum pointed out the sway she holds within the slums. I only need her on the throne as a symbol to the cities, so they will lower their guards against us. That is, until the plague rids us of her. Everything fell apart when she stumbled into our lives. She killed my father, stole my brother. Even now, the traitor is likely tugging Kai back into her arms. But I need her for a little while longer. And then I'll have my brother back. I took a dose of the plague. Maybe it was a mistake. I read in Father's letter how he gave a dose to Ava when she was born. He was so terrified of having a weak child that he did anything he could to prevent it. But Ava was only a child. She could not survive the sickness. When I told the scholars of my plans for Ilya, they adamantly informed me that there was not enough research done on what would happen to an elite who took another portion of the plague. So I became their test subject before they could object. Now they are forced to do everything they can to keep me alive. I haven't told Kai about the truth of Ava's death, about anything really, but I will survive this plague. I have to. I have to be great. Father always thought I was too soft, too weak. Now, I will be far more powerful than he ever was. I only need to live. Kai, you should be back by now. Did you run away with her? Did you abandon our forever for a chance at one with our father's murderer? You still love her, don't you?
This line is stricken.
Don't you see how she draws us apart? She ruined us. Come home, please. All will be as it once was. The scholars are fighting me. They want to hoard our abilities like the kings before had. The healers monitor me closely, waiting for the first signs of sickness, and whether or not I will survive it. I force them all to fall in line with my plan. I am not the kings before. My enforcer is back with my betrothed. He brought her back to me. Perhaps his loyalty still resides with me. Perhaps I've misjudged his feelings for Peyton. Ridding her from our lives may be easier than I thought. The court was shocked by my decree. The people must welcome ordinaries into Ilya so the surrounding cities will welcome us. They have yet to discover how great I will make this kingdom, how far I will stretch our borders. Peyton let me slip that ring onto her finger because she hopes for united Ilya. But I will unite far more than Ilya. Every city inked onto our maps, from the shallows to the scorches, will be ours. For my own legacy, for my brother, for us. The bombing at the parade was unpleasant, but effective. Easel pushed for Peyton to prove herself to the kingdom by entering another set of trials, just like I'd planned. I want her gone, and the people want a distraction. But she will be of use to me if she lives to see her second trial. I will have Peyton sail to Isram and leave behind a crate of roses laced with the plague. If my bandits kill her before then, I will start with Dor. I'm coughing now, but I do my best to hide it. I don't want Kai to worry. Several healers and scholars document my progress daily. Foul-tasting herbs are forced down my throat in the hopes that they will aid my chances of survival. Nothing is stronger than a woman who is told she's weak. Something has changed in Peyton. These trials have only empowered her. Part of me almost wants to admire her resilience. We have spent several civil moments together. All while I bite my tongue and smother my feelings. I was wrong to think Kai abandoned his love for her. The two are closer than ever, and I am the one who drove them together. I see the way my brother looks at her, devotion slipping beneath the mask of stoicism father taught him to wear. I think Kai worries that I still have feelings for Peyton, that I push her away in consideration of him. Let him think what he must. But anything I felt for Peyton Gray died when my father did. When she betrayed me like I believed she never would. I want her gone. I can feel Kai slipping away from me by the day. He will choose her. I know he will. And I will not lose my brother. I found my mother's jewelry box. It was the first time I went into her chamber. For years, I wondered what was behind that door. Now I know that it is only memory. The room is dusty, forgotten, stagnant. There are hardly any remnants of the woman I would have called mother. Only that wooden box of her most prized possessions. But it was the notes I found inside that were most intriguing. And then they were worrying. It took me several minutes to recognize whose handwriting decorated them. The anger followed quickly after. If Callum was intimate with my mother, I have no way of knowing if I am the rightful heir. That knowledge belongs to the mind reader alone. Even the mere possibility of him being my father makes him a liability. He may have to be dealt with. Peyton. In truth, you're not an easy individual to hate. I wouldn't even say my feelings towards you are so strong. They are rather indifferent. There was once a time when Peyton Gray had both the princes wrapped around her finger. But that was before she betrayed me and killed my father. I don't take it personally, really. Not anymore. In fact, you freed me from the man who was only ever holding me back. I found something else to chase, obsess over, as I often do. And you are helping me. For that, I am thankful. But please do not take offense to the inevitable demise I will let you meet. This legacy, this life, was only ever meant for my brother and me to share. And I will not share him with you. When the time comes, I will ensure the kingdom mourns you. You have my word. I don't wish to be your monster, Peyton. Part of me still cares for you, but I only know how to love my brother. I steal moments with Kai whenever I'm able. He keeps me stable. I feel like myself when I'm with him, even as the plague begins eating away at my sanity. I only wish to return things to the way they were before her. His feelings for my betrothed are not ideal, but he will come to see her as the threat she is to us. I just want my brother back. I want greatness. Is that too much to ask for? The plague has made me weak, dulled my mind. Anger is now an emotion that belongs to the plague.
I feel it wash over me like a wave I cannot control. Kai soothes that fraying part of myself, but Peyton unleashes it. It feels good getting drunk with my brother again. Peyton is there. Peyton is always there. But it is bearable when Kai is around. I can be myself, be with him. The plague allows me that. I enjoy the time with my brother. And deep down, I enjoy the little time I have left with Peyton. They set sail for Isram today. I may never see my brother again. Doesn't he realize this is all for him, for us? He was never meant to sail over the treacherous waters, but he is in love with her. He will do anything for her because he loves her more than he loves me.
This line is stricken.
I just need him to come home. Sending Peyton to Isram was partially with the hope that she wouldn't return. I discreetly informed the captain that dumping her from the ship was an option, if his men so desired. But with Kai on board, he will ensure that Peyton makes it home in one piece, or neither of them will. Though the true purpose of her journey is to gift Isram a crate of laced roses. They will be the first to endure the plague. But in time, they will thank me for it. If the sea allows Peyton to meet Quinzila, her trial still stands. I need her to convince the stubborn woman to accept our peace offering, and I need Kai to come home. I don't know what I will be when he returns. The royal physicians are worried. My mind is drifting. My body is weak. But I am going to live. I cannot die before I am better than him.
This line is stricken.
I am going to live. Unlike my father, I do not need Callum to help carry out my plans. Fear festers when I am around him. All rooted in my unknown legitimacy, I should simply dispose of him. It is as though paranoia has planted a seed in my mind that grows by the day. I don't feel right. My mind is slipping, and it is not just the plague at fault. I have piled so much pressure on my shoulders that...
This line is stricken.
No. Father has done this to me. It is because of him that I am this way. Obsessive, controlling, in constant need of approval. My mind is not my own. Maybe it never was. I don't want to be a monster. I don't want Kai to see me as one. My ship arrived at the dock in shambles. It is a miracle that they survived the sea and its creatures. But my gift was accepted. My brother is back, and what is left of me is here to greet him. I'm coughing up blood now. Another fun side effect of the plague. I have lost weight rapidly, and I can't remember the last time I slept through the night. Kai is worried about me. He knows I am not myself. I watched my brother die yesterday. Beneath the illusion, his name was Makoto Kitan. Callum told me how he found a wielder outside the bowl after that third purging trial. How his mind screamed of grief and rage for the seamstress who was killed. But it was Peyton he blamed for her being there in the first place. So I offered him a chance at revenge.
Ironically, I used the tunnels to sneak out into the bowl, then down the path towards loot. I needed one final push for Ilya to fall into line, accept my changes to the kingdom. But I would not risk throwing Kai into that bowl, because I know he would let Peyton kill him, because my brother would die to save her, not kill her to live with me.
This line is stricken.
Makoto agreed to fight Peyton, but the hefty sum I paid him to put on a good show was futile. He didn't leave the arena alive. Peyton Gray has a way of making people care about her. There are holes in my memory. I ignored it at first, but now I think the healers are right. The plague is eating away at me, my mind. Peyton Gray is the daughter of Iris Moira. She is an illegitimate child, and I could not risk being found out as the same. So when she told me what she learned from Callum, how she believed him to be a duel, I went along with her theory. Callum could read the apology in my mind before I shoved my sword through his chest. It was nothing personal. Truly. But I refused to be reduced to a bastard. Not after everything I have endured, everything I have planned for Ilya. They bowed before her. All of the slums. She has a claim to the throne, and I won't let her overthrow me. I need this. Doesn't she know I need this? She has already achieved greatness in my trials. This is mine. I need this legacy. I need her gone. I need to be great.
Chapter 70. Peyton. Kai didn't move from Kit's side until his body grew cold. Even then, it took 3 Imperials to pull him from the pool of blood. He let them, of course, unlike the dozens prior who dared drag the enforcer from his grief before the sun rose timidly through the study's window. Rays of light stroked over Kit's still body, memorializing the sickening scene as though it were a painting. Kit, a canvas of scarlet streaks. For as long as Kai kept Kit company, so did I. By the time our aching knees rose from the worn rug, blood was crusted atop our skin and caked into our hair. I followed Kai numbly to his rooms and filled the tub with steaming water. He didn't fight me when I peeled off his soiled clothes or urged him into the bath. His eyes were distant, hollow, but they were on me, and that was something. I lathered a bar of soap across his skin, smelling so distinctly of pine and the man I fell in love with. With a soft sponge, I scrub at every patch of hardened blood. His eyes never strayed from mine, shutting only when I softly asked it of him while wiping the stained face of sorrow itself. He didn't stand from the tub when I finally lowered the sponge. Instead, he moved with an intent I hadn't seen in half a day. Water dripped from his arms as he unbuttoned the back of my dress. As soon as it had slipped down my body and into a puddle of fabric on the floor, he pulled me into the tub. He wouldn't let me touch the sponge. The fearsome enforcer of Ilya swiped every speck of his brother's blood from my skin. It was the gentleness with which he loved, even when he grieved, that made me break. We held each other, weeping for a brother, a broken boy, a loss to the world. Our bodies shook, tears rolling down the shoulders we clung to. Though Kit was not mine to grieve. In the end, he was a shell of the boy I once knew, one who saw me as an obstacle to overcome. But I did not resent him. Rather, I ached for the brother who Kai had lost, not the king with a broken mind. I ached for Kai as though his grief were my own. So when the water had gone cold and each breath began to slow, Kai spoke his first words since Kit uttered his last. "Thank you." The second day after the king's death was arguably the hardest. All of Ilya had learned of the kind ruler's cruel death. It was advertised as a tragic accident, though the people searched for a more exciting tale to tell. Rumors rippled through the kingdom, every mouth speculating how Kit had met his end in order to fill the void of withheld truth. They would likely wonder for years to come, and still we would not tell them. Kit, even in death, was to remain the kind king he was always meant to be. Kai pulled his grief back like a tide, hauling it in long enough to panic over the gift we had left in Isram. The crate of roses was likely opened weeks ago to loose a plague on the entire city. But before we were given the chance to spiral further, a letter was found wedged beneath the castle's towering front doors. In neat, elegant writing, it read, "I do hope it was not you, Peyton Grey, who attempted to infect my kingdom. This is said in jest, as I knew you truthfully believed the roses to be a gift. No matter. I sensed what awaited in that box before you ever stepped foot off my docks. Alas, I have little use for your plague, but I suppose your king thinks differently. Perhaps he should have tried polluting another kingdom. Then again, I hear he is no longer with us. My condolences. Any further attempts to infect my people will result in an unpleasant retaliation. Do not take my overlooking of this crime as a sign of weakness. I know the laced roses were not your doing, but I do wish for us to have a fruitful relationship. Your fellow queen, Z." I promptly looked over at Kai. How the hell did she know? We spent the rest of that day receiving condolences from the grieving castle. Without a plagued kingdom to worry about, Kai strode stiffly through the hall, his gaze vacant and words scarce. The entire palace had been draped in a sheet of darkness, black curtains covering windows, while black clothing draped every body. Scholars nipped at our heels like shadows, calling after Kai to discuss his coronation. "I am not king until Kit is laid to rest," he would say, more toneless than the time before. I knew that he meant it, just like I knew that he was stalling. He did not wish to be king. We spent that night in the arms of those closest to Kai. "My boy," Gail had wailed when he walked into her kitchen. "My sweet boy." She held him long enough to burn what food simmered on the stove, and cried hard enough that she didn't care. Jax sobbed against his brother's chest, mourning the loss of their other half. It was when he started hiccuping that Andy joined, her body shaking with sobs. A few traitorous tears had escaped my burning eyes before Gail pulled me in and wrapped her arms around us all. The third and fourth day were more of the same. Berating scholars, a castle in mourning, gossiping Ilians, grief, tears, sobs. When we could stomach the conversation, solemn healers circled us in a dim room to swap hushed details of the king's slow demise. They spoke of his insistence on taking the plague, despite knowing the ramifications, then more hesitantly of his unraveling mind soon after. He was easily agitated, often caught speaking to the empty air or wandering around at all hours of the night. Kit was dying long before he forgot to dodge his brother's advance, we discover. The healers could not save him, and suddenly, this makes sense after learning the truth of Elite's limitations. His body was rejecting another dose of the plague. It was only a matter of time until the sickness unraveled all that he was. Within the long stretches of sorrow, we spent much of our time in the study, simply staring at everything exactly as he left it. All but the bloodied rug remained. Jax and Andy would sit with us, partly in silence, but occasionally more boldly in reminiscence. They would swap memories, each one bleeding into the last and lending a smile for fleeting moments. And that was something. By the fifth day, that emptiness occupying Kai's gaze had lessened slightly,
Still, we held each other, just as we had for the past several days, and when he pulled away, he spoke soft gratitude against my skin.
Thank you, Pei, for everything.
I would smile. It was always sad. It no longer surprises me when you say that.
Good.
His nose brushed mine.
I want you to grow so used to my gratitude that you're sick of it.
That night, I slipped the wedding ring from my finger. And on the 6th day after Kit's death, we read his letters.
Chapter 71. Kai. Dirt smears my sweaty face. The shovel is slick in my hands, peppering each palm with splinters. Dusk settles behind the willow's swaying arms as I carve out a patch of earth among its roots. Fresh soil piles beside me. Memories surface with each scoop of the shovel. Kit was with me the last time I dug a grave beneath this tree. He was at my side, shovel in hand, and a muddy face mirroring mine. We reminisced about Ava until our laughter turned to tears. Ava. Her death was the doing of a man I called father. All because of Edric Azur's greed for power. He killed my sister with a dose of the plague. He killed my brother with the need to be great. My vision blurs. I blink past the anger and grief and urge to crawl into this grave myself. My brother is dead. The shovel slips from between my fingers to land in a cushion of dirt. My knees sink into the damp grass, shoulders shaking with the weight of grief atop them. His letters are fresh in my mind, each of them a stab in the gut before breakfast this morning. I wasn't there to protect him from his own thoughts, from the need for greatness that swallowed him whole. He was breaking before my very eyes, tearing at the seams from something more sinister than the stresses of being king. I'm reminded of that odd shift in his power and curse myself for dismissing the feeling. Kit's ability was the first I ever felt, one so familiar I could taste it on my tongue. But still, I failed him. He had become a pawn to power, and I should have recognized myself in his gaze. He took the plague to be more. And I wasn't there to tell him he was enough. I hear the footsteps behind me. She wanted me to hear them. The familiar warmth of her embrace wraps around me from behind, holding together the broken pieces I've become. I stare at the shallow grave, allowing a tear to escape my empty gaze. He's gone. He's gone. I'm right here, she whispers in my ear. I've got you. I turn slowly in her arms, watching that beautiful face come into view. Peyton's eyes swim with tears just as they have for days. For me. There is only so much grief she can have for the man who wished to kill her. No, this hurt is for me. My eyes fall to the shovel at her side. Managing a sad smile, I lift dirt-stained fingers to her face. Have you come to help me dig, darling? You've dug enough graves for me, she breathes. I figured I would repay the favor. My sob is part laugh. I don't know how I would survive this without you. Well, never again will you have to survive anything alone. Her gaze grows determined. Cockroach, remember? I shake my head, forever astounded by her. No, you are strength, life itself. That is why death fears you. All I do is fear death, she corrects. Fear losing you. It hurts to smile. Death knows better than to try and drag me from you.
We hold each other in our gazes, gentle but sure. Sniffling, she stares down at the shovel she brought and clears a tightening throat. Once he's buried, they will make you king. So, let's sit here a little longer, I mutter. Please. We do. Leaves rustle all around us as I breathe in the smell of freshly turned soil. Peyton leans back on her palms, eyes shutting when a soft breeze whispers through her hair. Chattering birds muffle the stream of screaming thoughts in my head for a few blissful minutes. You will make a great king. The reminder of my looming future shatters the short-lived peace. That was supposed to be Kit, not me. My head falls into shaking hands. But he was so focused on his father, on greatness. His father, not mine. Perhaps not even before I discovered the truth of my birth. That king was never my family. Distantly, beneath the growing ache of grief weighing on my chest, I wonder for the man meant to be my father. Perhaps he wasn't worth knowing. Perhaps I'll find out for myself one day. Kit was obsessive. Peyton gnaws on her lower lip. Sick with the plague. He tried to kill you, I say numbly. He wasn't himself. I don't blame him for it. I killed him. I barely hear her words. It wasn't your fault. He was already dying, Kai. The healers told us so. I still killed him, Peyton. My voice breaks. I killed my brother. She hooks her arms around my neck, pulling my shaking body against her own. Shh. It's not your fault, Kai. I bury my face into her scar. I couldn't save him. I told him I would save him. My voice is choked. That formidable power running through my veins had failed. He was supposed to dodge. We were supposed to keep our promise. You will, she whispers. You will see him again. Just like I will see my father. Adina. Back. There are tears in her eyes when she pulls away to clutch my face. Your promises are not broken. They're just awaiting you. I can hardly breathe. I need him, Pei. I need my brother. Shh. I can't do this without him. Shh. I'm right here. I did this to him. Each sob is a painful shake of my body. I couldn't save him. I couldn't save my brother. Peyton holds me until grief's tide pulls away long enough for me to catch my breath. This is not the first time she has saved me from drowning. A shovel is quickly pushed into my hand, followed by a string of stern words. It's time for Kit to rest. A weight seems to lift from my chest. Rest, not death. He is at peace, and that is all I have ever wanted from my brother. Stiffly, I stand to my feet, pulling Peyton up with me. My shovel meets the torn earth beside us. I push through the pain still lingering in my voice. Think you can keep up, Gray? Are you seriously making this a competition? I plunge steel into the ground, freeing dirt from the base of Ava's willow. Kit always had a knack for making anything enjoyable. My lips twitch into a smile I force myself to find just for him. I figured he would want his death to be no different. Her grin has my heart stuttering back to life. Then you better start digging, Azar.
Chapter 72. Peyton. My arm strains against the taut bow. We stand in the very same spot we had during the purging trials, facing a fated target and competing for bragging rights. It's been nearly 2 days since Kai buried his brother beneath the willow tree, and this is one of the many distractions I've forced upon him. There was a quiet walk through the garden, interrupted only by the occasional reminiscence of the boy buried so near. Our trip to the kitchen was filled with soft laughter and warm sticky buns. Jax sought comfort in his brother's arms, while Gale kissed the top of Kai's head. I've urged him to write like Kit had, relieve his mind of the many swirling thoughts within. His hands are still stained with ink. Every night has been spent in a pool of moonlight. Blankets litter the floor of my room, layered into a makeshift cot beneath the row of windows. Kai prefers it this way, and I happily oblige. It is as though we have created our own little fort to feel closer to those we have lost. We hold each other before drifting into the nightmares that plague us, but with each sleepy sun that peers down on us, Kai wakes more like himself. I let the arrow fly, allow myself a smug smile when it sinks just beside the bullseye. This is my latest distraction for the future king. I would understand if you wish to forfeit now, I offer. Kai's fingers brush mine as he pulls the bow from my grip. Don't play nice, darling. I can handle losing to you. I raise a brow. Did you already admit defeat? His lips twitch. He looses an arrow quickly, unfazed by the several inches separating it from the center of the target. This is meant to be a distraction, is it not? So I don't need to win. I swallow when he steps into me. I just want to enjoy it. Normally, I would scoff at his arrogance, but I've missed it enough to settle on a slight tilt of my head. And what is there to enjoy in losing, Malachi? That, his dimples steal my breath away. Your company, your taunting, your lips forming my name. I knock an arrow. I don't need to be winning to insult you. With a deep breath, I fire. No, Kai says slowly, but you need to be winning to smile like that. I realize then that I'm beaming at the bullseye I've struck. Taming the triumph on my features, I turn towards the seemingly casual Kai. His hands are tucked loosely in his pockets, hair tousled, and eyes bright in the fading sunlight. He is beautiful. The thought isn't a surprise, and yet I'm unable to tear my gaze from him. Such stoic strength seeps from him like the shadow clinging to his heels. This is a boy who has known little more than hardship his whole life, wounded by the man who raised him and left by the brother who loved him. The brother who hated me. What is it? Kai's voice is laced with concern. Frustrated, I wipe at the emotion welling in my eyes. It's nothing. I'm sorry. This is supposed to be a distraction for you and... Talk to me, Pei, Kai urges. He pries the bow from my sweaty hand before tossing it aside. I shake my head. It's just... I hate that he hated me. He didn't. He wasn't himself, and you were just... His gray gaze falls from my face. In his way. That gnawing numbness I've suppressed over the past several days comes rushing to the surface. I cared for him, and this is all my fault. No. We read his letters. Kai grasps my hands. You know what he said in that study. None of this was your fault. Kit was sick, both physically and mentally. He only wanted to prove himself. His voice grows rougher with every word. Did I make him feel that way? Why did he take that plague? Did he think I needed him to be anything more? No, Kai. I cut off the dangerous thought before it can fester. He wanted you at his side because you never made him feel inferior. You were the good in his life, the anchor he clung to. Kit was the good brother, Kai murmurs. Not me. Good, bad, I shrug a shoulder. We are all just shadows of what we believe to be true. Kai's scoff is pained. Kit certainly believed in something. And you? I prod. What does the future king of Ilia believe in? He ponders this for a moment. The inevitable. You? His fingers tickle my cheek on their way to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. I think we got it wrong, Endor. You are the flame, and I am the shadow falling at your feet. Eventually, we fire the rest of our arrows at that target. Unsurprisingly, I gloat thoroughly at my predestined victory. Delicately, we visit the willow tree and those buried peacefully beneath. Admittedly, I fail to be a diversion from Kit's death. Foolishly, a poet tells me I am never not his distraction.
Chapter 73. Kai. There is still dirt under my nails when the crown is placed on my head. It is a silver tangle of steel, sharp and swirling among my black hair. Kit's golden crown remains with him, still gently resting on his brow beneath the willow tree's base. I stare out at the court from the very dais my brother once stood upon. But, startlingly, I don't feel that gaping absence of him anymore. No. He stands at my side, a warm hand on my shoulder and smile in my very soul. From enforcer to king, monster to redeemed. I will continue what my brother started, I informed the court, though they hadn't known the truth of his plans, and they never will. I have a promise to keep. My first decree is steady and sure. Our borders will remain open. Ordinaries will be welcomed into our city once again. Together, we will rebuild Ilia like Kit wished. I swallow the lump in my throat. And he will be remembered as the greatest king in our history. The throne room echoes with applause, but my eyes are on her. I step from the stage, pushing through my people until I meet the only one I truly wish to call mine. Hand in hand, I pull Payden out the castle doors and into the courtyard beyond. That bed of forget-me-not flowers still blooms beside the staircase, family to the one I tucked behind her ear so long ago. And I gladly repeat history now. Pay laughs as I present her with the bouquet, the petals matching her piercing blue gaze. Forget-me-nots. I slide a stem into her hair. Because you always seem to be forgetting who I am. She smiles, and I wonder at how something can be so perfect. You're the king of Ilia. And what am I to you? I tip her chin so I can watch the words form on her lips. My fool. My fingers flick the tip of her nose lightly. Don't forget, cocky bastard. You wouldn't let me even if I tried, she says sweetly. I grin, wider when her eyes flick greedily between my dimples. And you are forever my undoing, Payden Gray. My knee meets the cobblestone, and her mouth opens in a gasp. Marry me, Pay. I'm already on one knee, but I'll get down on both and beg for you if you like. I lift that ring towards her, the one Kit pressed into my palm with a dying wish. Love each other for me. Tears well in those blue eyes above. She knows of Kit's final moments, every word uttered, every hope laid bare. Now the sight of that familiar ring is freeing. I can see the flood of relief washing over her features because Kit Azar, the boy she cared so deeply for, did not hate her in the end. The hurt she felt when he aimed a sword at her chest has begun to melt away beneath the truth of his motives. Pay, I breathe. I'll kneel here all day long, so long as your answer is yes. A hand falls from her mouth to reveal a wide grin. Good. I quite like the sight of you beneath me. Oh, vicious little thing, I murmur with all the admiration she deserves. Her voice grows choked as she spits my own words back at me. You forgot the "my" in front of that endearing nickname.
and then she is falling to her knees before me. Her hands shake against my face before a pair of smiling lips have found mine. She kisses me like forever is fleeting in the face of this moment. My hand finds her hair, tangling in the uneven strands I'd cut in that cave. Her lips taste of love and longing, and I beg for more. Is this? I kiss her deeply. Is this a yes? She laughs against my lips. This is inevitable. I slip Kit's gold band onto her thumb, opposite that steel ring of her father's. I'll get you something better. No, she insists. Her eyes shine as they take in the rings hugging each thumb. It's perfect. This is perfect. Good. My rough palms graze the sides of her neck. Because I love you, Peyton Gray. And I will happily spend the rest of my life trying to deserve you. I love you, she says, suddenly stern. And I will spend the rest of my life shouting it until even Astrum hears, because it is death who should fear me if he ever tries to take you away. We hold each other atop that uneven cobblestone. Forget-me-nots blow in the warm breeze, encircling us in a hug that feels like our past meeting our forever. Tears sting my eyes for the bittersweetness of this moment. Peyton Gray is finally mine, but only because my brother is no longer here. We will love for him, she whispers in my ear. A tear slips down my cheek. You and me.
Chapter 74. Peyton. I dream of Adina on the eve of my wedding. Kai has slept at my side every night since slipping that ring onto my thumb, warding off a month's worth of nightmares. But tradition chases him from my chambers on the eve of our union, and I am left to my hauntings alone. When Adina takes my hand, I feel the faintest tug of fear in my drifting body. I had hidden from this nightmare, shielded myself behind Kai's comfort because I couldn't bear to watch Adina die all over again. But that is not this dream. What lurks within my resting mind is something sweet, soft, so like the Adina who once lived and breathed that I awake with tears staining my cheeks. It is all a hazy memory when the sun pries my heavy eyelids open, but I remember the feeling Adina left me with. Peace. I had said goodbye, or rather, a good way to say bye until I see my A next. Ellie alone helps me prepare for my final, inevitable wedding. Dark clouds crowd the sky beyond my windows, threatening rain with an angry rumble. This only makes me smile. It's good to see you happy on your wedding day, Ellie says softly. Her fingers thread through my hair to weave thin braids within it. They hang down among my wavy hair, elegant in its simplicity. I gnaw on my lip to busy my smile. This is what I've wanted for longer than I even realized, and I'm letting myself enjoy it. You should enjoy it, Ellie reassures. You both deserve that. My smile is tainted with the sadness that typically accompanies thoughts of Kit, but my grief resides with the boy he was and the brother he left behind. Despite Kai's resilience over the past several weeks, I know that he wishes to celebrate today with Kit, just as I wish to with Adina. Stepping behind the dressing curtain, I slip into a simple stretch of fabric. The gown is made up of a thin, billowing material that lands just above my ankles. Its strapless bodice hugs me closely before white fabric cascades from my waist. There is little about the dress that makes it particularly interesting, and that is exactly why I chose it. Adina's vest captures the attention, its faded olive fabric snug around my bare shoulders. After days of a seamstress painstakingly mending it, I'm eager to be reunited with my piece of Adina. I stand before the mirror and admire precisely what I had always envisioned for my wedding day. This moment couldn't be more different than the one I had stolen before marrying a man I didn't love. Then,
Panic prickled my heart and crowded my mind. Now, I'm glowing with happiness, flooded with peace. I've already done the grand wedding day and want nothing of the sort. I simply want our day. A confident knock at the door has my gaze flicking to Ellie. She reciprocates my confusion before peeking into the hallway with a soft gasp falling from her lips. Your Majesty, it's bad luck to see. Bad luck is far less concerning than pay is with an empty stomach and a dagger in hand. Annoyingly, my lips twitch into a smile. If you're afraid of me, Azur, just say so. Kai's voice is touched with awe on the other side of my door. You know I would be a fool not to be, darling. I have to plant my feet to keep from running to him. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, Ellie sympathizes through the cracked door. You really shouldn't see her until the wedding. There is a grin burrowed between his words. So I won't look. The door swings open. Ellie's protest dies in her throat as Kai strides into the room, his head bowed slightly with a hand shielding his eyes. I press a palm to my mouth and smother the laugh tickling my tongue as the king walks towards me. His gaze is on the shifting feet beneath him, while mine is on the bowl of porridge clutched between his fingers. When Kai stops before me, I look down into the soup of oats speckled with fruit. He can't see my smile. You added blueberries. It pained me greatly. Your bravery is inspiring, I croon. His hand drops from that beautiful face beneath to display dark lashes aimed at the floor. And selfish. Dimples frame his curved lips. I want something in return. I cross my arms. And what would that be? A yes at the end of that aisle today. The words are quick, a rush of uncertainty I'm so unused to hearing in Kai's voice. My heart aches at the veiled worry he wears. After finally letting himself feel for someone, he fears I'll walk away. A king stands before me, stripped bare, and back to the boy who was forced to believe love was a weakness. Gently, I slipped the warm bowl from his fingers and set it on the floor beside me. Then, his face is in my hands, his brow creasing at the feel of my touch. At the end of a blade, I would love you. Until it pierced my throat, I would say yes to you. The tear that slips down his cheek coaxes one from my own eye. Kai's voice is rough with emotion as he murmurs, You're quite the poet, darling. I laugh, my vision blurring with the scrunching of my brimming gaze. Some fool inspired me. We spend the next several moments basking in this limbo between our present and the future awaiting us at the base of a willow tree. We laugh. We pretend not to cry. We say our goodbyes. One due to the temporary distance Ellie insists between us, and the other in memory of our final moments before forever. Long after Kai strides from my chamber, and Ellie has fussed with my appearance for the final time, a second knock sounds at my door. Lenny asks if I am ready. I don't hesitate before taking his arm. All this time I've been calling you princess. Red hair ripples with the slow shake of his head. Who the hell would have guessed you were one? I throw him a playful glare. Yes, how very shocking. It felt good to share the truth with him and those closest to me. But I keep the secret of my royal blood tucked close to my heart, hidden from the kingdom who has already begun to accept me. I say nothing of the forgotten princess I am, so as not to draw Kai's legitimacy into question. My whole life, I have been ordinary, and I no longer feel the need to change that. Look, Lenny continues, undeterred, I'm more interested in the fact that I might actually be psychic. I mean, how did I know to call you that? I snort. What next? Are you going to discover I'm truly a cockroach? Very funny, Majesty. He shakes his head at me, even while wearing a smile. We step out into the blooming garden and begin our stroll through the winding paths. Passing the fountain I now look at fondly, Lenny asks, This is the wedding you want, P, right? I glance over at my friend. He returns the smile, lighting my face and flushing my cheeks. My admission is bold and freeing and daring death to make me regret it. Desperately.
Chapter 75. Kai.
She walks towards me, looking like a dream I wish to never wake from. Her fingers clutch a collection of twining stems. Above, poppies' red petals bleed into pink roses while the deep blue of dainty forget-me-nots weaves between. I stand beside the willow's mighty trunk, beside my brother and sister. I'm swallowed in the swaying branches, lost in a tangle of slender leaves. It is only me and the ghosts of those I love, awaiting Peyton beneath the willow. She, too, steps into our future alone, but not entirely. Her slippers pad slowly across the stretch of soft grass. Adina hugs her tightly atop the plain dress she wears. The memory of a father encircles the thumb wrapped around her bouquet. Time slows long enough to let me bask in a moment I've only ever dreamed of. She is my dream. She is my piece of paradise. She is my inevitable. My composure begins to crumble with every step she takes towards me. Tears well in my eyes, but I smile for her. Always for her. Thunder rumbles beyond the willow's embrace, but Peyton's gaze never leaves mine. Happily, I drown in it. A bead of water splatters Peyton's nose. She laughs. Rain drips from the canopy of leaves to sprinkle us in the brewing storm. Damp hair curls atop my forehead. Jax lifts his palm towards the crying sky. Ellie stares lovingly at her queen. Gail's tears mingle with the rain while Andy rests her head on the cook's shoulder. Linny winks at the drenched bride who passes. This is no grand wedding. We wear no crowns or jewels. This is the gathering of loved ones and the spirits of those left behind. This is a union of souls that ache to be stitched together. Lightning cracks through the sky behind Peyton. Her steps do not falter. When she stops before me, I nearly fall to my knees. I am forever awed by the mere presence of her. She passes her bouquet to Ellie. I grab her hands, willing to let her lead me wherever she pleases. There is no rambling scholar, no lengthy vows exchanged. It is simply us, standing before fate and defying the odds. Pei's commitment to me lacks any hesitancy. I do. My heart stutters. It is broken and healing and missing Kit beside me, but it is full. She is what my scarred heart beats for. I tilt her face towards mine before clutching it in my trembling hands. I do. My voice is heavy with emotion. In every lifetime, I do. Her lips find mine, sealing the promise between us. Thunder claps alongside our family. I breathe in my bride. She tastes like my forever. We walk from beneath the willow's canopy, hand in hand, king and queen, shadow and flame, poet and muse. Tears fill the eyes of those around us, accompanied by clapping and followed with laughter. The small group parades behind, wet branches grasping at our clothing as we push through the leaves. Lightning is quick to greet us. We step into the clearing beyond, damp grass beneath our feet and a raging storm above. I have something for you, I murmur against Pei's ear. She smiles up at me. Oh? Jax hands me the dripping crown with a beaming grin. I hold the twining circlet of roses between us, watching Peyton's gaze widen. Then I'm placing that delicate crown onto her damp hair. She gapes at me in shock. You finally did it. You made a flower crown. I just needed more practice. Water drips from her lashes with every astonished blink. All that hard work for me.
For my queen. I correct with a soft kiss to her lips. And then we dance. Peyton is spinning in my arms, laughing in the spitting rain. The hem of her dress is muddy, but she can't seem to take her eyes off me long enough to notice. I push wet hair from her face, straighten her crown of roses, hold the hand that now wears my brother's ring. We cling to each other while shadowed figures dance around us. Laughter envelops our swaying forms, warming us despite the chilled rain. I hold Peyton against me, my wife, my eye in the storm. She slips a hand into one of the many pockets of her vest before shouting through the rumbling thunder.
You're not the only one who brought a gift.
I track the movement, blinking in the rain as she pulls a stem of forget-me-nots from the soaked fabric. Peyton Azur's smile is dangerous as she reaches up to tuck the flowers behind my ear. So you don't forget who I am, she whispers against my lips. And what am I? I trace my thumb along her bottom lip. A fool? A cocky bastard? Her voice is steady. You are mine, Malachi. Water drips from my lashes, some from her nose. I always have been, I murmur, until whatever the hell. The laugh that spills from her soft lips has my breath catching. She tips her head back to smile at the storming sky, unburdened by the mention of Adina. Until whatever the hell, she echoes, letting that piercing gaze fall back to me. Beads of water trail down her bared neck as I greedily take in the curve of her mouth. Like a reflex, reverence softens my gaze, coats my voice. There's that smile I've been waiting to memorize. Peyton blinks up at me in the rain, grin widening. She twines slick arms around my neck before her cold nose is brushing mine. And you have all the time in the world to admire it.
Chapter 76. Peyton. 5 years later. I breathe in the fresh air, sun soaking my skin. A blue sky hangs above the yawning stretch of crops. I shield my gaze with a hand, determined to find the end of this daunting cornfield. Somewhere more interesting. Kai's voice is a drawl beside me. My eyes flick to him, combing over the stubble clinging to his strong jaw. What? I ask, fearing the answer. Somewhere more interesting, he repeats with a sigh and crossing of his arms. That is likely where this field ends. I scoff before I scold. Tando has been good to us. That being said, I glance around the nearly deserted brick road we stand on. Let's settle this year's trade agreements and get the hell out of here. Kai takes a step towards me, blotting out the sun with his broad shoulders. Admit it, darlin', you hate it out here more than I do. I'm spinning the rings that hug each of my thumbs. What makes you say that? The quiet. He brushes a long strand of hair from my face. The open space. The lack of handsome strangers to rob. I give him a flat look. You're right. Not a single handsome face for miles. Easy, Azur. Don't hurt your foot with such a blatant lie. He flicks the tip of my nose gently. I said strangers, and we both know I am nothing of the sort. No, you're not. I grab his hands and pull him close. Then I'm murmuring, but that doesn't mean I can't still rob you. I lift his wedding band between our close faces. It was simple, really, snatching the silver ring from his thumb. He wears his symbol of our union on the same finger I do, a reminder of our love, and the love of a lost brother. Kai shakes his head at me before grasping my hand. Still as vicious as ever. You love it. I love you, he murmurs. Foolishly. He kisses me, and still my heart flutters at the brush of his lips. Pulling away, I glance over at the field of corn waving beside us. You still feel her, right? Kai's lips twitch into a smile. She's on her way back. Then he raises his voice towards the sea of corn. Did you find it? A small body tumbles from the maze of crop to scurry towards us. That shock of gray hair blows around her face, obscuring the excitement displayed there. With a large ear of corn gripped between tiny fingers, she runs into her father's awaiting arms. That's the one you were looking for? Kai asks, examining her loot. You're sure this is the best corn in all of Tando?
I'm sure, Daddy.
She shoves the vegetable into his hand and promptly reaches for me. I pull her into my arms, trying to ignore how big she has gotten in the last 3 years. Resting on my hip, she runs her small fingers through the hair falling down my back. Her own is an ashy blend of Kai's ebony waves and my silver strands. With gray hair and muted blue eyes, our little girl is a messy mixture of 2 strangers who fell in love. What else did you find on your adventure? I ask while straightening her rumpled clothes.
Bugs,
she states indifferently.
big fat ones.
Kai nods. I'm sure. Now did you bring anything else back? He inches closer, making her giggle. Maybe some new freckles? She knows this game, and Kit loves it. Kai presses his lips to the bridge of her nose, over and over until she is squealing. Once he has finished peppering our daughter with kisses, he turns to me. Is it time for that recount? I roll my eyes. Is that not what you did last week? His grin has my cheeks flushing. One can never be too sure. The first soft kiss is to my cheek. 1, he murmurs. The second is on the bridge of my nose. 2. The third is when I lift my chin and press my lips to his. I smile against his mouth. Your recount will have to wait. Let's get the hell out of here, remember? We head down the quiet road, Kit's hands in each of our own. The cottages here look lonely between the fields that accompany them. It is quiet in Tando, eerily so, and I'm grateful when we finally step into the city's market. Though it is certainly not the bustling loot I'm so accustomed to, the relief I feel at the sight of milling bodies is shocking. Kit skips between us as we point out the muted colors all around. Tando's banners are a soft yellow that seeks no attention. The market is docile and brimming with kind individuals. I quietly envy those so content in such quaintness. But Loot is my home, and Ilya is thriving around it. The kingdom is open, our borders welcoming of trade and travelers. Ordinaries live alongside their elite neighbors, growing bolder despite their lack of abilities. It was all I ever wanted to see as a powerless girl. The slums are my current project. Crumbling buildings are being restored, allowing more shops and homes to border the alleyways. Feasts are held regularly at the castle to welcome the people of Ilya into our home. The once crushing divide between elites and ordinaries is slowly smoothing into something promising. I take in the quiet street, the uniformity between each sturdy brick shop. This is certainly not my kingdom. My Ilya is lively and drenched in color. It is worn and healing and home. Kit, honey, stay close, I call after watching her tear down the street, brandishing an ear of corn. Kai stares after her with a shake of his head. She looks just like you. Only someday soon, that corn will be replaced with a blade. I smile sweetly at him. And she can practice using it on you. You have prepared me well, he reminds. His arm tugs me close. I rest my head on his shoulder. We watch our daughter skip in the pooling sunlight. Until a flash of lilac has my gaze flicking to a shadowed corner of the street. I stare into the face of a ghost. She stares back. Scarred flesh climbs up the side of her neck. Mutilated skin stretches across her features before disappearing into that lilac hair. Only one half of her sharp face bears the remnants of my hatred. I can still feel her soft skin beneath my palm, feel the heat of that raging fire I forced her into. I expect that rage to resurface now. I expect to crave that revenge on Adina's behalf and ache to finish what I apparently did not the first time. Blair seems to anticipate the same, because I watch her shoulders tense beneath the cloak slung over them. But I feel nothing. I do nothing. We stare at each other for several beats of my clamoring heart. In another lifetime, she was my enemy. Here, she is a stranger. I do not wish to avenge Adina any longer. I wish for her to rest. So with a slight nod of my head, I let Blair go. She returns the silent peace offering with a dip of her chin.
Mommy, Daddy, look what I found.
Kit steals my attention with a flurry of limbs and the waving of what must be the best rock in all of Tando. Kai scoops her into his arms, feigning astonishment for the gift she sets in his palm. I, too, look impressed by Kit's finding as I smooth her wild hair. And when I finally glance over at that shadowed corner, the ghost is gone. Kai catches my flitting gaze, holds it gently, tilts his head. Not so vicious, little thing, he murmurs endearingly. Of course, the wielder knew she was here. I blow out a breath before stealing our daughter from his arms. Don't get used to it. I wouldn't want to. We continue down the sun-drenched street. Onward, always. A king, a queen, a princess, a rock, and an ear of corn. Those we have lost walk alongside us, their memory warming our scarred hearts. We are those we loved. I tilt my face to the sky and let the sun brush warm fingers over it. The soft rays are a comfort I embrace like an old friend. My husband stands at my side, just as he always has and always will. He smiles, and it's the one meant solely for me. Kit copies her father, though only one stolen dimple peeks out on her right cheek. I flick them both lightly on the nose. This draws a giggle from Kit, and that ceaseless look of reverence from Kai. I smile back, just as Adina taught me to. This life is sweet, like honey.
Epilogue. Kit. There is no flash of light, no bang or slow fade. Kit feels cheated. That is what he has always been promised, after all, some great entrance into the world beyond the one he has drifted from. But this is none of that. This is nothing at all. The first time he opens his eyes after death has closed them, Kit tries desperately to make something of the void before him. He squints at it, walks within it, tries to grip it between his fingers, but nothing is nothing. And the lack of something is frustrating. It's like the void that occurs behind one blinked eye. No color, no shape, no anything. Nothing. And that was not the death he had anticipated. The former king wanders in the empty afterlife, not quite conscious, but never entirely aware. He often wonders, there is little else to do here, if he is meant to wait for someone. Perhaps his brother, perhaps Peyton, if she ever wishes to see him again. So when death arrives, Kit only feels comfort, not fear or confusion like a saner mind might. No. Kit recognizes the face of death, knows her by name. Mara. The dead king reaches for the woman who dragged him into the abyss of nothingness, because he only feels relief at her presence. Death stands before him, her form so unlike the ominous tales humans so like to spin. For starters, she is just that, a she. Despite an eternity of stealing souls, not one of them anticipates death to be a woman. There was once a time when this vexed Mara, but she has since grown accustomed to a dying face drenched in disbelief. Is it so shocking to feel anything but warmth from a woman's touch? Can a pretty face not drag you into the afterlife all the same?
Hello, Kit,
Death says curtly.
I warned you of this fate.
I know, he answers earnestly. But this isn't the moors. Where am I? Mara sweeps a strand of chestnut hair from her dark eyes. No, she doesn't look like Death.
This is your peace.
Her voice is chilled. This shouldn't surprise Kit.
It seems you accepted your fate long before dying.
The king frowns. I guess I did. Then he attempts a weak, but I'm happy you're here. I didn't think you would want to see me.
I can't stay long.
Mara takes a breath before feigning politeness.
How are you enjoying peace?
Kit sweeps his gaze over the expanse of darkness. I'm still lonely.
You didn't have to be.
Mara spits.
This is your own doing.
Before drifting back into the darkness, Death leaves the king with a veiled goodbye. The broken words are nearly swallowed up in the nothingness.
But I'll let you go gently.
Alone, once again. Kit thinks on the life left behind. He does not blame Kai for the unfortunate end he met. After all, it was he who was meant to dodge the enforcer's strike. Or Death for her help in it. Neither does he let anger fester towards the girl who stole his brother from him. Resentment tends to be cumbersome in the afterlife. Since relieving himself of it, little by little, Death has felt far more freeing. In fact, without the plague muddling his mind and stealing his sanity, he now finds his last few weeks among the living seem wasted. He wishes futilely to try it all again. Perhaps he wouldn't let power consume him this time around. But this is wishful thinking, and regret is what keeps the dead rolling over in their graves. He does ponder, frequently remember, how this is meant to be peace. Is he a monster worth such gaping loneliness? Kit often shouts into the void, pleads his case to this shunning afterlife, but it gives no answer. Death does not return, and this gives him none of the peace he was promised. Kit never sits in the same spot of eternity. In fact, he never knows where he is or where he is going. Still, he stares up, assumably, into the nothingness. There is no ground beneath his feet, but he reclines all the same. And just as he has for however long he's been dead, Kit wishes for company. A soft light above startles the dead beneath. Kit squints up at it, finding two shimmering dots among the sheet of nothingness. They wink down at him like stars plucked from the sky above Ilya.
Hello, Kit,
a light says softly. It's a female voice, as warm and bright as the glow she emits. At the startling sound of his name, Kit stands to blink up at the oddities. Who are you? It seems a silly question to ask, as he has little use for the information, but that gentle voice graces him with something that is not quite an answer.
We thought you might like some company.
Kit nods. I would, thank you. Death has been kind to him. There is a long pause. Do you think I'm a monster? He isn't sure why he feels the need to ask the pair of stars. The female's voice is sad.
No. You are your father's sins.
You're not alone in that. This reassurance comes from the second star in a deep voice.
But I am alone here.
Kit says solemnly.
You two have one another.
The softer star informs.
Life ripped us apart.
Death brought us together. The rougher one finishes.
There is something so vaguely familiar about the pair of glowing orbs. Kit doesn't ponder this absurdity further. Instead, he sits once again, folding his legs beneath him. Would you? He feels oddly shy. Would you stay with me a while? Kit could have sworn it looked as though the stars were smiling at him. That warm, bubbly voice fills the void between them in response. Until you see your brother again, if you like. The deep voice rumbles above him.
We are all waiting for someone.
You have been listening to a Simon & Schuster audiobook. Fearless by Lauren Roberts. Read by Cecily Bednar-Schmidt, Chase Brown, and Jared Zeus, with the prologue read by the author. Directed by Tidor Niedu. Production, recording, and post-production by the Strathmore Studios, Clerkenwell, London. Sound editing by Joe O'Neill Parker, and check listening by Jesse Watts. The prologue was recorded by Marty Gray at Big Sky Recording in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and directed by Hana Matsudaira. The prologue was edited by Frog Pond Productions. The text is copyright Lauren Roberts 2025. The recording is copyright 2025 by Simon & Schuster. The right of Lauren Roberts to be identified as the author of this work has been asserted by her in accordance with Sections 77 and 78 of the Copyright, Design, and Patents Act, 1988.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.